Chapter 44:17. Bang. Luli Empress spread open her fingers and suddenly clenched her fist. The sword was in her hand and she pointed it at Lin Ling. Dual polarity 3 swords. She looked like a goddess as her long skirt danced in the wind. She looked very majestic. What's going on? A human turned into a sword. The primogenitor and the other experts frowned because the sword had been shot out from them. As for Lin Ling, his eyes flickered. He was familiar with the aura emitted by the sword, so he immediately knew that the sword was transformed from a human. It was the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face that he had fought not long ago. This person had turned into a sword to help Luli Empress. Lin Ling had already experienced how powerful this person was. If not for his recent increase in strength, he might not be a match for this person. Help me. However, this was not the end. Luli Empress stretched out her left hand, and the sound of a heartbeat came from afar. It turned into countless sparkling lights and shot toward Luli Empress. When they reached her left hand, they began to quietly condense and turned into a shield half the height of a human. This shield was made of crystal, and a heart was sealed in the center of the shield. However, if one looked carefully, they would see that the heart was beating slowly. Moreover, the invisible ripples that spread out could affect the heartbeat of the gods. Of course, this shield looked holy, but if one carefully sensed it, one would notice that it was emitting an evil aura. This guy is also participating. Lin Ling stared coldly at the shield and knew who had transformed it. Naturally, it was Wuxia. Whether it was Wuxia or the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face, they were all from the Spirit Kingdom. Luli Empress was also from the Spirit Kingdom. Therefore, it was normal for the three of them to join forces to kill Lin Ling. What's going on? However, the crowd did not see this change clearly. Instead, they felt that Luli Empress's aura was rising steadily. She actually possessed the strength of a mid-stage low god. They have become so powerful all of a sudden. It feels as though 3 mighty early-stage low gods have fused together. Moreover, any one of these 3 early-stage low gods is only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. In this way, the originally one-sided battle has turned into a twist. Many people whispered and were inexplicably excited. This was because they did not want this battle to end too quickly. They wanted someone to suppress Lin Ling's advancement. Li Xiaoyao, come and fight. With the sword and shield in her hand, Luli Empress's strength had merged with Wuxia's strength. I know that you had a conflict with Lord Yi, but your strength is only on par with Lord Yi. Now that Wuxia and I are here, let's see how you're going to stop us. With a sword in her hand, the colored glaze empress was like a flying immortal as she tore through the sky at a terrifying speed. The lightning-seeking form. The black and white sword was surrounded by lightning. It was the lightning of the divine realm. And this sword's power of divinity actually reached the rank of 15,000. Even the primogenitors would not dare to easily take on such a sword. Of course, this was to be expected because this was not the divine energy of Luli Empress alone, but the divine energy of 3. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the flying sword passed, a loud boom could be heard. Under the ground, the hearts of thousands of deities were beating wildly. Some of the weaker deities even exploded and died. As for the stronger deities, they clutched at their hearts, their expressions extremely unsightly. This was Wuxia's innate gift, which affected millions of beings. Wuxia's innate gift was the heart of God, which was incomparably powerful. However, this kind of heartbeat did not affect Lin Ling much. But this did not mean that he was weak. The combined attack of the 3 was so terrifying that many people looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know how Lin Ling would deal with it. Lin Ling can't deal with it. Someone suddenly said. It was the underworld demon sealer. 15,000 strands of divine energy, that's only the most basic. The glaze empress can still increase her divine energy. Moreover, her defense has also increased. This time, Lin Ling will have a headache. The sacred generation primogenitor laughed. Clang. At this time, Lin Ling finally attacked. The blood sea roiled, and a sword shot out from the sea of blood, colliding with Luli Empress's sword. Chi. Sword tip against sword tip, a terrifying storm was created. Behind Lin Ling was the blood sea storm. Behind Luli Empress was the wind lightning storm. Both of their robes fluttered, and their hair danced wildly. Lose for me. However, Luli Empress's expression was incomparably ferocious. Suddenly, she increased her divine energy, and this power came from Wuxia. At this moment, the divine force in the sword had an additional mysterious force, causing the divine force to reach 18,000 strands. Kacha. Lin Ling's sword was bent. Even if he had the power of 2 million worlds and the fusion of his 7 great dantians, he still couldn't defend against 18,000 strands of godly power. After all, he only had 7,000 divine energy. If not for his strong physique and divine energy, he could not even block 10,000 divine energy. Therefore, his body was constantly pushed back. As for the power of the killing steps, it was blocked by Wuxia's shield. Of course, this was not blocked by Wuxia alone, but by the 3 of them. The 3 of them were now as one. Lin Ling can't block it. This tyrannical scene caused the sacred mountain to explode. No one expected Luli Empress to be able to suppress Lin Ling. One had to know that Lin Ling defeated the young master of the Ox Devil tribe. Lin Ling's gray robe should be at its peak state, but he still can't block Luli Empress's sword. Lin Ling is going to lose this battle, and this is a battle to the death. This means that Lin Ling is going to die. Some of the people who hated Lin Ling sneered coldly at this moment. Below the sacred mountain, the gods were still fighting fiercely, but they were also watching Lin Ling's battle. After seeing Lin Ling being suppressed, Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, and Kirishin's expressions changed. Although Lin Ling is not on our side, he is still one of the 4 gods of the 9 continents. Eugene, you can't let him die here. Titanic Crescent God suddenly said. Although he did not like Lin Ling, his mission was to fight against the will of the world. In front of the will of the world, Lin Ling was more of a comrade in arms. This was Titanic Crescent God's principle. Back then, when he forced Lei Gong to his death, he also felt terrible, but there was nothing he could do about it since they were on different sides. Lei Gong can't die here. If he falls, it will be a great loss to us. Yushin nodded in agreement. She had the same idea as Titanic Crescent God, which was to focus on the matter, not the person. Tianlioli, stop. Then, she immediately sent a voice transmission. Chapter 44:18. Go to hell. Therefore, not only did her sword not stop, but it also stabbed out crazily. Rumble. Under this sword, even the sky was cut open. It was so terrifying that the combination of wind and thunder stirred up the whole earth, causing countless gods to lose control of their bodies and tumble in the sky like straws. Looking at Lin Ling's sword, it was now bent like a bow and could break at any time. Very strong. The 3 of them were indeed terrifying when they joined forces. Luli Empress, the most powerful woman in the 9 prefectures void. Wuxia, the former trial taker of the 4 great gods, later became a powerful genius of the spirit nation. The middle-aged man with the yin-yang face was almost invincible among early-stage lower gods. He was an old monster who had cultivated for millions of years. When the 3 of them joined forces, even a mid-stage lower god would have to retreat, not to mention Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao, it's time for our bond to end. At this moment, Luli Empress's eyes were bloodshot. She then looked at the crystal shield in her hand. Wuxia's face had also appeared, and he was also smiling evilly. Boy, my treasure is not so easy to take. As for the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face, at this moment, he was bursting with monstrous killing intent. Not necessarily. But at this moment, Lin Ling, who was at a disadvantage, finally broke out a powerful trump card. He held the sword with one hand and raised the other hand high. Then he looked at the front and slashed down fiercely. This action was very ordinary, even a little ordinary, but it carried a force that surpassed the divine steps. It was like the great Tao of the void of heaven and earth, giving people the feeling that it was the creation of heaven and earth. This was Pengda's attack, splitting the sky. Lin Ling's physical strength doubled in an instant, and he slashed out fiercely. What's going on? In the eyes of the people, Lin Ling's action was very slow and even looked very ordinary. But for some reason they had a strange feeling that it was as if the great Tao was simple. The simpler something was, in fact, the more complicated and mysterious it was. Lin Ling, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Luli Empress shouted as she watched Lin Ling's palm descend. Although she was also surprised that Lin Ling still had some tricks up his sleeve, She was confident that no trick would be able to stop the three of them. Han Xie, stop him. Lin Ling has diverted a portion of his strength to counterattack. Now is the best time to kill him. The yin yang sword also let out a fierce roar, and as soon as his voice fell, the crystal shield rose to the sky to block. Crack. However, Lin Ling's palm was even sharper than tyrannical Song's sword. It was so domineering and powerful. After clashing with the crystal shield, he actually split it apart. Crash. The shield exploded into pieces and blood gushed out. The god's heart also cracked open, and the endless evil energy began to dissipate. Han Xie was completely dead. Almost at the same time, the strike continued to descend, but it shocked Luli Empress and the yin yang sword's middle-aged man. They were terrified, and even a little panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying move. It seemed to have no divine energy, but it had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Lordy! Luli Empress immediately shouted angrily, and the sword in her hand tried to block the strike. Unfortunately, it was useless. Crack! The dual polarity 3-ask sword was also instantly broken, and a painful voice sounded at the same time. It was the yin-yang sword's voice. Then he roared. Could it be that you have successfully cultivated the divine ability of the stone tablet? He turned into a yin-yang energy and appeared in front of Luli Empress. His eyes were trembling, and they were filled with disbelief. Lin Ling had only obtained the stone tablet from the iron box not long ago. Generally speaking, it was impossible for him to cultivate such an ancient divine ability. However, Lin Ling had succeeded in cultivating it, and it was as if he had turned into Pengu. This made the yin-yang sword's middle-aged man explode with anger. This was because such a powerful divine ability should have belonged to him. Swish. However, while he was still in shock, Lin Ling's palm was still falling. It seemed to be very slow, but it carried an ancient rhythm. It was as if a world was suppressing the yin-yang sword's body, making it impossible for him to escape. He could only watch the strike fall. Swish. The yin-yang sword's attack split the yin-yang sword into two. He was unable to block it, and blood spurted out. Then he fell to the ground and died completely. Bang! 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 At this moment, the hearts of countless people were beating fast, caused by shock. Because Lin Ling's move was too overbearing, and it actually split 3 deities. Swish! The palm began to slash toward Luli Empress, and it fell on her shoulder, causing her to be seriously injured. However, just as it was about to split her in half, suddenly, a palm came and grabbed Lin Ling's palm, preventing him from slashing down. Lin Ling, she is the battle strength of the 9 continents void. She can't die here. The person who appeared next to Luli Empress was Eugene. At this moment, her hand was trembling because it was very difficult for her to block Lin Ling's move. She realized that the move was not terrifying because of the physical strength, but because of the will, as if it was the will of an ancient deity. Get lost! Lin Ling shouted angrily, but he also realized that Eugene had blocked the heaven-splitting slash. As expected of the strength of a deity, Lin Ling stop. At this time, the voice of the Titanic Crescent God floated over. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to stop me? Lin Ling had suppressed the grudge for thousands of generations, and now that it was time to end it, how could he let these people interrupt? Lin Ling, this place is not suitable. However, this time, the Curishan also spoke up because Eugene had asked her for help. After all, Luli Empress was not weak and should be the main force against the Spirit Nation. Therefore, she could not be killed by Lin Ling. Moreover, Eugene also knew that Lin Ling hated her and the Titanic Crescent God, and would not give them face unless the Curishan intervened. Lin Ling, give some face to Brother Lei Gong. In fact, the Curishan did not want to help, but Eugene and the others had asked for help in the name of the 9 continents void, so he had no choice but to give them face. After all, the 4 deities were originally one, and their target was the will of the world. In order to fight against the will of the world, they could even bear to kill Lei Gong and the others. This showed how determined their target was. Curishan. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his voice was as deep as thunder. He did not even want to give face to the Curishan. Unfortunately, the Curishan had said that their face was above Lei Gong's. Lin Ling had no choice but to give face to Lei Gong. Scram. Lin Ling's right arm shook, and once again injured Luli Empress, he shouted angrily. Thanks. Although Lin Ling's attitude was domineering and arrogant, Eugene did not care at all. She carried Luli Empress and retreated. Chapter 44:19. This matter is indeed a little strange, but I believe that Tian Liuli will give me an explanation. As for her being from the spirit nation, I will not believe it no matter what, because I watched her grow up. She is loyal and devoted to the void of the 9 continents. Yes. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Eugene said firmly. Haha, then how do you explain Lei Gong? He was one of the 4 great gods, but what happened in the end? Therefore, there was no need to deceive oneself and others. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly, making Eugene speechless. Because she said that she watched Luli Empress grow up and would never betray her. However, Lei Gong was once one of the 4 great gods, so wasn't he also a host of the world will? I know that it is useless to explain, but I believe her. After thinking for a while, Eugene was still firm in her opinion. I know that you and Luli Empress have a fated grudge, but at this time, we should unite against the outside world. If the world will is defeated by us in the future, you don't have to do anything. I will personally deliver Tian Liuli to you. This is my promise. Also, stop trying to sow discord between us. You should focus on the world will, and not choose to fight among yourselves. Of course, no matter how you try to sow discord, I will always believe Tian Liuli. Also, I know why you have become like this. Because of Lei Gong's death, you hate the void of the 9 continents. You hate us, the 4 great gods, so you are venting your anger on us. Yes. After saying this, Eugene brought the heavily injured Luli Empress and flew towards the sacred mountain. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. If not for the fact that he was weaker than Eugene, he really wanted to give this idiotic woman 3 slaps. Although among the 4 great gods, only Lin Ling had seen Luli Empress appear in the spirit nation. It was obvious that Luli Empress had asked Han Xie and the rest for help, but Eugene still did not believe it. Lin Ling, Luli Empress is Eugene's proudest disciple. It is normal that she does not believe it. In fact, if there is no real evidence, it is also difficult for us to believe it. After all, Luli Empress is one of the strongest gods under the 4 great gods. It is difficult for people to believe that she is from the spirit nation. At this moment, the black deity sent a voice transmission to Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling with a guilty expression. Because he knew that if it wasn't for him, Lin Ling would absolutely not let Empress-colored glaze off. Time will reveal a person's heart. Lin Ling did not say anything else. Everything was as Kirishin had said. He had let Luli Empress go because of Lei Gong's death. Lei Gong had done Lin Ling a favor. For this reason, Lin Ling did not hesitate to put aside his personal grudges. This was because Lin Ling believed that if he saw Luli Empress again, no one would be able to stop him from killing Luli Empress, unless the experts of the spirit nation were present. Let's go to the sacred mountain. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lin Ling led Lei Gong's experts and flew towards the sacred mountain. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the primogenitors remained silent. Even though they didn't admit it, they had already acknowledged that Lin Ling was above them. Damn it. Even so, they were still cursing in their hearts. Especially the underworld demon sealer. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I had unsealed all my strength, I would not have been humiliated like this and be looked down upon by a junior." One had to know that he came from the underworld and was proud. However, ever since he lost to Lin Ling, he had not won against Lin Ling. This was unforgivable to him. However, the primogenitor had also lost to Lin Ling. When they first entered the Ji-Er Ox Cave, Lin Ling had also trampled heavily on the primogenitor's heart. And now, this trampling was even more intense, reaching straight to the primogenitor's dignity. Rumble. At the foot of the sacred mountain, the battle was still ongoing. The strongest gods from all sides were madly clashing. In this group of gods, apart from the Kirishin and the others, Lin Ling only recognized Lord Ning. The other gods were all unfamiliar to him. One of them was an old man covered in lightning. His strength was very terrifying. The lightning around him made Lin Ling feel like he was an intermediate god. An intermediate god, apart from the era of gods, was rarely seen in the current era. Apart from him, there was also an ox giant. His strength was also extremely fierce, but Lin Ling could guess his origin. This should be the Ox Demon clan's patriarch. As for the others, an old man holding a bottle was also very powerful. His origin was unknown. As expected, once the treasure appeared, those hidden old monsters all came to the surface. Lin Ling thought to himself as he landed at the foot of the sacred mountain. There were only 5 people following him. They were Treasure God Namwu Fingyu, God Emperor Zhanggang, Giant Ghost, Young Qilin, and Saint Yi. Treasure God Namwu Fingyu and the others' strength was unquestionable. Young Qilin was the strongest trial taker in Lei Gong's hall back then. His strength was not undeserved. As for Saint Yi, he was the weakest. However, with a divine blade in hand, although he could not compare to a god, he was at least barely qualified to come here. Of course, the experts at the foot of the sacred mountain did not pay attention to Saint Yi. Instead, they were all looking at Lin Ling. After the crazy battle before, they also recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. Although they felt that Lin Ling was still inferior to them, the gap was not that big. At least he was not an ant. Fight, fight, fight! At this moment, the old man with the tyrannical thunder roared and floated up. He raised his palm and a huge black thunderball condensed. This thunderball was bigger than a mountain and more majestic than the setting sun. Then it slowly pressed down on the ground. This move was so terrifying. Lin Ling's battle before could not compare at all. This was also why others did not dare to come to the foot of the sacred mountain. If outsiders came here, they would be instantly killed. It's him. Treasure God Namwu Fingyu suddenly exclaimed as he stared at the old man. Grandpa Treasure God, do you know him? Seeing the obvious change in Treasure God Namwu Fingyu's expression, Lin Ling also asked curiously. Treasure God Namwu Fingyu nodded. This person was very famous back in the era of the gods, but I heard that he was killed during the twilight of the gods. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but his strength is not what it was back then. He must have been seriously injured and his divinity is unstable. Then, seeing that everyone was confused, he immediately said, his name is Chong Liang, one of the 12 ancestors of the shamans. He's the lightning ancestor. Chi-Chi. At this, Young Qilin and the others gasped, especially Young Qilin. He also came from the era of the gods and naturally knew what the 12 ancestors of the shamans represented. They were ancient gods that had existed since the Desolation era. According to legend, they had the most ancient bloodline in the void that could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Young Qilin knew very well that if Chong Liang had not been seriously injured, he alone could have slaughtered everyone. Chapter 44:20. Rumble. Just as the enormous ball of lightning was about to descend, the sacred mountain suddenly began to shake. What happened? This change frightened everyone, because the sacred mountain had been calm and motionless since the start of the battle. Dong. Almost at the same time, the ancient bronze bell on the sacred mountain also floated up and hung above the sacred mountain, emitting a heavy bell sound. As soon as the bell sound came out, the blood-colored sun in the sky instantly cracked open, and then exploded. The Holding Ear Ox Cave also became pitch black. Surging gales whistled in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. Rumble. Looking at the lightning ball released by the lightning ancestral shaman, it was blown apart by the gales and turned into ashes. What a terrifying power! With the sacred mountain as the center, the battle that stretched for thousands of miles came to an end. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sacred mountain, their faces full of disbelief. As soon as the sacred bell appeared, the world became silent. This power was indeed tyrannical and divine. Dong. The bell sound began to spread like seawater. Everywhere it passed, everyone felt shocked, as if they wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. It's really a divine tool from the ancient era. Perhaps it's a primal chaos grade divine tool. This change made Chong Liang the most excited, because relying on the sacred bell's prestige to defeat his shaman thunder, that treasure was definitely extraordinary. It's finally unearthed. This bell has always been hidden in the sacred mountain, and the sacred mountain is so hard that even my horns can't break it open. Only now did it suddenly appear. Could it be that there's some profound mystery behind it? The Ox Demon clan's patriarch's eyes were burning. Although he was not far from the sacred mountain, he couldn't touch the sacred bell in the slightest. Moreover, he knew that the sacred mountain wasn't left behind in the era of the gods, but in the ancient era. That was because there was an even more terrifying battle between the great gods in the ancient era. It was even more intense than the great war between the eras. The sacred mountain was broken at that time, and it was brought to the Holding Ear Ox Cave by the great divine ability of their Ox Demon clan's ancestor. Afterward, their ancestor disappeared, as if he entered another void. However, before leaving, he told the Ox Demon clan that the sacred mountain was no small matter, and they must remember not to barge in recklessly. The Ox Demon clan naturally didn't dare to violate this ancestral teaching. However, too many years had passed, and the Ox Demon clan had gradually forgotten this ancestral teaching. In their opinion, the sacred mountain in the Holding Ear Ox Cave should belong to the Ox Demon clan. Something's not right. Why did the sacred bell appear when the seal of the Holding Ear Ox Cave was about to be lifted? Also, after this group of people came, the divine bell rang. Could it be that the divine bell is related to this group of people? I've heard that in ancient times, after the ancient gods fell, many people were reincarnated. Perhaps the owner of the divine bell was among them. At the very least, it was the descendant of the ancient gods who came here, causing the divine bell to awaken. However, what kind of bell is this divine bell? In a short moment, several thoughts flashed through the head of the Ox Demon clan. Of course, everyone had their own ulterior motives. The eyes of the Spirit Nation's experts flickered incessantly, and Sir Ning's face was filled with excitement. Before coming here, the great god of the Spirit Nation had said that the Holding Ear Ox Cave had countless treasures left behind by the gods, and the most famous one was the sacred bell. However, the great god of the Spirit Nation also said that it was fine if they could obtain the sacred bell, but if they couldn't, then it was fine. The most important thing was the iron box. Now he had obtained the iron box. As for the divine bell user, Lord Ning wanted to take it for himself. Dong. At this time, the third bell rang. This last bell was slightly different, as if an elder was chanting in a low voice. Looking at the horizon of the sacred mountain, countless people had a strange feeling. It was a kind of confusion, but also a kind of familiarity. Of course, not everyone had this feeling. Some people weren't affected at all, and Lin Ling was one of them. What's going on? Lin Ling turned around and saw that God Emperor Zhonggang and Giant Ghost were in a daze, especially Shengyi, whose eyes were shining with a strange light. However, the others didn't, such as Grandpa Treasure God, Lin Ling, and even Lin Ling didn't feel anything when he saw Yu Yu and the others in the distance. I'm guessing that those who have this kind of feeling must have seen this bell in their previous life. Even if they haven't seen it, they must have heard of it. Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu said solemnly, "It's mine." At this time, a god finally made a move. It was an old man with a bottle in his hand. His strength was unparalleled, and he rushed up the sacred mountain. In your dreams. However, how could the other experts let him do as he wished? The second expert to make a move was the Ox Demon clan's patriarch. Next, Chong Liang also made a move. At a closer look, it wasn't just the gods, even the gods in the distance were looking over. Then, as if possessed, they all flew towards the sacred mountain. Boom. Boom. As a result, an even more intense battle broke out in order to fight for the god clock. Lei Gong, help us. At this time, Titanic Crescent God also roared, requesting the help of Lei Gong's great hall. Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling obviously wouldn't give him any face, so Kirishin also called for help. Alright. Lin Ling didn't care too much, and led the experts towards the sacred mountain. Although he didn't get along with Titanic Crescent God and the others, there were too many experts below the sacred mountain. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't stupid. He knew that Lei Gong's great hall wouldn't be able to deal with all of the experts. Only the four gods working together could do so. Die for me. Lin Ling took the lead, and with the tyrannical song in his hand, a sea of blood roiled as he instantly reaped the lives of several ox demons. Behind him, Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu and the others also arrived. They used all their strength to sweep away the experts in their path. Lin Ling, I'll go fight Sir Ning. Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu shouted at Lin Ling, and then disappeared. He had a grudge with Sir Ning, so he couldn't care less about the bell. He only wanted to kill Sir Ning. Lin Ling, come quickly. At the waist of the sacred mountain, the battle there was even more terrifying. The gods were crazily clashing, causing the sky to explode and the earth to shatter. However, the sacred mountain was like an iron mountain, and didn't move in the slightest. Little bastard, don't think that just because you're Lei Gong, you're a god. When Lin Ling stepped onto the divine mountain, a god also had his eyes on him. It was a god that Lin Ling had never seen before, but he was very powerful. He had the strength of a peak lesser deity. Lin Ling, I'm here to help you. Seeing this, the young Qilin leaped over and turned into a green-furred Qilin. The moment the wind pearl appeared, it created a storm on the sacred mountain. Die for me. Chapter 44:21. Although the two of them were strong, they were still unable to stop the god. The god revealed his true form, which was a huge black dragon with the body of a dragon god. It was unknown whether he came from the Dragon Valley or not. 5 dragons Dao. Hidden dragons. The black dragon seemed to be overturning the seas and rivers as it circled around the sacred mountain. It opened its mouth and spat out countless black dragons. At the same time, the radiant golden dragon and the others recognized the black dragon and said, "It's him, Imperial Uncle. He disappeared for so long. I didn't expect him to come here. I thought he was dead." The radiant golden dragon said in shock, because the black dragon was the younger brother of the dragon god from the Dragon Valley. Lin Ling, I'm here to help you. Seeing that Lin Ling and the young Qilin were unable to resist, the Steel Slayer god and the giant ghost arrived and joined forces to fight the dragon god. The pressure on Lin Ling and the young Qilin was greatly reduced, and they even showed signs of a counterattack. Lin Ling's group of 4 were the strongest in Lei Gong's hall, and they had extraordinary backgrounds. When they joined forces, their strength was not to be underestimated. Coiling Dragon Eruption. When it saw this, the black dragon that was hovering in midair roared furiously as well, and then it withdrew countless black dragons and allowed them to coil around its body, and it actually transformed into a dragon pool. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the dragon pool was filled with black dragons swimming about, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. Don't waste time with him. Go to the sacred mountain. Lin Ling said to young Qilin and the others when he saw this scene. This was because he saw countless gods coming from afar, all wanting to snatch the god bell. Looking at the ground, there were countless mad bulls galloping. The descendants of the ox devils had all transformed, and were sweeping across the land. The entire sacred mountain was in chaos. It could be said that the gods were going crazy. Therefore, it was not good to waste time with the black dragon. I got it. At this time, the old man who rushed out first was very close to the bell. Not far behind him, Eugene was not slow either. He was the second to reach the peak of the sacred mountain, followed by the Titanic Crescent god. Unfortunately, they were one step too slow. There's a cave at the peak of the sacred mountain. After Yushin rushed to the top of the divine mountain, she cried out in surprise. The cave. Now Lin Ling had already rushed to the mountainside with a few people. After hearing that sentence, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had always been curious about the whereabouts of the sword demon's head, but now he had a feeling that it was in the sacred mountain. This also meant that the treasures of the sacred mountain were not related to the sacred bell. The sacred mountain was a world of its own, and there were many treasures inside. Ignore the cave, get the sacred bell. The Titanic Crescent god also let out a low growl, and his eyes turned red as if he was in a hurry. Hearing that, Eugene, and rushed to the sacred bell. Haha, you're too late. I've already opened the way out. As long as I get the divine clock, I'll be able to leave with it. The old man who was closest to the sacred bell laughed and threw the bottle in his hand at the sacred bell. Then, a terrifying suction force was generated from the bottle. This bottle was obviously an existence that surpassed the innate divine weapon, and it came from the era of gods. Ha ha ha, the sacred bell is mine. The old man laughed and looked down at the gods below the sacred mountain, as if he was the ruler of the world. Dong. However, when the light from the bottle shrouded the sacred bell, the bell did not move at all. Instead, it let out a majestic chime as if it was filled with disdain. The chime seemed invisible, but it was mixed with the terrifying power of the sacred stairs. Not only did it shatter the light from the bottle, It also cracked the bottle, and it exploded without any resistance. "What's going on?" the old man exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, cracks appeared all over his body. Then, under everyone's gaze, he exploded. Boom. The explosion did not leave behind any flesh or blood, as if it was just a piece of paper. A god had fallen here. One had to know that it was difficult for a god to die. At least in the current era, there was no power that could kill a god in one move. But now, a powerful god had died. Not only was he unable to resist, he was even killed by the chime of the sacred bell. Could it be that the sacred bell has an owner? At this moment, whether it was the gods who were fighting on the sacred mountain, or the gods who came from afar, they were all shocked. However, not only were they not afraid, they were even more excited. This was because they had finally witnessed the power of the sacred bell. If they could get their hands on it, they would definitely become an indomitable existence in the 9 continents. As for the power that came from the sacred bell, although they knew that it was terrifying, they had always thought that they were the true owners of the sacred bell, and the sacred bell would never hurt them. Be it humans or gods, their greed was endless. Especially when they saw a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. Their greed made them lose their cool. "Eugene," Titanic Crescent God shouted. "Use the reverence formula, don't touch the sacred bell." Okay. Although Eugene was afraid of the sacred bell, her goal was the same as Titanic Crescent Gods, which was to take revenge on the will of the world. Therefore, in order to become stronger, she was willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. At this moment, she was the closest person to the sacred bell, so her hands formed a complicated seal. Sandalwood incense floated in the air, and an incense burner floated around her. She silently chanted as if she was inviting a god. This was the reverence formula, which did not touch the treasure, but used sincerity to obtain the treasure. More often than not, such a technique could indeed be used to obtain treasures. Of course, it was mostly used to summon a deity. However, to summon a deity, one had to use all their strength. Therefore, when using the respect formula, Yushin was at her weakest. However, a miracle also occurred. When the power of sincerity lingered around the divine bell, it slowly floated toward Yushin, causing her to be delighted. Not good. Everyone was so angry that they gritted their teeth. They never thought that this world-destroying treasure would end up in the hands of the 4 gods. When they looked at the Kurishin and the others, they were all laughing excitedly. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Just when they thought that Eugene had taken the sacred bell, a palm suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed heavily on Eugene's back. At this moment, Eugene had used all her strength to invite a god, but she could not block it. Ift. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked back in disbelief, and her pupils trembled as she spat out another mouthful of blood. This second mouthful of blood was obviously due to shock and anger. This was because the person who had appeared behind her was a woman. Her face was pale, but her eyes were burning with fire. She was Luli Empress. Chapter 44-22. Tianlioliyu. Tianlioli. Eugene trembled as she looked down at the spear in her chest. If she remembered correctly, this was the treasure she gave to Tianlioli. It was called the Purgatory Divine Spear, and it was used to break through the defenses of God energy. But now, it was being used to kill her. Eugene couldn't accept such a drastic change. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Empress-colored glaze remained emotionless. She raised her right hand, and with the help of Yoshin's reverence formula, she slowly summoned the god clock over. This caused the 4 gods to curse in anger. Only now did they realize that they had been tricked. Tianlioli. Tianlioli. The Titanic Crescent god and Kurishin had ugly expressions. This was especially true for the Titanic Crescent god. He wanted to slap himself 3 times. He had trusted Luli Empress and even pleaded with Lin Ling to save Luli Empress. This was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. The Titanic Crescent god was filled with regret. "Lioli, I treated you like a daughter. Why? Eugene's mouth was bleeding, but she didn't care about her injuries. She continued to look at Luli Empress. To her, the pain in her heart could never compare to the pain in her body. She had already treated Luli Empress as her successor. She would guide her carefully and treat her as her disciple. There is no reason. It's because I feel that the four gods cannot compare to the spirit nation. The four gods will be destroyed sooner or later, so for my future, I must choose my own path. Luli Empress said expressionlessly. This was a thought that came from the bottom of her heart. She didn't care about the will of the world. She only cared about herself. She was like this when she betrayed Li Xiaoyao. And it was the same now. Lin Ling is right. Eugene gritted her teeth after hearing Luli Empress's merciless words. She knew that she was wrong, very wrong. She should have listened to Lin Ling and trusted Lin Ling. She chose to believe in her own eyes, and the final price she had to pay was to hurt herself. Eugene, don't think too highly of yourself. I know that you've betrayed many people during your growth. This is just a cycle of karma. I'm here to seek justice for those that you've betrayed. The colored glaze Empress said again. She even snorted disdainfully at the end. Of course, she put it nicely, as if she wasn't doing it for herself, but for those who had died at the hands of Eugene. Luli Empress, you're shameless. In the distance, Titanic Crescent God couldn't help but curse. These godly masters had killed many people during their growth. This was unavoidable. However, the glazed Empress used this as an excuse, as if she wanted to seek justice for those people. Yes, every expert has to face countless stepping stones before they grow. In order to become stronger, they have to get rid of those stepping stones. I, Eugene, have killed many people in my life, but I have a clear conscience. Even though I've killed many, I've made up for it even more. During the War of the Gods, I saw my master, senior brother, junior sister, and even my enemies and their friends die at the hands of the will of the world. The only thing I can do is to fight against the will of the world with all my might. Not only did I avenge my enemies, but I also avenge them. Even if they're still alive, I still have the face to face them. At this moment, Yushin spoke in a fierce voice. Excuses. Luli Empress sneered, not caring about Eugene's words at all. Luli Empress, well done. At this moment, Lord Ning's loud laughter could be heard from afar. Hurry up and bring the divine clock over. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a jade plum appeared in his hand. He then threw it out. The jade plum grew bigger and bloomed. 5 figures walked out from it. These 5 people looked exactly the same. They had white hair and white hair, but they had white hair and youthful faces. They held a sword in their hands. The immortal sword was like an otherworldly expert. Supreme God Wu Mei. Kirishin's eyes trembled when he saw the 5, because he recognized them. They were the 5 ancient deities of the 9 continents. However, they didn't care about worldly affairs and hid near One World Mountain. After a long time, many people forgot about them. It was said that these 5 people were transformed from the 5 roots of the plum blossom. Even their personalities were exactly the same. It was very strange. Even though their strength was only at the level of mid-stage low-level deities, when the 5 of them joined forces, they would even dare to fight a mid-level deity. Help her. After these 5 people appeared, Lord Ning also issued an order. He was currently being blocked by treasure god Nanwufingyu. So he needed the help of these 5 people. Yes. The 5 old men nodded and immediately flew towards Luli Empress. Damn it. Seeing this, Titanic Crescent God and Kirishin rushed over in a frenzy, wanting to take back the divine clock. Swoosh. However, the 5 old men attacked at the same time. Plum blossoms bloomed, and 5 sword lights mixed with the power of ice and snow flew towards Titanic Crescent God and the others. These 5 swords were sandwiched between the divine stairs. Rumble. Titanic Crescent God, and the others could only dodge and watch as Luli Empress left. Luli Empress, you're despicable. How dare you betray us? The experts of the 4 great deities were all cursing. They thought that the 4 great deities would only get the divine clock, but who knew that they would end up helping someone else instead? Eugene, you're so unlucky. Beside Lin Ling, the young Qilin was gloating. Previously, when Eugene interrupted Lin Ling's revenge, the Great Hall of Lei Gong was already unhappy. So when they saw Eugene in such a state, they were naturally happy. After all, Eugene and Titanic Crescent God were the main culprits behind Lei Gong's death. If not for Lei Gong forbidding them from taking revenge, they would have kicked Eugene while he was down. This is the price of being stubborn, Lin Ling said calmly. He did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Yushin. Lin Ling, help me. Lend me your strength. At this time, Sheng Yi suddenly said to Lin Ling and the others. His eyes were fixed on Luli Empress's divine clock. This change shocked Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling immediately asked, Sheng Yi, what's wrong? The divine clock is calling me, but I'm not strong enough to communicate with it. Sheng Yi continued to look at the divine clock and said solemnly, in fact, when I entered the Ji, Urok's cave, I felt that something was calling me. Boom. Lin Ling and the others felt their hearts explode when they heard this. They knew that the divine clock had always been hidden in the sacred mountain. It had only flown out of the sacred mountain recently. It was very strange. Therefore, many people had their guesses. Could it be that the owner of the divine clock had come and caused the divine clock to awaken? Now that Sheng Yi said this, could it be that Sheng Yi was the reason for awakening the divine clock? Are you sure? Lin Ling immediately asked. Chapter 44-23. What clock is that? Young Qilin asked. After all, Sheng Yi was weak. If he got close to the god clock, he might be killed. It was better to be cautious. Sheng Yi didn't say anything. He continued to look at the god clock, as if he was communicating with it. After a while he said, one of the 12 chaos artifacts, the Donghuang Bell. What? Lin Ling's face changed when he heard Sheng Yi's words. He knew that this was the Donghuang Tai's natal artifact, the Donghuang Bell. Will help you. Without hesitation, Lin Ling appeared behind Sheng Yi and poured all of his divine energy into his body. I'll help you too. Young Qilin, Zhanggang, and the giant ghost did the same. They poured all of their energy into Sheng Yi's body. Normally, with Saint Yi's strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand so much Shen Yuan. But what shocked Lin Ling and the others was that after the Shen Yuan surged into Saint Yi's body, it seemed to disappear into a bottomless pit. Something's not right. It seems like Sheng Yi is related to the god clock. Noticing this, Lin Ling and the others were overjoyed. If the Lei Gong Hall obtained the Donghuang Bell, their Lei Gong Hall's strength would increase greatly. Sheng Yi could feel the divine energy in his body rumbling. He stared at the god clock in Luli Empress's hand. His eyes flashed and landed on the god clock. Dong. A voice that only he could hear sounded in Sheng Yi's mind. Child, you're finally here. The Donghuang is in trouble. You need to save him. There's no time to lose. An old voice sounded. Sheng Yi had the bloodline of the Donghuang Tai. He had completely awakened the god clock. Almost at the same time, Sheng Yi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. It was as if the Donghuang Tai had descended. What a terrifying aura. Lin Ling and the others stood behind Sheng Gui and were instantly enveloped by an ancient aura, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, they were the only ones who could sense the domineering aura of the shareholder emperor. The others were still staring at Luli Empress. Their eyes were filled with envy, anger, and excitement. No one was more excited than the experts of the Spirit Nation. Great. Our Spirit Kingdom has one more god. That's great. An old man from the Spirit Kingdom laughed heartily. The deities fought for the bell. Who would have thought that our Spirit Nation would be the final winner? Haha, interesting. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes also shouted excitedly. Then he looked at the people below the divine mountain mockingly and said, Ants, hate and envy all you want, but what's the use? Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, even more laughter came from the Spirit Kingdom. They looked at the people of the four gods with their noses pointed to the sky, with an insufferably arrogant look. These bastards. Even Lord Ning, who had always been calm, smiled faintly. Not only did he not reprimand these experts for not being steady enough, he even laughed with them. This was because he also knew how terrifying this divine bell was. It was a joyous occasion that the Spirit Nation had obtained it. As for Luli Empress, who had made a great contribution, she also smiled. Although she was now seriously injured, she believed that as long as she returned to the Spirit Nation, her injuries would definitely recover. Because of her contribution, the Spirit Nation would reward her greatly and her strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This way, she would also have a chance to defeat Lin Ling. Thinking of this, she could not help but look for Lin Ling among the experts in the mountain. She wanted to show off in front of Lin Ling. However, before she could find Lin Ling, she felt that something was amiss. This was because the divine bell that she was carrying had floated out on its own, and was floating toward the mountainside. Look, the divine bell is floating away. Someone who had been staring at Luli Empress had also noticed this scene. As for the experts of the Spirit Nation, they were originally laughing loudly. However, they gradually stopped laughing and all of them maintained their laughing expressions. It was very strange. The divine bell had flown away. What was going on? Impossible, come back, come back. Of course, the most anxious person was Luli Empress. She kept shouting, trying to get the divine bell to fly back. Unfortunately, the divine bell was brought out by Eugene and she could not get it back. Even if she could, she might not be able to get it back. She could only watch as the divine bell floated further and further away. This made her feel as though she was watching her path to becoming stronger, drifting further and further away. My divine bell. Luli Empress was so angry that her long hair was messed up. She hugged her head with both hands and had a look of disbelief on her face. How could this be? Could it be that the divine bell can't leave the sacred mountain? At the foot of the sacred mountain, the gods were also frowning. This scene was too strange for them. It wasn't easy to get the divine bell, but it actually floated away. Heavens, are you playing with me? Even Lord Ning seemed to have lost his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is this the will of the heavens? The divine bell can't leave the sacred mountain." He could not think of a reason and could only think of it this way. Ha ha ha, old friend, suffer. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare for treasure god Namwufingyu. It would be strange if he did not add insult to injury. Boom boom boom. He attacked crazily, beating Lord Ning until he vomited blood and was forced to retreat. He was in a very sorry state. However, Lord Ning did not care about that humiliation. He continued to stare at the divine bell, as if he was unwilling to part with it. Why? It was obvious that the duck in his mouth had suddenly flown away. This was not a small blow to him. Ha ha ha. Compared to his heartache, the ox demon patriarch was laughing excitedly. The other gods were the same. In their opinion, if the divine bell was ownerless, then they still had a chance to obtain it. There's no reason. However, at this moment, a faint laugh suddenly sounded. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling float out and glance at the gods. He smiled and said, "Because the divine bell belongs to our Leigong Hall." Bullshit. Hearing this, countless angry curses sounded at the same time. In their opinion, a mere Lin Ling was not qualified to obtain such a divine bell. After all, even Eugene and the others had failed. Lin Ling, a newly ascended god, was definitely lacking. Lin Ling, I know you're gloating, but laugh at us all you want. You're dreaming if you want to obtain the divine bell. Lord Ning said coldly after taking treasure god Nanwufingyu's attack. He thought that Lin Ling was obviously laughing at them. Is that so? Then take a look at which direction the divine bell is flying towards. Lin Ling did not care about the angry curses of the people, and continued to laugh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, many people focused their eyes and blinked continuously. It looks like it's really flying towards Lin Ling. You're seeing things. How is that possible? The divine bell is flying back to the top of the mountain. How can it fly to the top of the mountain? But it does look like it. Give me a slap. I think I'm seeing things. Chapter 44-24. But for Lin Ling, not only did it not seem like an invitation, it seemed like the god bell had taken the initiative to come to him. Moreover, as the god bell got closer and closer, everyone was finally certain that the god bell was flying towards Lin Ling. Oh my god! This scene caused the usually calm Lord Ning to roar. Did that brat really take it? Namwufingyu no longer cared about beating Lord Ning. His face was full of shock. Snatch it! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded. It was the voice of the black dragon. The voice also caused everyone to react, especially the Ox Demon Tribe's patriarch. At this moment, thick smoke was coming out of his nose as he transformed into a huge mad bull and charged towards Lin Ling. The gods were on the verge of going crazy. All of them had lost their minds. This was because if the god bell returned to the sacred mountain, they subconsciously believed that it would be difficult to snatch it away, and that ordinary people would not be able to obtain it. However, the god bell was flying towards Lin Ling, which meant that anyone could have the chance to obtain it. Moreover, the god bell was at the peak of the mountain, and many people were far away from it. Now that it was flying towards the middle of the mountain, the distance was obviously one step closer. Boom boom boom. Countless gods rushed towards Linling, and a large number of them were experts. This undoubtedly caused the area around Linling to tremble, and even the bare sacred mountain was swaying. Linling, this brat. This terrifying scene caused the Kirishin and the others to jump in fright, because Linling was now surrounded by all the gods. They were afraid that he would be torn apart. These guys have all gone crazy. Looking at God Emperor Zhonggang and the others, cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads. Indeed, treasures like the god bell were enough to make people lose their minds. Linling, can Saint Guyi be trusted? The giant ghost looked at Linling nervously. If they couldn't rely on Saint Guyi, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Saint Guyi actually has the confidence to communicate with the god bell. I believe that he will definitely be able to obtain it. Linling was still floating in the air as he said faintly, "That's great." Hearing that, Emperor God Zhonggang and the young Qilin let out a sigh of relief. But I'm not sure if Shengyi, who has the god clock, can stop so many people. However, Linling's following words directly flabbergasted them. What the hell are you doing? Why are you saying this at a time like this? If we can't stop these people, what's the point of obtaining the god clock? Giant Ghost and the others were speechless. I don't know. Linling smiled bitterly. He had floated up because he knew that even if he didn't say anything, everyone would notice the change after some time. Therefore, he could only hope that Shengyi would be reliable. Give me the god clock. While Linling and the others were talking, the gods had already arrived. They attacked Linling and the others mercilessly. Given Linling's current state, how could he stop them? Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to stop so many gods. This was especially true for the Ox Demon clan's patriarch, who had transformed into a huge red ox demon. His nostrils spewed fire, and his ears spat thunder. He was extremely terrifying. Wherever he passed, the gods would be crushed and die. Bang, bang, bang. He sprinted madly all the way, as if he was a savage beast from ancient times. We can't stop them. Shengyi, you've put on a good show for us. Seeing that the red ox demon was getting closer and closer, Linling's bitter smile deepened. I didn't expect that we would die together. Emperor God Zhonggang waved his chains, ready to fight to the death. Of course, he believed that this was just a last-ditch struggle. Lord Lei Gong, I'm back. However, at this moment, Shengyi, who was among Linling and the others, finally opened his eyes. In his hand was a god clock. His eyes were like lightning, as though the Eastern Emperor had arrived. Shengyi. Seeing this, Linling and the others were overjoyed. However, after Shengyi bowed to Linling, he took a step forward. When he passed by Linling and the others, he gently raised the god clock in his hand. At the same time, the red ox demon arrived, but it was blocked by the god clock. Freeze! Just as the red ox demon crashed into the god clock, a deafening sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire Ji-Er Ox cave was shaking. Crack. Then under countless gazes, the huge red ox demon's horns broke. Like a kite, it flew backward and somersaulted in the sky, disappearing into the distance. What's going on? This terrifying scene caused all the gods who were rushing over to stop in their tracks. Their pupils trembled, and their faces quietly turned pale. The Ox Demon clan's patriarch's strength was obvious to all. It could be said that he was one of the strongest gods present, comparable to Chang Liang. However, not only did his attack fail to kill Linling and the others, but it also broke the ox's horns and disappeared like a bug. If they didn't know about the enmity between the Ox Demon clan's patriarch and Linling, they would have thought that the Ox Demon clan's patriarch was here to make a fool of himself. Lord Lei Gong, I'm glad that I didn't disappoint you. Shengyi stood behind the Donghuang bell, and said to Linling calmly. Although he had become the Donghuang Tai, in his heart, Linling would always be his lord. Without Linling, Holy Unity Sect wouldn't be where it was today. Very good. Linling instantly smiled while Emperor God Zhonggang and the others were relieved. Then they all laughed out loud. This was because none of them had expected that the Thunder God Palace would have the last laugh in this battle for the bell. Shengyi, who are you? In the distance, Lord Ning stared at Shengyi. He knew that even he didn't dare to approach the god bell. Now that Shengyi had taken it, this meant that Shengyi wasn't simple. Damn it! Such an expert was actually Lin Ling's subordinate, which made him very jealous. I'm from Lei Gong's Great Hall. Shengyi also looked at Lord Ning indifferently. There was no fear in his eyes. Good. Lord Ning nodded heavily and smiled. Lei Gong's Great Hall has declined, and Lin Ling is a new god. There's no future for you to follow him, and you'll never surpass him. Are you willing to accept this? The Spirit Nation had always been recruiting talents in the 9 prefectures. Now that Shengyi had taken the god bell, his future would be extraordinary. Therefore, Lord Ning wanted to recruit Shengyi personally. Moreover, he believed that Shengyi was a hot-blooded man who didn't want to fall behind others. Especially now that he had obtained the god bell, he would definitely want to become a god and leave Lei Gong's Great Hall. Chapter 44-25. Lord Ning continued. His words made many people realize that Lord Ning had used a psychological attack to make Saint Guyi leave the Thunder God Palace and join the Spirit Nation. Lord Ning was indeed astute. However, Lord Ning's words weren't without reason. Humans strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower places. Now that Shengyi had obtained the God Clock, his potential was extraordinary. He shouldn't fall behind Lin Ling. Come to our Spirit Nation. Our Spirit Nation can make you a god above the Saint Spirits. Your status won't be lower than mine. Moreover, our Spirit Nation can give you any treasure you want. It will allow you to be like a fish in water and increase your strength by another level. Lord Ning licked the fire again and said with a smile. At this moment, many people began to think that Saint Guyi would leave the Lei Gong Hall. Old ghost, you're too cunning. You're trying to trick us from the Lei Gong Hall. Treasure God Nan Wufingyu scolded angrily. Haha, it can't be considered bewitching. Saint Guyi has his own thoughts. How could I have bewitched him? I merely gave him a clear path. Lord Ning also felt that Saint Guyi had made the best choice. Spirit Nation's god, that sounds good. At this moment, Saint Guyi, who had been silent, finally spoke. Not good. Emperor God Zhang Gang's expression changed. Although they had fought side by side with Saint Guyi, a person's heart was unpredictable. Now that Saint Guyi was not the same as before, betraying the Lei Gong Hall was not impossible. They quickly looked at Lin Ling but found that Lin Ling was silent. This made them even more anxious. Of course, did you agree? That's great. Ha ha ha. The greatest reward of our trip to the Ji Air Ox Cave is to get a fierce general like you to join us. Lord Ning immediately smiled, feeling a little excited. Although he didn't get the God Clock, he got Saint Guyi. He had done a great thing for Spirit Nation. Who said I agreed? But at this time, Shengyi spoke again. His words stunned everyone in the Spirit Kingdom. Was this Shengyi a fool? What did you say? Lord Ning also thought that Saint Guyi had lost his mind. How could following Lin Ling compare to becoming a god of Ling Kingdom? I said, when did I agree? Shengyi spoke again. I know what you mean and what you are thinking, but you are underestimating me too much. Let me tell you, I will never leave Lei Gong Hall in this life. I was born as a member of Lei Gong Hall, and I will die as a ghost of Lei Gong Hall. Lin Ling will always be my Lord Lei Gong. His voice was calm, but it was powerful. Crazy. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't understand what kind of charm Lin Ling had to make Saint Guyi follow him around like this. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Looking at God Emperor Zhang and the others, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. After that, they looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Lin Ling, could it be that he already knew this would happen? This guy is really calm. God Emperor Zhang couldn't help but admire him. In truth, Lin Ling wasn't surprised by Shengyi's decision. He knew the relationship between Shengyi and Lei Gong. The latter was like Lei Gong's son, so he definitely wouldn't leave Lei Gong Hall. In addition, Lin Ling had helped Shengyi many times. For example, this time, if it wasn't for Lei Gong Hall, Shengyi might not have been able to obtain the God Clock. Therefore, Shengyi wouldn't leave Lei Gong Hall. I really envy Lin Ling. Many gods looked at Shengyi at first, but their gazes eventually landed on Lin Ling. They knew that after Lin Ling obtained Shengyi, the Leigong Hall would become even stronger. Not only will I not leave Leigong Hall, but I will also treat the world consciousness as my enemy for the rest of my life. Shengyi spoke again. With a wave of his right hand, the ancient god clock floated up and hung in front of him. You guys have always been curious about what this clock is, right? Today, I will tell you. This clock is one of the 12 chaos artifacts of the primordial era. It's called the Eastern Emperor Clock, and it was the treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Shengyi looked down on the crowd as he spoke. The Eastern Emperor Clock, that's the Eastern Emperor Clock. The crowd was shocked, envious and fearful at the same time. They were envious because Saint Guyi had obtained such a great treasure. But they were fearful because Saint Guyi's strength had soared to the heavens after obtaining such a great treasure. He was now comparable to the 4 gods. In the past, this clock was the strongest of the 12 chaos artifacts. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. In order to show you how strong it is, I will show you part of it. Shengyi said. That's not necessary. We already know how strong it is. Hearing that, Lord Ning took a step back as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That's right, that's right. Senior Shengyi, we can just look at it from afar. The other gods also took a step back, fear written all over their faces. Even the gods were no exception. They all had a feeling that if Shengyi activated the clock, the consequences would be unimaginable. What if I insist on activating the clock? However, Shengyi continued in a cold voice. How dare you? Seeing how overbearing Shengyi was, the experts of the spiritual kingdom couldn't help but roar. Although Sage Guei was a nameless existence who had risen to the heavens in a single bound, they were only afraid of the divine bell, not Sage Guei. Now that Shengyi was determined to activate the god clock, he was being shameless. There's nothing to be afraid of, Shengyi said calmly. His eyebrows twitched, and the god clock in front of him began to vibrate. Dong. Following that, a destructive sound rang out. Time seemed to have stopped, and no one could move. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they didn't see any power coming. However, they had a strange feeling. It was a power that could destroy everything, and it was like a tidal wave. It spread out from the mountainside. Not good. The expressions of the gods changed. They used all their strength to activate the divine stairs and retreat. They could barely escape, but the gods couldn't. They were frozen on the ground, and when the sound of the clock passed through them, it was as if an ancient power had destroyed everything. Whoosh. They trembled slightly, and then their bodies scattered like ashes, drifting away with the wind. The gods disappeared in an instant, leaving behind endless ashes. The divine mountain suddenly looked like the underworld mountain. At the foot of the divine mountain, the gods who wanted to rush forward all stopped in their tracks. Their mouths were wide open, and their bodies were trembling. Even the primogenitors of the underworld and the demon sealer were shocked. To them, this treasure from the Eastern Emperor Tai was too terrifying. His Majesty Leigong is going to rise. Such a terrifying god, and Lin Ling is his master. Oh my god. That's right, that's right. Shengyi is 10 times stronger than Lin Ling. Why is he willing to be under Lin Ling? Chapter 44:26. This is so infuriating. As for Lord Ning, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The usually calm him had suffered too many blows today, especially when he saw that more than half of the spiritual nation's experts were dead or injured. He knew that the spiritual nation had lost everything today. Lord Leigong, is this enough? At this moment, Shengyi turned to look at Lin Ling and asked with a smile. Although his aura was different now, his attitude towards Lin Ling was still the same as before. Yes, Lin Ling was also pleased and nodded lightly. Thank you, Lord Leigong, for the compliment. Shengyi smiled emotionally. All this time, Lin Ling had been helping him. However, he hated that he wasn't strong enough and couldn't contribute at critical moments. Now he could finally play his role. One had to know that when the Thunder Lord was forced to his death, Lin Ling was the only one in the entire Thunderlord Hall who had fought against the 4 gods. This was a thorn in his heart. He hated that he couldn't save Leigong. Therefore, he made up for what he couldn't do back then on Lin Ling. This was also to repay the kindness of the previous generation's Leigong. However, Lord Leigong, There is one more thing that I must do. Putting away his thoughts, Saint Guy suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He suddenly had a feeling that Sheng Yi was about to leave. He smiled and said, "Speak." "Because of the god clock, I must complete a task. When that task is over, I will return. However, before that, I will help Lord Lei Gong capture the enemy." Sheng Yi bowed slightly and looked at the peak of the sacred mountain. His gaze fell on a woman. And she was precisely the colored glaze Great Empress. Seeing Sheng Yi's gaze, Luli Empress trembled. She knew that something bad was about to happen. "Lord Ning, help me." Now that she was heavily injured, how could she block Saint Guy? Hearing this, Lord Ning frowned and floated towards Luli Empress. The latter was a rare powerhouse. Naturally, he couldn't hand her over to Lin Ling. Dong. However, as soon as he moved, an ancient power arrived, suppressing downwards, trapping him within the divine bell. What? Lord Ning's complexion changed. Then he erupted with his full strength and struck out again and again. However, the divine bell continued to rumble, as steady as a mountain. This kind of change also shocked everyone to the core. What a terrifying Donghuang bell. One had to know that Saint Guy did not possess such strength in the past. But now, sealing Lord Ning was as easy as lifting a finger. This was truly reaching the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, they didn't know that if it wasn't for Saint Guy's low cultivation base, he wouldn't have been able to unleash the power of the Donghuang bell. Otherwise, Lord Ning would already be dead. After Lord Ning was trapped, only the 5 Mei Supreme Gods were left. However, the 5 of them remained motionless. Obviously, they only obeyed Lord Ning. The life and death of others had nothing to do with them. I didn't expect that the biggest winner of this sacred mountain would be this junior. Since he could obtain the Donghuang bell, he must be of the bloodline of the Donghuang Tai. In the distance, Chang Liang wanted to sneak an attack on Saint Guy, but he suppressed that thought in the end. He knew that with his current strength he might not be able to hurt Saint Guy. After all, the Donghuang bell not only had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, it also had a super strong defense. At this moment, the sacred mountain was silent. Countless eyes were on Luli Empress. Luli Empress's face was pale. She finally understood the feeling of being isolated. "Lord Eugene, save me." Suddenly, she looked at Eugene and flew over with difficulty. "Sigh." Eugene sighed. She had a complicated expression. Although Luli Empress had sneaked an attack on her, she felt that Luli Empress had been momentarily blinded. Perhaps this wasn't Luli Empress's own thoughts. Perhaps she was forced to do it. "I've already helped you once. The second time will be very difficult," Eugene said plainly, shaking her head. "The second time won't be difficult." But at this moment, Luli Empress's pitiful expression changed instantly. She became ferocious. She didn't know where she came from, but she rushed in front of Eugene. She controlled Eugene with her divine energy and sealed Eugene. If it was in the past, Luli Empress wouldn't have been able to subdue Eugene. However, Eugene had used all her strength to summon the god bell, and was attacked by Luli Empress. Now she was completely helpless. Tianliuliu. After being captured, Eugene was furious. She almost believed Luli Empress. "Damn it. Shut up." Luli Empress's expression was ferocious. Then she looked at Lin Ling angrily and said, "Lin Ling, come and kill me if you can. Let me tell you, before you kill me, I'll make Eugene die with me. Haha, you're all the 4 great gods. Let's see if you dare to do it." Obviously, she wanted to use Eugene to threaten Lin Ling and escape from this life and death crisis. She believed that after surviving a great disaster, there would be good fortune in the future. After escaping this time, she would definitely be able to make a comeback. Ha ha. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ling was already laughing loudly. Furthermore, his laughter was very maniacal and wanton. The entire sacred mountain was filled with Lin Ling's laughter. His laughter shook the entire area. "What are you laughing at?" For some reason, that laughter made Luli Empress feel as if Li Xiaoya was laughing. At this moment, she was inexplicably panicking. "I'm laughing at how silly you are." After Lin Ling finished laughing, he suddenly looked at Luli Empress and said, "Don't you know who forced Lei Gong to his death? Do you think I'll care if you use Eugene to threaten me?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lily Empress's eyes trembled. That's right. Eugene and Titanic Crescent God were the murderers who forced Lei Gong to his death. Although Lei Gong didn't allow Lin Ling to take revenge, Lin Ling definitely hated Eugene. Therefore, he couldn't wait for Eugene to die. Why would he care about Eugene? Kill. Why wouldn't I? At this time Lin Ling said again. If you kill Eugene, I'll have to thank you. Lin Ling you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Eugene was quite angry. Shut up. However, Lin Ling angrily scolded. Are you an idiot? I already said that Luli Empress was from Ling Kingdom, but you didn't believe me. You even said that you believed in your own judgment. What judgment do you have? Also, you said that I wanted to kill Luli Empress because of Lei Gong's death. That caused me to lose my mind. Now that you've regained your rationality and calmness, please take a look at the person who's threatening you. I've seen idiotic women before, but this is the first time I've seen one as idiotic as you. Moreover, you're a god. God my ass. Lin Ling scolded back all the depression he felt after Lei Gong's death. Well said. In Lei Gong's great hall, everyone felt refreshed. They hated Eugene to the core. Me. Eugene's face turned green and white after being scolded by Lin Ling. Thinking about what she said to Lin Ling, she felt extremely ashamed. Saint Guyi, bring Luli Empress to me. Lin Ling ignored Eugene and ordered Saint Guyi. Chapter 44-27. Lin Ling, don't be rash. Luli Empress panicked, but Sheng Guyi did not care. He controlled the god bell and slammed it into Luli Empress. Boom. Luli Empress could only use Eugene as a shield, but she was still spitting out blood. Eugene was in an even worse state. She was originally a peerless beauty, but now her hair was in a mess. She looked like a crazy woman. She was already injured, and now that she received such a heavy blow, she was even more injured. Sheng Guyi did not care so much. He controlled the god bell and slammed it into Eugene. He was clearly using his position to avenge his personal grudge. Eugene, how pitiful. The people in the distance were muttering to themselves. They never thought that the 4 great gods of the 9 continents would only have such a day. It was too embarrassing. Lin Ling, that's enough. Although I know that you hate Eugene, we are facing a great enemy. If Eugene is injured, the Ling nation will benefit. No one knew how many times Yushin had been bumped into. Finally, a voice rang out. It was Black God. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling with a troubled expression. It's not my fault. I only wanted to capture Luli Empress. Luli Empress used Eugene as a shield. If you want to blame someone, blame Luli Empress. This time, Lin Ling did not give Kirishin any face. In his heart, he really wanted Eugene dead. He had already sworn that someone would take revenge for Lei Gong. These 2 people were Eugene and Titanic Crescent God. As long as the 2 of them were dead, Lin Ling would let the others go. Lin Ling, you are ruthless. Luli Empress saw that Lin Ling was not going to show any mercy. She finally let go of Eugene because she knew that using Eugene as a threat was useless. However, it was clearly a little too late to release Yushin now. This was because Yoshin's injuries couldn't get any worse. Her face was bruised and swollen, and many of her teeth were broken. She no longer had the dignity of a god. You are finally willing to let her go? It seems like my plan worked. However, Eugene, who was about to faint, heard Lin Ling's voice. It was as if Lin Ling had been tricking Luli Empress. He said that he did not care about Eugene's life and death, but in reality he cared. Of course, Yushin didn't know if Lin Ling really cared. He didn't care at all. The so-called stratagem was nothing but a fart. You are ruthless. Yushin spat out a mouthful of blood and eventually fainted. The Black Deity and the others caught her and smiled bitterly. They did not expect the juniors from back then to be so powerful that they could even make a god suffer a loss. Li Xiaoyao, you don't have to catch me. I will go with you. Looking at the glazed empress, she seemed to know that her calamity was near, so she gave up on resisting. In fact, she didn't have any means to resist. She then walked towards Lin Ling from the sacred mountain. Lin Ling looked at Luli Empress with a complicated expression. He did not know why, but at this moment he did not feel any excitement. Instead, his heart was as calm as water. His thoughts seemed to have returned to thousands of lifetimes ago. At that time, he was still Li Xiaorao. Let's go. Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward, walking down the divine mountain. Behind him, the glazed empress looked at Lin Ling's back with a complicated expression, as if she was trying to find Li Xiaoyao's back in the past. She bit her lips and slowly followed after him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, seemed to have returned to the past. They seemed to have returned to the small valley. At that time, Tian Liuli was innocent and naive. She liked to follow Li Xiaorao and listen to his stories. At that time, Tian Liuli had braids and liked to see Li Xiaoyao's calm and confident look. At that time, Tian Liuli did not know what love was. However, she knew that she liked to follow Li Xiaoyao. However, these were all memories in the end. The others watched the two of them leave, and did not stop them. Their gazes fell on the peak of the sacred mountain because they discovered that there seemed to be a cave there. There might be many treasures inside. The sacred bell has been taken away. However, if the sacred mountain can produce a sacred bell, there must be other powerful treasures. That's right. Let's enter the sacred mountain. I hope we can obtain treasures like the sacred bell. Then, like Shengyi, we can reach the heavens in a single step. Many deities' gazes were burning, but they did not dare to move for the time being. They were waiting for someone to take the lead and enter the sacred mountain. Yu Yu and the others watched as Lin Ling left. They did not call out to Lin Ling because they knew that Lin Ling had been waiting for this day for a long time. He wanted to settle everything once and for all. On the other side, Lin Ling led Tian Liuli forward. Brother Xiaoyao. Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling's back and finally called out to him. However, Lin Ling did not respond to her. He continued to move forward. Brother Xiaorao, I know I was wrong. Luli Empress's eyes were wet as if she was a child who had done something wrong. However, Lin Ling still acted as if he did not hear her. Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a stop. Under an ancient tree, he raised his head and looked at the boundless tree. His expression was still calm. Luli Empress also obediently came under the tree and looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In the past, there was a snow maple tree in the small valley. Every time the sun set, the maple leaves would scatter. It was very beautiful, Lin Ling said with a smile as he caught a leaf. Yeah, at that time, what I loved most was listening to Brother Xiaoyao tell stories under the tree. Speaking of this, Luli Empress also recalled the past. She also caught a leaf and said with a smile. Hee, I remember that at that time, if I didn't tell 10 stories a day, you wouldn't let me return to the small valley. Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something and shook his head helplessly. Yeah. Luli Empress laughed and nodded. At this moment, she did not look like an arrogant empress. Instead, she looked like a girl next door. She smiled and said, I remember that under the snow maple tree, Brother Xiaorao once said that no matter what I did in the future, you would forgive me. Yeah. Lin Ling nodded and finally turned to look at Luli Empress. His eyes showed a hint of complexity, as if he wanted to see the past in Luli Empress's eyes. However, at this moment, Luli Empress also revealed the gaze of a girl who had a crush on Li Xiaoyao. Her face was a little red. Brother Xiaoyao, I know that no matter what I do in the future, you will forgive me. So all these years, you have been waiting for me to apologize. Unfortunately, I have disappointed you. So this time, I don't want you to forgive me. Luli Empress put her hands behind her back and said with a smile. Suddenly, she took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. Her face was even redder and her heart was beating wildly. Brother Xiaorao has never hugged me before. This is the first time, and also the last time. Then, she gently leaned on Lin Ling and leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder like a young girl. Lin Ling allowed Luli Empress to come closer. Smelling the fragrance on Luli Empress's body, the smile on his face became warmer. Chapter 44-28. Brother Xiaoyao, have you ever liked me? At this moment, a soft voice suddenly floated out. I did. Lin Ling nodded. Terrifying divine origin energy spread out from his body and turned into rolling flames. It began to envelop Luli Empress. However, Luli Empress acted as if she didn't know Lin Ling had made his move. She had a blissful smile on her face. I also like Brother Xiaoyao. In the past, now and in the future, the person I like the most is Brother Xiaoyao. Her voice gradually became dim. Her body also quietly turned into ashes, drifting with the wind and scattering under the ancient tree. The empress of a generation, whose name once shook the void of the 9 prefectures, the goddess that countless people looked up to, had fallen here. Her pride, her glory, and her memories were all gone in the end. If I could do it all over again, perhaps, I wouldn't have brought you out of this small valley. At that time, we would have lived a normal life. Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. He raised his head and looked at the ancient tree in front of him. The gentle wind blew against his face. At this moment, he didn't feel any excitement or happiness. There was only an indescribable feeling of tranquility. After he returned, he only had one goal, and that was to kill his enemy. For this, he had worked hard his entire life. Martial God Qilin, Martial God Wen Tian, and finally Luli Empress. And he, Lin Ling, had also walked from the sacred rainforest to the 9 prefectures. Finally, he stood alone in the strongest realm in the 9 prefectures. Thinking back to everything, it was like a dream. However, Li Xiaoyao's wish was finally fulfilled. Liu Li, no matter what, you are the person I loved the most in my previous life. Lin Ling sat down under the ancient tree. He scooped up the dust beside his feet and scattered it in the air. The corner of his mouth finally revealed a smile. It was a smile of relief. However, silent tears flowed down his cheeks. Because the woman he loved the most had finally died in his hands. Everything about Li Xiaoyao is over. It's like a speck of dust, dissipating in the sky with the passing of smoke. What's left is his memories and his heart. What's left is Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He didn't know why, after Luli Empress died, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. It was as if he was a passerby who had lost his way and didn't know where to go next. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling had worked hard for revenge his entire life. Now that his revenge, the heavy burden in his heart, suddenly disappeared, he couldn't get used to it. Quietly sitting down under the tree, the sea, the waves, and the tranquility. His soul force was also quietly increasing. Faintly, he felt that everything was predestined. Regardless of whether it was the betrayal of Tian Liuli and the others, or Lin Ling's revenge, all of this was like a wheel of the great Tao of the void moving forward. The trajectory of fate seemed to pull Lin Ling onto an ancient great Tao. Without Tian Liuli, I would still be Li Xiaoyao. But Li Xiaoyao's limit may not be as strong as Lin Ling's, and the height I walk may not be as high. Could it be that this is the law of the great path? Or, is this a path that the ancient gods have arranged for me? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked at the sky. Thinking of the mysterious ancient gods' help before entering the kingdom of eternity, he also felt that his life was being controlled by someone. Someone was constantly making him stronger. Maybe, this is just my imagination. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think about it anymore. He sat there quietly and sensed the essence of his body increasing. Whoosh! A breeze blew, and the tree swayed. The man under the tree was like a sitting god. In the distance, a meteor flew past. Several gods were flying in the direction of the sacred mountain. However, when they passed by Lin Ling's head, they didn't notice anything. Even the demons around him acted as if they couldn't see Lin Ling, as they rushed past the tree not far away. Only when one stood under the ancient tree could one vaguely see the 4 rays of light: red, yellow, blue, and black. Moreover, among the 4 rays of light, a dim light quietly flickered. This light was purple. These 5 lights were like the children of Bodhi. They floated under the tree and didn't dissipate for a long time. And this was the Bodhi testimony divine technique. After an unknown period of time, a figure walked out of the clouds. Then he walked forward step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but it had its own rhythm. In a few steps, he disappeared between heaven and earth. Unknowingly, my soul force has reached 120,000 levels. The one who disappeared was Lin Ling. Looking at the ancient tree again, there was an additional sense of holiness. On the tree trunk, 5 modeled Bodhi imprints were engraved. As if they had a spirit, they constantly nourished the tree. What was originally an ordinary tree seemed to have turned into a Bodhi tree. It was as if it had attained Tao. After Lin Ling left, a formless wind suddenly swept up in the nearby area. This wind was mixed with bits of starlight. It blew the dust on the ground, enveloping a large amount of dust and drifting into the distance. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely feel that the power hidden in this formless wind was the power of the spirit nation. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He flew in the direction of the sacred mountain. Looking around, he suddenly realized that there were very few gods in the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Moreover, there were gods flying in from afar and disappearing at the peak of the sacred mountain. Someone has finally entered the cave of the sacred mountain. I wonder how Saint Guyi is doing, and how Yu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was getting closer and closer to the sacred mountain. Haha, so this is the legendary sacred mountain. I didn't waste my time coming from afar. I heard that countless treasures have been unearthed from this mountain. During the great battle a year ago, the gods frantically opened up the sacred mountain. Now they have reaped a bountiful harvest. Let's not miss this opportunity. Let's speed up. Vaguely, Lin Ling could hear the conversation of the gods in the distance. A year. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then he stopped and stared at the gods who were flying over. Sirs, may I ask you something? Bullshit, who do you think you are? Scram, or don't blame me for stomping you to death. Damn it, is this guy crazy? How can he stop us and ask for directions? Does he think he's a god? The gods who were flying over glared at Lin Ling and cursed angrily. Lin Ling shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, a huge amount of divine energy enveloped one of the gods and pulled him over. You're courting death. What a powerful divine energy. Heavens, who is this guy? He's ridiculously strong. The person who was pulled over was furious at first. However, when he sensed Lin Ling's power, he immediately became obedient. Chapter 44-29. Holy shit. Is he a mid-stage lower deity? The expressions of the gods in the distance changed, and they hurriedly flew over and saluted Lin Ling. Things were different now. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, more and more experts became gods. They used to have the strength of a deity, which was enough to laugh at the void of the 9 prefectures. But now they were just ordinary existences. Although it was hard to accept, it was also a sign of the times moving forward. If they could not accept it, they could only be eliminated. Senior, you are so powerful. Could it be that you have the strength of a god? This strength of a god is more than 5,000. TSK. Senior, your divine origin is so strong. You are definitely a mid-stage lower deity. Senior, may I know your name? The few people who had arrived all said respectfully. From the looks of it, they were somewhat excited. After all, they knew that there were countless demons in the cave. If they could get to know an expert, they would be safer in the cave. You can talk all you want. If you make me too bored, I will kill you. Lin Ling said coldly, expressionless. After he said that, the deities stopped talking. They were so scared that they trembled. How long has it been since the fight for the divine bell? Lin Ling asked when he saw that they did not dare to talk anymore. 1 year. It has been 1 year since the fight for the bell. The deities said eagerly. 1 year. It has been 1 year. Lin Ling was shocked. He felt that only a few days had passed. He could still remember the scene when Luli Empress died. Then he asked, how are the deities? We are not sure. We only heard that a treasure was unearthed on the divine mountain. So we rushed into the divine world and came to the cave. But we heard that all the deities entered the divine mountain. Some left, and some are still in the divine mountain. Senior, this must be your first time here. I can tell you that back in the day, the battle on God Mountain was incomparably fierce, and several gods fell. Furthermore, the Thunder God Palace produced an expert who controlled the God Bell, and was invincible. Among the gods, the Thunder God Palace reaped the most benefits, and became the new Thunder God. He is incomparably amazing. As they talked, they began to talk. They did not know that the person in front of them was Lei Gong. They thought that Lei Gong had entered the divine mountain long ago. Get lost. Lin Ling did not get the information he wanted, so he waved them away. Senior, can we? Those people were naturally unwilling to do so. If you don't leave now you will die. Lin Ling shouted coldly, scaring them so much that they finally fled. Lin Ling looked at the divine mountain in the distance and flew forward again. In his eyes, the divine mountain was majestic. It was as huge as an ancient stone tablet. Moreover, There was not a single person on the divine mountain. Everyone was flying straight to the top and rushing into the divine mountain. However, a year ago, the divine mountain was full of deities and an intense battle was breaking out. A year has passed. Why do I feel like the people have changed? Is it because of Luli Empress's death? My state of mind has changed. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He did not fly to the top. Instead, he walked along the divine mountain. Grandpa Treasure God, Yu and the others are not here. Where did they go? Lin Ling's soul force quietly spread out. However, he did not see anyone familiar. Suddenly, he came to the place where he stood last time, and saw an inconspicuous stone tablet. It was about half the height of a person. When Lin Ling approached, he immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was Saint Gui. Unseal. This aura contained the great Tao of enchantment. Only Lin Ling could open it. Even Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others could not. After the seal was unsealed, a familiar voice floated over. Master Lei Gong, when you heard my voice, I would have already left. Senior Jewel God. And the others are still waiting for you in the Divine Mountain. However, I will leave you a map of the Divine Mountain. This map is recorded in the Eastern Emperor Bell. This Divine Mountain is also called the Divine Graveyard. It's one of the places where the ancient great gods fell. Moreover, I know that Master Lei Gong is looking for the host body of the world will. This map also records that. If you follow the map, you can find a new host body of the world will. Moreover, the Eastern Emperor Bell told me that someone has already entered the Divine Mountain. Lord Lei Gong has entered the Divine Mountain. These people are very strong, stronger than Lord Ning and the others. Therefore Lord Lei Gong must be careful. After the voice, a ray of light shot towards Lin Ling. Then, a map quietly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The map was very detailed. Not only did it point out the direction, it also pointed out the dangerous areas of the Divine Mountain. It also recorded many treasures. It seems that Saint Guyi left first. He didn't know that Grandpa Treasure God and the others had also entered the Divine Mountain. After digesting the information, Lin Ling looked up at the top of the Divine Mountain. At this moment, he was even more certain that Yu and the others had entered the Divine Mountain. Perhaps there were too many treasures and Yu and the others did not want to be a step behind. So they entered the Divine Mountain without waiting for Lin Ling to return. In this regard, Lin Ling couldn't help but worry about Yu and the others. With Grandpa Treasure God and the others, Yu and the others would definitely be fine. I didn't expect the Divine Mountain to have records of the world will host body. Then, Lin Ling thought of Saint Guyi's words and began to walk towards the top of the Divine Mountain. Previously, when Tai Tian obtained the world will host body, Lin Ling already knew who it was from the giant ghost's explanation. However, Lin Ling was also very familiar with this person. In fact, he had known Lin Ling for a long time. However, in order to prevent the incident with Lei Gong from happening again, Lin Ling had never revealed this secret. Even Treasure God Nanwufingyu did not tell them. This was because the seventh world will host body was Longyang. When he first heard this news, Lin Ling was actually shocked for a long time. However, when he remembered that Lei Gong was also a world will host body, he finally accepted this reality. The world will host body could be anyone. Naturally, it could also be Longyang. However, what puzzled Lin Ling was that he seemed to be related to several world will hosts, such as Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and now Longyang. Of course, it was because of this that Lin Ling was not worried about Longyang's safety when he saw her in the 72 caves. This was because he believed that as the world will host body, Longyang would not die so easily. Hey senior, wait for me. Just as Lin Ling was about to reach the top of the Divine Mountain, suddenly, a bell-like voice sounded. Then behind Lin Ling, a white tiger carrying a young girl quickly rushed over. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. Whoosh. Chapter 44:30. I'm so tired, but I finally made it. Senior, are you going to the Celestial Mountain? Since it's on the way, bring me along. After catching her breath, the girl smiled at Lin Ling's scram. Lin Ling ignored the girl's strange behavior. He had been practicing martial arts all his life, and he was used to all kinds of people. Do you have to be so stingy? You should know that the Celestial Mountain is very dangerous. It's better to have a companion than to travel alone. Don't you think so, little white? The girl pouted after being scolded by Lin Ling roar. The white tiger she was sitting on also roared, as though it agreed with the girl's words. It's very dangerous to follow me. It's safer for you to travel alone. Lin Ling shook his head, turned around, and continued forward. He could tell that the divine fetus of this young girl was not weak, and her cultivation realm was that of an early-stage low god. Although he did not know where this young girl came from, after the investiture of the gods in the land of the 9 provinces, Lin Ling was no longer surprised. Then I'll protect you. I'm very powerful. Who knows, I might be able to save your life in the near future. The girl's legs clamped on the white tiger, and she followed him. However, Lin Ling ignored her. Do you have to be so cold? I know you've fallen for me, and that's why you're shy. The girl suddenly said. Her words made Lin Ling speechless, and he increased his speed as he rushed to the top of the celestial mountain. Whoosh! At the top of the celestial mountain, the cave entrance had become much larger. Mysterious mist filled the air, and one could only see the colorful light at the bottom of the cave. Lin Ling stood quietly at the edge of the cave entrance. His soul energy quietly spread out, but it was blocked by the mist. According to Saint Gui's words, the graveyard of the gods is very dangerous. There are many existences that can threaten me, so I must be careful. However, the graveyard of the gods has countless treasures. It's comparable to the world mountain of the 9 prefectures' 7 great forbidden lands. Lin Ling thought. He had a feeling that the Kirishin, the demon sealer, Lord Ning, and other experts had all entered the celestial mountain. It was possible that they had obtained treasures in the celestial mountain, and their strength had greatly increased. Currently, Lin Ling was half a step away from the 9 prefectures void, but if the primogenitor and the others' strength increased, they might surpass Lin Ling. Let's hope my luck this trip. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's Saint Gui had told him that the thickest places had the densest qi had the most, and it was very likely that he would jump to a place. However, just as he was about to jump, his expression changed. Behind him, the young girl had already rushed over on the white tiger. Moreover, she was rushing towards the cave entrance. Little white, don't be afraid. After entering the celestial mountain, we can also become gods. What made Lin Ling speechless was that the young girl was cheering for the white tiger even though it was clearly afraid. This guy, how did he survive until now? Lin Ling was depressed. Based on the young girl's one-track mind, without thinking about the consequences, shouldn't she have died in the 72 caves? Careful. Although he was annoyed by the young girl, seeing her reckless actions, Lin Ling couldn't help but remind her to jump from the weakest point of the dense qi. However, the white tiger had already accelerated and couldn't stop. Although Lin Ling could dodge, he could only watch as the young girl jumped from the densest point of the dense qi. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but want to stop them. However, he had underestimated the white tiger's strength. The white tiger's explosive speed was too fast. After that, it reached a speed of 1,000,000 worlds. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't react in time, and was also knocked into the cave. The two of them and the tiger seemed to be somersaulting as they fell continuously into the abyss. Hey, why are you stopping me? On the white tiger, the young girl stroked her chin and said to Lin Ling as if she didn't know the danger. She had a puzzled look on her face. Are you an idiot? Lin Ling couldn't help but roar. He wanted to control his body, but he found that the dense qi around him was very mysterious. He couldn't control his body and could only watch as he fell from the densest point of the dense qi. Why are you scolding me? Oh, I know you must be afraid. Alas, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly despite being so tall. The young girl was still stroking her chin. Afraid your sister. Although Lin Ling was very knowledgeable and his martial heart was as steady as a mountain, he couldn't help but curse again at this moment. If it wasn't to help this young girl, how could he, Lin Ling, choose to jump from the densest point of the dense qi? But now he didn't help her. She, the tiger, and himself were about to fall into an unknown and dangerous place. What a rude guy. The young girl curled her lips. The white tiger under her wasn't as calm as her. It was already sweating profusely from fear. Swoosh swoosh. The two of them passed through the dense qi. After an unknown amount of time, the ground finally appeared below. Lin Ling quickly stabilized his body and looked around. He immediately saw that the ground was full of realm scorpions. These realm scorpions weren't as large as last time, but they were purple and looked very ferocious. Among the realm scorpions, two obviously larger realm scorpions were fighting. It was as if the old Scorpion King and the new Scorpion King were fighting for the throne. Most importantly, the direction Lin Ling fell was where the two realm scorpions were fighting, and he was falling toward the new Scorpion King. Saint Guyi didn't lie to me. Places with dense qi have many variables. Lin Ling was speechless. He could only let himself fall. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, countless tiger-like roars came from the ground below. They were the roars of the realm scorpions. Moreover, the old and new Scorpion Kings were fighting fiercely. The old Scorpion King was obviously at a disadvantage and could be defeated in an instant. There was no doubt that the new Scorpion King was about to be born. Boom. However, just as the young Scorpion King was about to assassinate the old Scorpion King, Lin Ling finally fell. After a boom, the young Scorpion King was smashed into a meat patty. This also made the nearby area inexplicably silent. Countless realm scorpions looked at Lin Ling, who suddenly fell. Their tails were raised, and they looked like they were up to no good. My luck is so bad. Lin Ling climbed down from the Scorpion King's body and looked around helplessly. If I say that I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Roar, roar, roar. Unfortunately, what greeted him were countless tiger roars. All the realm scorpions wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. Chi chi chi. The old Scorpion King was the closest to Lin Ling, and it raised its stinger. I helped you kill your opponent, and you treat me like this. As expected of a beast. However, I'm still new here, so I'll give you a chance. After 3 breaths, scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Shaking his head, Lin Ling issued a final ultimatum, although he knew that it might not be effective. In fact, it was indeed ineffective. Chapter 44-31. The second stage of innate fusion, the power of 1.5 million realms, in addition to the power of God. Whoosh! The flame of the human king was burning. Crackle! White lightning was also wreaking havoc. There was also the glaring guardian, and it was even stronger than before. It was indomitable, like an undefeatable god of war. Bang! 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 Lin Ling did not use any techniques. Relying on his palms, he killed a large number of realm scorpions. The ground was also constantly shaking. In the end, the ground was covered with the shattered shells of the realm scorpions. The densely packed realm scorpions had now become corpses. You just won't listen. Lin Ling shook his head and quietly exited the fusion state. Whoosh! But at this moment, a fatal light shot over at the speed of 1,000,000 realms. Soon it surpassed the speed of time and space. And Lin Ling, even with the third stage of innate fusion, could only reach 400,000 realms at most. So when this fatal attack arrived, even if Lin Ling had the steps of wisdom, he could not use it in a short period of time. Lin Ling could not even sense it. It was just that he had an innate sense of danger. His eyes flashed and suddenly fell on the countless realm scorpion corpses. It was the old Scorpion King, and it was its stinger. The old Scorpion King did not seem as powerful as the new Scorpion King, but the older, the wiser. It had hidden such a killer move. Lin Ling could not react in time. His chest was immediately pierced by a purple needle. An instant later, he felt as if his body had been struck by lightning. One moment, it was hot, the next it was cold, and there was even a sense of numbness. A terrifying power erupted from within his body, and began to wreak havoc on everything, causing his 7 Dantians to be in a state of chaos. This was the steps of God. In a short moment, this thought rose in Lin Ling's mind. Then he found that his body was like a zombie, beginning to harden. His powerful body could not block the poison of the realm scorpion. Of course, this was normal. The ancestor of the realm scorpion had bitten the Buddha god, causing the Buddha god to be injured. Therefore, the longer the realm scorpion lived, the more terrifying the poison. Especially at the level of the Scorpion King, their stinger had a poison that existed when it was born. It would only be released after death. The realm scorpion was powerful. At some point in their lives, they would not encounter death. Therefore, the poison continued to accumulate. After tens of millions of years, It had reached a terrifying level. Shit. Lin Ling's breathing began to slow down, and his entire body slowly fell down like a rock. When he fainted, he vaguely saw a heavily injured scorpion that was even close to death slowly crawling towards him. It was the old Scorpion King. It's Scorpion, 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 Scorpion. Ingrate. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Sure enough, Saint Guyi was right. The denser the mist, the more dangerous it was. There were clearly many existences in the tomb of the gods that were stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes went dark, and in the end, he lost consciousness. Kunlun. At the critical moment, little Kunlun protected its master, protecting Lin Ling firmly. The surroundings turned into a dense forest. Countless vines wrapped around the Scorpion King. However, the struggling Scorpion King was also very terrifying. It kept tearing apart large amounts of vines. Of course, the Scorpion King was still in a dying state. Eventually, it was bound to death by little Kunlun. The surroundings gradually quieted down. However, the tomb of the gods had more than just a Scorpion King. Whoosh! In the distance, golden bats flew over. They filled the sky and bared their fangs. They looked very ferocious. These bats were very fast. They rushed past little Kunlun's endless vines. No matter how little Kunlun anxiously used its vines, it could not bind a single bat. Bats had the power of sound waves. Naturally, they could easily avoid little Kunlun's vines. Kunlun. Little Kunlun was undoubtedly even more anxious. It was as though it had met its natural enemy. Roar. But at this moment, a tiger's roar came. It formed a spatial fluctuation that quickly spread towards the golden bats. Bam! 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 Golden bats crashed to the ground and twitched constantly. Finally, they stopped moving. Following that, a white tiger carrying a young girl tore through the vines and came to Lin Ling's side. Wow, Uncle has turned into stone. Looking at Lin Ling, the young girl exclaimed in surprise. Kunlun. Little Kunlun clearly recognized this young girl. She was the one who caused Lin Ling to fall here. However, now that Lin Ling was severely injured, little Kunlun could only rely on this young girl. How tragic. The young girl stroked her chin. She was still carefree. However, she was no longer muddle-headed. She got the white tiger to bring Lin Ling along and planned to leave this place. As for the white tiger, although it looked awe-inspiring, it trembled like a kitten when it saw Lin Ling. In the end, it was only after the young girl scolded it that the white tiger reluctantly brought Lin Ling along. Whoosh! The white tiger brought Lin Ling and the young girl through the graveyard of the gods. The young girl smiled and said, Uncle, I told you that it would be safer with two people. You didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? She was obviously still bothered by the fact that Lin Ling had chased her away. After Lin Ling and the others left, a large number of ancient divine beasts appeared where they were previously. They were all strange and ferocious. They began to devour the realm scorpion corpses on the ground. One could imagine that if the young girl hadn't brought them here, Lin Ling would probably be in danger. Perhaps even Lin Ling himself hadn't expected that after traveling extensively and killing countless gods, he would one day fail miserably in such an easy task. Little White, where are we going? On the white tiger, the young girl asked again. Roar! The white tiger shook its head helplessly. It was depressed because it didn't know either. You're so stupid. Tell me, other than eating, what else can you do? The young girl was unhappy. She knocked the white tiger's head with her fist and said fiercely, Roar! The white tiger was even more depressed. It ran around aimlessly. This uncle is getting worse. He's turned into stone now. Do you think he's dead? Little White, should we throw him away? The young girl looked at Lin Ling behind her and touched her chin. Roar! The white tiger naturally wanted to throw Lin Ling away, so it nodded its head. Kunlun. However, little Kunlun immediately became anxious. Its vines kept swaying. Alright, continue bringing him along. However, he seems to be poisoned. If this goes on, he'll die sooner or later. Little White, do you have a solution? The young girl looked at the white tiger and said. The white tiger lowered its head, not daring to look at the young girl. However, it still received the young girl's fist. Damn it, you hit me again. The white tiger was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. In the end, it could only nod its head. That's more like it. I knew you would have a solution. Hurry, treat uncle. The young girl nodded in satisfaction. After smiling, she revealed her cute canine teeth. Chapter 44:32. What white tiger? The blue-haired man snorted coldly. He glanced around and suddenly saw the charging white tiger. Then he frowned. The white tiger was covered in pure white fur. It didn't have the markings that a tiger should have, but it had the aura of a tiger. Moreover, it was very powerful. No one could see through it. This white tiger doesn't seem weak. It's even stronger than the black tiger cave master from the 72 cave masters. The blue-haired man squinted his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the stone sculpture on the white tiger's back. He exclaimed, "It's Lei Gong." Although Lin Ling had turned into a stone, his outline was still there. Therefore, he was recognized immediately. Lei Gong? Didn't he disappear? Why did he come to the sacred mountain? The other demons were also shocked. Everyone in the 72 cave masters knew about Lin Ling. Moreover, during the battle of the sacred mountain a year ago, Lin Ling also shone brightly. However, Lin Ling disappeared and didn't go to the sacred mountain. Many people thought that Lin Ling had given up on entering the sacred mountain. No one expected that Lin Ling would come as well. Furthermore, he had turned into a rock. Young clan leader, run quickly. The clan leader isn't here. Lei Gong will definitely kill you. A demon with a huge bull's head roared. Bullshit. The blue-haired man was shocked at first. However, he quickly calmed down and gave the bull demon a hard slap. Lei Gong can't even protect himself. Didn't you see? He has turned into a stone. Then the blue-haired man sneered. He was the young clan leader of the Ox Demon clan. Yes, this means that as long as we destroy the stone, Lei Gong will die. A demon with a wild boar's head was pleasantly surprised. Our luck is here. The blue-haired man laughed more and more proudly. Losing to Lin Ling last time was the biggest shame of his life. He didn't expect that he could take revenge today. As long as he killed Lin Ling, wouldn't Long Yang's heart belong to him? Hee, it's just a stupid tiger and a little girl who's still wet behind the ears. Isn't this a piece of cake? The other demons chuckled as well. They were already drooling, as though they wanted to eat the young girl. Moreover, they were already prepared to prevent the girl from escaping. They surrounded the girl. But what surprised them was that the white tiger and the young girl didn't need them to surround them at all. They had already rushed over. He had seen foolish people before, but he had never seen such a foolish person. Hey, my friend has turned into stone. Do you have any ideas? The young girl asked the blue-haired man and the others to stop. The young patriarch was dumbfounded. All the fiendish demons were dumbfounded. They admitted that their intelligence was inferior to that of humans, but this was the first time they had seen someone more stupid than them. Sure, give me that damned stone. The blue-haired man revealed what he thought was his most amiable smile. You have an idea. That's great. The young girl was delighted. Then, she knocked the white tiger's head with her fist and scolded. Look at how stupid you are. I have an idea. Unlike you who still needs to run around looking for a place. Roar. Although the white tiger wasn't smart, it was timid by nature. It seemed to have seen through the sinister intentions of the young patriarch and the others. Therefore, it resisted and roared loudly. So noisy. However, the young girl was still stubborn. She ignored the white tiger's resistance and intended to hand Lin Ling over. Kunlun. At the crucial moment, they still had to rely on little Kunlun. It separated its vines and entangled Lin Ling, preventing him from handing over Lin Ling. What are you doing? The young girl was furious. However, little Kunlun still wouldn't let go. It continued to pester little Kunlun, causing the young patriarch and the others to become impatient. Enough, are you done yet? Let me tell you, I want to kill this Lei Gong. Hurry up and hand over the stone. The young patriarch couldn't be bothered to continue acting. She was just a silly little girl. Acting in front of her was simply a waste of his time. What, you want to kill eldest uncle? The young girl seemed to have realized something. She was the slowest to react. Alright, I already knew that you guys were up to no good. Indeed, my guess was right. Subsequently, the young girl said angrily. Roar. Kunlun. This time, the white tiger and little Kunlun protested together. If not for the young patriarch's impatience and baring his fangs, this young girl would have already handed little Kunlun over. That's enough. Let me tell you, whether you hand him over or not, you have to die. The young patriarch was clearly fed up with this young girl. Then he sneered and said, "Look at your soft and tender skin. The taste must be very good. Also, that white tiger is a great tonic. Hee hee, I'm going to eat my fill today." "Young patriarch, I want a leg. I'm a little aggrieved. I'll eat your butt." The other demons also started to drool and stared at the young girl. "Run, scream, struggle. Let's see how long you can run. Little white, run." The young girl finally shouted. When she was running, she wasn't muddle-headed anymore. Roar. Then, under the shocked gazes of the demons, the white tiger leaped and ran into the distance at the speed of 500,000 worlds. Bam! One of the demons with an elephant trunk was hit by the white tiger and flipped in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The demons were tongue-tied, including the young patriarch. Clearly, they did not expect this idiotic young girl and the white tiger to run so quickly. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast. How can these two pieces of trash be so powerful? TSK respect. The demons commented one after another. What are you waiting for? Go after them. It was only when the young patriarch roared that they reacted and hurriedly chased in the direction of the white tiger. The young patriarch's expression was ugly. He did not expect the duck to escape from his mouth. However, this was the best chance to kill Lei Gong. How could he miss it? Immediately, he transformed into a demonic bull and galloped into the distance. "Faster, little white, faster. It's all your fault. I felt that something was wrong and told you not to get close to them. But you didn't listen. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would all be eaten." On the white tiger, the young girl kept shouting. Roar. However, even without the young girl's urging, the white tiger had already unleashed its full strength, because it was afraid of itself. As for the demons chasing them, they could only watch dumbfounded as the white tiger disappeared into the distance. They were all stunned on the spot. "Damn it, is that a tiger? That's a rabbit." Finally, the demon with the wild boar head said. "Bastard." The young patriarch had also arrived. He was so angry that his bull head was spewing flames. However, that stupid tiger can't maintain such speed. Continue the chase. Rotten eagle, go to the sky and search. Wolf deity, you're in charge of tracking. Yes, young patriarch. The group of fiendish demons scattered. Run, little white, run. Chapter 44-33. It even rolled its eyes at the young girl. "You're definitely not tired. I'm the one running. Not only do I have to carry you, I even have to carry a stupid rock." Kunlun. At this moment, little Kunlun extended its vines and landed outside the cliff, as though it was investigating something. Roar. Seeing little Kunlun's actions, the white tiger also reacted and let out a low roar. It also stared at the bottom of the cliff and realized that there was a wide pool below the cliff. There was also a waterfall falling from the sky. Roar. It roared at the young girl, who rubbed her eyes and said in confusion, "Wow, the divine spring. What a huge divine spring." The white tiger knew that the young girl was confused and did not waste any more time. It carried the young girl and jumped down the cliff with Lin Ling. Boom. The water rippled and endless spiritual energy and mist spread out. The white tiger and the young girl, who had landed on the pool, lay down and revealed satisfied expressions. He then looked at Lin Ling. He had turned into a stone and quietly sank into the pool. Little Kunlun followed him. This divine spring was obviously very big and had been around for a long time. When Lin Ling sank to the bottom of the pool, bubbles kept coming out of his body. His body, which was as hard as a rock, quietly began to soften. So using endless spiritual energy can nourish the body and cure the poison. Little white, why didn't you say this earlier? The young girl was still lying on the pool and scolded at the same time. Roar. The white tiger stretched and rolled its eyes in resistance. It muttered to itself, "If I can't find such a dense divine spring, what's the use of telling you?" At this moment, under the pool, the rocks on Lin Ling's body kept falling off and bubbles kept coming out. Finally, his body gradually recovered. At this moment, the Chaos Divine formula also quietly circulated and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of the Divine Spring, bringing it into his 7 dantians. The 7 dantians, which were originally in a mess, seemed to have been cleansed by seawater. The scorpion poison also quietly swam out of Lin Ling's limbs and bones, and was greatly diluted. Gradually Lin Ling woke up. When he realized where he was, he could not help but be shocked. He immediately sat down cross-legged and crazily absorbed the divine spring around him. Rumble. The waterfall in the sky continued to crash down, but as the days passed, the waterfall was no longer as magnificent as it had been in the beginning. As for the boundless holy spring, it began to shrink as well. Roar. On the shore, the white tiger was holding a big fish in its hands. It was very dissatisfied as it roared in the direction of the holy spring. It was obvious that it had sensed that Lin Ling had refined the heavenly spring, causing it to decrease in quantity. I've really wronged this lord. That brat has it easy. The white tiger cursed in its heart. Hurry up and eat the fish. What are you talking about? Beside him, the young girl was also holding a big white fish and eating it in big bites. Her big bright eyes looked at the pool and she thought, "Uncle, it should be done this time." At this moment, Lin Ling's dantian had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. An incomparably dense spirit qi was transforming his 7 dantians, and a divine light was constantly being absorbed and spat out. Finally, at a certain moment, a rumbling sound resounded. After that, Lin Ling noticed that his 7 dantians seemed to have transformed into 7 worlds, and they were even more like 7 gods. Middle stage lower deity. An ancient voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. He had finally broken through. Sensing the terrifying divine origin energy in his dantian, Lin Ling's heart was inexplicably excited. One had to know that breaking through to the lower deity stage was the most difficult. Without exceeding 10,000 miles, it would not be shaken at all. However, this time, Lin Ling had successfully broken through. He could not help but open his eyes. He was very curious about how much heavenly spring he had absorbed. However, when he looked around, he realized that he was in a deep valley. The surroundings were smooth, and there were traces of flowing water. Could it be that all the heavenly spring in this valley has been absorbed by me? Lin Ling was shocked. According to his estimation, such a deep valley could store up to thousands of heavenly springs. No, it was possible that it could store up to tens of thousands of heavenly springs. Tens of thousands of heavenly springs allowed Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Ling's 7 dantians were. Little Kunlun. Looking around, Lin Ling found the little vine beside his feet again. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he grabbed the little vine. He remembered that before he fell into a deep sleep, he had been hit by the old realm scorpion's poisonous needle. After that, he lost consciousness. At the critical moment, Little Kunlun had saved him again. Now Little Kunlun had saved him many times. Kunlun. Suddenly, Little Kunlun's vine pointed above the valley, causing Lin Ling to look up. Then he saw a huge tiger's head above the valley, followed by a young girl's head. It's them again. Seeing this duo, Lin Ling's expression turned ugly as he cursed inwardly. If not for the fact that he wanted to help these 2 reckless people, he, Lin Ling, would not have come to this godforsaken place. But now, not only was he getting further and further away from the treasure, he did not even know where he was. "Uncle, you're awake." At this moment, the young girl cried out in surprise. Roar. White Tiger also cursed inwardly. Kunlun. Little Kunlun on Lin Ling's arm made a sound. Lin Ling was familiar with it. Only then did he know that if not for the young girl, he, Lin Ling, would have died in this sacred mountain. Karma. I wanted to help her, but in the end, she helped me. Lin Ling let out a long sigh. After shaking his head with a smile, he leaped up. Thank you. After landing on the ground, Lin Ling also bowed to the young girl. He knew that if not for the young girl, he, Lin Ling, would have really died here. It had to be said that the young girl was also Lin Ling's benefactor. One had to know that Lin Ling had experienced several life and death situations in his life. Although this one seemed the most ordinary, the danger level was not any lower. It could be said that he had failed miserably. There's no need. I said that I will protect you. The young girl suddenly became a little shy as she touched the back of her head. Roar! White Tiger suddenly did not hate Lin Ling as much as before. Its white face was also a little red. Lin Ling looked around and found that the ground was full of bones. They were fish bones. This made him very surprised. During this period, the tiger and the young girl could not have been eating fish, right? And from the looks of it, they were eating it raw. Shaking his head, Lin Ling saw that there were still a few lively fish on the ground. He immediately waved his right hand and brought the few fish over. Then, a flame appeared in his palm, and he began to roast them. "Uncle, you can't eat fish like this." The young girl blinked and said. But soon, a fragrant smell wafted over. Rumble. Her stomach made a sound, followed by a rumbling sound. However, this time, it came from White Tiger's stomach. Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He continued to roast the fish for them. "Hey little White, this fish is mine. Don't snatch it. Uncle, the fish you roast is too delicious. I can eat 10 more. Roar. Chapter 44-34. The first time he saw the girl, he thought she was an idiot. He thought she wouldn't live long because Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life, and was used to the cruelty of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling now realized that this was just his preconceived idea. Although the martial artists in this world were ruthless, there were still some naive people. They weren't eliminated by heaven and earth. With their appearance, there was no doubt that this ruthless world had a little more color. "Uncle, who is Yu? How do you know Yu? Because when you fainted, I heard you calling Yu, senior sister Yu and grandpa. So that's how it is. Did I call Tianlioli? I don't think I heard that name. Looks like Li Xiaoyao's life is finally over." Lin Ling accompanied the girl to eat grilled fish. His eyes were also looking at the sky. At this moment, he thought of Yu and the others. He didn't know where Yu and the others were, and how they were doing. "Let's go." Lin Ling finally spoke to the girl after living by the Omphalos for a while. "Okay, let's go on an adventure." During this time, Xiao Bai and I are sick of each other. "But uncle, you won't chase us away this time, right?" "No, this time I'll protect you." Lin Ling finally set foot on his journey once again. Now he needed to know where he was so that he could follow the map to find the sword demon's location. After walking for a few days, they encountered many powerful demons along the way. But now that Lin Ling's cultivation level had increased, he could easily deal with those demons. On this day, a human voice finally came from the front. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then he quietly spread out his soul power, and found that there were two groups of people facing each other. Lin Ling knew these two groups of people. They were the Light Golden Dragon and the Saint Ancestor. On the Light Golden Dragon's side, there was Xiao Air, Giant Shadow, and Luotian. Looking at the primogenitor's side, there were a few more experts who had opened the passage together with him when he entered the Ji Air Ox cave last time. The two sides were in a state of mutual hostility, and an oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the air. "Radiant Golden Dragon, hand over that cauldron." After a short moment of silence, a man said coldly. His name was Celestial Emperor Jin Mang. He was one of the people who had opened the Great Tao Cloud pattern disc and lit up 5 stars. He was very strong, but he wasn't as strong as the Radiant Golden Dragon. He dared to be so arrogant because he had a sacred ancestor by his side. Ancestor. Most importantly, he could see that the Radiant Golden Dragon was injured. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my brother?" A young man beside Xiao shouted angrily. However, just as his words left his mouth, Emperor God Golden Python sneered and extended his right hand. A huge python shot out and instantly coiled around the young man. After that, the young man was smashed to the ground. "Emperor God Golden Python, you are ruthless enough. We fought against the stone god and finally obtained this mysterious cauldron. You guys did nothing and actually dared to snatch my treasure." The Radiant Golden Dragon finally spoke. His voice was cold. When they were wandering around the sacred mountain, they unintentionally barged into a god's cave. This cave had a powerful boundary god array. However, there was a treasure in the cave, so they took the risk and rushed into the array. In the end, they obtained the cauldron. As the price, the Radiant Golden Dragon was heavily injured. The others were more or less injured as well. However, not only did they not complain, they were also very happy. because they all knew that to be able to obtain the cauldron, everything was worth it. However, who knew that before the cauldron even warmed up, they met the primogenitor and the others. Then the scene in front of them happened. However, the radiant golden dragon and the others guessed that the primogenitor and the others had already discovered the cave. It was just that they didn't dare to risk their lives and let the radiant golden dragon and the others be scapegoats. The few of us have always been ruthless. Now not only do you want to leave behind the cauldron, you also want to leave behind all the treasures on you. At this moment, the gentlemanly primogenitor said with a smile, "You've gone too far." Hearing this, Xiao Er and the others were furious. Not only did they snatch the cauldron, they also wanted to snatch all their treasures. One had to know that they had entered the sacred mountain a year ago, so they had obtained a lot of treasures. However, they had also spent a lot of effort, but in the end, it was these bastards who had benefited. I like to bully you guys. So what? Now, are you going to hand it over or not? The primogenitor sneered and said casually. Ever since he witnessed the great battle of the sacred mountain, he knew how weak he was. So now, he couldn't wait to obtain more treasures to increase his strength. This sacred mountain seemed to be a god's graveyard. Not only did it have the corpses of fallen gods, but it also had a lot of treasures. Moreover, many of these treasures came from the ancient era, which was even older than the era of gods. Give it to them. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon shouted coldly, and then threw out the treasures on his body like rings and other items. Brother! The others were unwilling to accept this. Here, the radiant golden dragon nodded heavily at them. This was because he had done this many times before. In a situation where he was weaker than others, reasoning was useless, and being unwilling to accept this was even more useless. Damn it. Seeing the radiant golden dragon nod, Xiao Er and the others cursed and threw all their treasures on the ground. Then, the radiant golden dragon took a step forward and wanted to turn around and leave. Wait, did I say I would let you guys go? However, just as he turned around, the primogenitor's voice floated out again. Primogenitor, the radiant golden dragon and the others' faces instantly turned hideous. They had already handed over their treasures, but the primogenitor was still unwilling to let them go. This was too much. This was the first time he, who had the supreme bloodline of the dragon race, had suffered such humiliation. Primogenitor, you are too arrogant. You said that you would let us go if we handed over our treasures. Now we have handed over our treasures, but you want to kill us to silence us. Xiao Er and Luoshan also cursed loudly. Ha ha ha, did I say I would let you guys go? Hearing this, the primogenitor laughed loudly. His laughter was very heroic and carefree, as if he was mocking the radiant golden dragon and the others for being idiots. This was because the radiant golden dragon and the others were injured. This was a rare opportunity to kill them, and the primogenitor naturally would not miss it. You really didn't say that. At least, we didn't hear it. That's right. Emperor God Golden Python and the others beside the primogenitor all laughed coldly. You guys have guts. The dragon race will not live under the same sky as you. The radiant golden dragon almost fainted from anger. These people were shameless and heartless. Chapter 44:35. He got it. Emperor God Gene Python and the others smiled evilly and walked out slowly. However, just as they took a step forward, Emperor God Jin Meng stopped them. A black longsword appeared in his hand. The sword was in the shape of a snake, and there were patterns of python skin on the surface. He said indifferently, "All of you don't have to do anything. Let me do it. I want the corpse of the radiant golden dragon." He obviously had his eyes on the corpses of the dragon clan. If he could refine them, his power would definitely increase greatly. The others were envious. However, Emperor God Gene Python smiled and said, "Don't worry. Other than the bright golden dragon, the rest of the corpses belong to you." Xiao Er and the others were one of the supreme bloodlines of the dragon clan. Naturally, their bodies were treasures too. This also made those people laugh hi-hey, extremely excited. As for Shengdai ancestor, he smiled too. He had obtained the divine cauldron, and he would leave the dragon corpse to Emperor God Gene Python. Sizzle! Just then, the long sword in Emperor God Gene Python's hand vibrated, causing the void to tremble. The sword, which was originally as thick as an arm, seemed to have come alive and turned into a huge black-scaled python. Shindun soul-slaying sword was a 10th grade innate divine weapon that Emperor God Jin Python obtained from Sacred Mountain. When he obtained it, he was happy for 3 days because the sword was compatible with him. It was a match made in heaven. The first time this sword drank blood was dragon blood. You should be satisfied. Emperor God Jin Python sneered. He shook his arm and the black-scaled python sword pounced towards the bright golden dragon and the others, sealing them on the ground. Damn it! The bright golden dragon unleashed his divine vitality and spat out a mouthful of blood. Emperor God Jin Python was usually weaker than him. If it wasn't for the fact that he injured his dragon tendons, he wouldn't have been killed by this trash. Now they could only watch as they died, and the dragon corpse was obtained by Emperor God Jin Python. Hee, a snake with a snake sword. Let's see how you block it. Emperor God Jin Python's aura fluctuated. He obviously knew how powerful the bright golden dragon was. Hence he unleashed all of his power. He was confident that under this sword, not only would Xiao Air and the others die, even the bright golden dragon would be killed instantly. This was a fatal sword. However, just as this sure-kill strike was about to kill the golden dragon of light and the others, a blood-red light arrived. Incomparably dazzling. With a clang, the seemingly pliable black-scale python sword emitted a crisp sound. It was actually forcefully broken, and then shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. Moreover, the bloody light did not stop. It flashed through the air, and other than the other 3 people were also beheaded by the sword. When the head fell off, a power that seemed to have come from the underworld sucked the corpse into it. Inside the corpse was a surging sea of blood. However, although it looked like a sea of blood, it was actually a sword, a blood-red greatsword. This sword was brimming with murderous intent, capable of slaying Buddha and slaying gods. Such a sword caused the primogenitor's eyes to narrow. What a sharp sword! As for the radiant golden dragon and the others, their bodies trembled. Then they laughed excitedly. Their hearts, which were originally filled with despair, now saw the hope of survival. Moreover, they were very clear who had slashed out this sword. It was Lin Ling. What they did not expect was that Lin Ling had also entered the Sacred Mountain. A year ago, they thought that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had left the Ear Ox Cave. Lin Ling, it's really you. Yes. As for the primogenitor and Emperor God Golden Python, their faces were cold. They had also guessed who had come. In the distance, the blue-robed youth walked over slowly with a white tiger and a sword in his hand. Lin Ling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're some bullshit Lei Gong. You broke my Shindun soul-slaying sword and killed me and the primogenitor's people. Do you know how the word death is written? Yes. Emperor God Golden Python lowered his head and said. Compared to the people who had died, he was more concerned about the Shindun soul-slaying sword because he had just obtained it not long ago. In fact, he had not unleashed its full power. He had wanted to slowly refine it after leaving the Sacred Mountain. Who knew that Lin Ling would cut off his dreams? Kneel down and destroy your own Dantian. Then, on account of the fact that you're one of the 9 prefectures Void's 4 great gods, we'll spare your life. After that, Emperor God Golden Python said again. We haven't seen each other for a year, and you've become more daring. I remember when we were fighting for the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc and the Sacred Mountain Bell. You didn't even dare to fart. In the distance, Lin Ling's voice sounded with a tinge of coldness. Haha. Speaking of this, God Emperor Jin Meng laughed. Even the primogenitor and the surviving person laughed. Their laughter was wanton and carried a hint of mockery. Then, Emperor God Golden Python and the surviving god looked at each other and said proudly, "That's for sure. With the primogenitor here, everything will be enough." He was a god hidden in the 9 prefectures void. Now he was flattering the primogenitor. It could be seen how confident he was. Of course, this flattery made the primogenitor very happy. He said faintly, "Emperor God Golden Python is right. I'm here for everything." If it had been at the Sacred Mountain, he would have been afraid of Lin Ling. However, in the past year, he had entered the Sacred Mountain and plundered treasures everywhere. Now his strength had increased tremendously. According to his estimation, if it had been Lin Ling a year ago, He was confident that he could defeat him. Although Lin Ling had defeated the young patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and used a terrifying move against the Glazed Empress, killing 3 deities in an instant, he was still a powerful being. But to him, that move was just SOSO. A year ago, your name shook the world. You were known as one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures void. It's a pity that you don't know that the 9 prefectures void is much older than you think. The so-called 4 great gods are nothing more than a plaque to the outside world. The real gods are slowly coming to the surface. My origin is not something you can know. However, if I kill you, my sect will pay more attention to me. Moreover, my name will shake the 9 prefectures void and become a supreme figure of the era. Ha ha. The primogenitor's long hair fluttered, and his robe danced wildly. Above his head, a terrifying starry whirlpool was churning, distorting the surrounding scenery. However, Lin Ling walked over and walked towards the radiant golden dragon and the others. He naturally knew the strength of the primogenitor. The primogenitor was a mid-stage lower god. However, this primogenitor was so confident that he must have benefited greatly from the trip to the sacred mountain. However, Lin Ling didn't return empty-handed. At the very least, he had obtained an endless amount of divine spring. Moreover, he had absorbed it all into his body, greatly increasing his cultivation. Are you all alright? Lin Ling asked as he walked towards the radiant golden dragon and the others. Chapter 44-36. It's fine. Radiant golden dragon and the others nodded with a smile. They were indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of them several times. Radiant golden dragon pondered for a moment and said, "Oh right, our dragon god is here too." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't expect there to be more experts than he expected. Lin Ling, I originally thought that you had already left the Divine Mountain. I was even thinking of going to the Void of the 9 States to look for you in the future. Who would have thought that you would still enter the Divine Mountain in the end, and even run into me? I have to say that my luck is really good. However, I am a magnanimous person. If you kneel down and give up your dantian, I can spare your life. Saint Generation Primogenitor said, and a bamboo brush appeared in his hand. This was his confidence. This brush was obtained from Celestial Mountain, and was an existence that surpassed innate divine weapons. It was a chaos treasure. Did you hear that? Lin Ling kneeled down. God Emperor Jin Meng shouted at them. One had to admit that he was a good lackey. They obviously knew the origin of Saint Generation Primogenitor and his current strength. Hence, they were willing to bow down to him. Shut up. At this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around and looked at God Emperor Jin Meng and the others. His eyes flashed. He swung his arm, and the sword light was as red as blood. Putong. 2 heads fell to the ground and their eyes were wide open. In the end, they were sucked into the blood sea. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to attack. Moreover, he killed them with a single strike. One had to know that God Emperor Jin Meng was a mid-stage lower deity. If they knew this would happen, they would have hidden behind Saint Generation Primogenitor. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. What a bunch of useless trash. Saint Generation Primogenitor, you don't have a problem with me killing them, right? Lin Ling looked at Saint Generation Primogenitor and said. Saint Generation Primogenitor still had a smile on his face, but in truth, he was shocked and angry. He was shocked because Lin Ling didn't use his full strength and only used the fusion of fire and lightning. However, it was so easy for him to kill mid-stage lower deities. He was angry because Lin Ling was in front of him. Killing Emperor God Jin Meng was the same as challenging his dignity. It doesn't matter. They were merely my assistants. Now that they're dead, all the treasures belong to me. That's why I should thank you. Of course, if you're willing to hand over your treasures, including that sword, I'll be even more grateful. After all, Shenshan isn't the same as a year ago. There are many people who can kill you. Dying at the hands of others is a waste of time. Then, the primogenitor shrugged. If you die in my hands. Really? Lin Ling nodded. Then I'll give you a chance. If you can hand over the treasures on your body and cripple your own dantian, I'll spare your life. Do you really think it's a year ago? The Sacred Generation Primogenitor waved his right hand, and the green bamboo brush appeared. He lightly waved it in the air. Rumble. In the sky, Countless stars appeared and circled around continuously. It was as if the void of the 9 continents had been written by him. Then, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the endless stars turned into a vortex and shrouded the earth. Finally, it transformed into a gigantic ancient character. Bang! The terrifying divine energy had reached 20,000 steps, and the radiant golden dragon and the others were all slammed to the ground. Their expressions changed greatly. 20,000 divine energy. If he remembered correctly, when Lin Ling fought Luli Empress had joined forces with 3 other gods and released 18,000 steps of divine energy. At that time, Lin Ling could only use a powerful move to resist. But now, the divine energy had exceeded 18,000 steps of divine energy. The sacred generation primogenitor is so much stronger than a year ago, the radiant golden dragon said in shock. This also meant that even if Lin Ling used a powerful move, he might not be able to block the sacred generation primogenitor's brush. The sacred generation primogenitor was indeed the brush god. This is the 4 saint brushes, left behind by the chrysanthemum, orchid, bamboo, and lotus saints. These 4 saints were extremely famous during the era of gods. The sacred generation primogenitor's voice floated out, bringing with it the might of a saint. His words also caused the radiant golden dragon and the others' expressions to change again. They saw that the sacred generation primogenitor's green bamboo brush had actually appeared in the sacred generation primogenitor's green bamboo brush. Not only that, this brush also has the power of the steps of God. But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke faintly and began the 3rd stage of talent fusion. What? Hearing this, the radiant golden dragon and the others were shocked again. 20,000 steps of divine energy was one thing, but it also had the steps of God. One must know that this kind of power was even stronger than divine energy. During the era of gods, many gods did not have this kind of power. It's over, Lin Ling's strongest strike. I'm afraid we won't be able to block it. Xiao Er immediately cried out. Of course, Lin Ling, let me break that move of yours. The sacred generation primogenitor said confidently. He was very clear that Lin Ling could only make him afraid of that strike. If not, Lin Ling would only be so weak. Against you, I don't need that move. At this time, Lin Ling finally moved, and the tyrannical song in his hand fiercely slashed out. At the same time, the gray robe also appeared. Hee hee, you're courting death. Seeing this, the sacred generation primogenitor sneered. Can't you see that the steps of God of my 4 saint brushes is the power of sealing? Moreover, it seals the power of the physical body. Your physical body is very strong, but without it, your strength will be reduced by half. You're not the only one who knows how to seal. At this time, Lin Ling activated the steps of wisdom, Cardinal Great Brahma punishment art. In an instant, all the sealing power on Lin Ling's body disappeared, and instead, the 4 saint brushes were sealed. How is this possible? During the battle on the sacred mountain, Lin Ling did not use the steps of wisdom, so the sacred generation primogenitor's estimation was wrong. Moreover, compared to the steps of God brought by the 4 saint brushes, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom was much more terrifying. This was because Lin Ling's soul power had reached 120,000 steps. I still have 20,000 divine power. This is not something you can block. The sacred generation primogenitor roared again. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the blood sea slash arrived, and the swastika that was mixed with countless stars was cut in half. You've broken through. At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor sensed something and roared loudly. Lin Ling's 3rd stage fusion was already terrifying, and now that he had broken through, how could the sacred generation primogenitor block this? A year ago, when Lin Ling was an early stage lower god, he was already stronger than the sacred generation primogenitor. Now that his realm had increased, even if the sacred generation primogenitor had obtained a treasure, he could not block Lin Ling's sword. This was because Lin Ling had 7 dantians, and after breaking through, his basic divine power had reached 10,000 strands. As for the 3rd stage fusion, his divine power had reached 30,000 strands. Chapter 44-37. After all, Lin Ling alone was comparable to the attack of 7 mid-stage lower gods. The only regret was that this breakthrough did not increase his physical strength. After all, a breakthrough in cultivation realm would increase his divine energy and divine energy. I don't know how much you have improved in the celestial mountain, but compared to me, you are still too weak. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and slashed out again. The power of the steps of slaughter merged into it. The saint progenitor blocked the attack with his sword. Gotcha. However, the four saints' divine brush was also cut in half. Impossible. Looking at the four saints' divine brush that was cut in half, the saint progenitor's eyes trembled. This was a treasure from the era of gods. It is a waste for such a treasure to fall into your hands. Lin Ling did not waste any time and slashed at the saint progenitor. The terrifying murderous aura caused the latter to tremble. A year ago, Lin Ling displayed his prowess in the celestial mountain. Other than the gods closest to the celestial mountain, no one was his match. A year later, everyone entered the celestial mountain, and their strength increased greatly. Lin Ling disappeared, but when he reappeared, his strength had more than doubled. The funny thing was that the saint progenitor thought that he had surpassed Lin Ling. Wait, I am from the White Mountain. With his life at stake, the saint progenitor could not care less. White Mountain. Lin Ling's sword stopped. He knew that after the investiture of the gods, some hidden sects in the void of the 9 continents began to surface, such as the Dragon Race and the Immortal Spirit Nation. However, this was the first time he heard of White Mountain. White Mountain is from the Chaos Realm. The saint progenitor shouted again. When he saw Lin Ling frowning, he explained, "The Chaos Realm is not a realm, but an era. As for White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Burning Heart all came from burning." Before he could finish, his body suddenly trembled. His face twisted as he looked up at the sky. In the sky, a huge white character was pressing down. The divine aura was mixed with terrifying pressure as if it could kill all gods. Then, under Lin Ling's gaze, the primogenitor was crushed into powder. Then, everything disappeared as if it had never appeared. Even the sacred generation primogenitor's body and soul were nowhere to be seen. Fuck. The radiant golden dragon and the others were dumbstruck. Even though they weren't that far away from the sacred generation primogenitor, they weren't affected in the slightest. What kind of power was this? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in shock, thinking that it was Lin Ling who made a move. It's not me. Someone is trying to silence me. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the sky. Baishan. The primal chaos realm, an era. What did this mean? In order to hide such a secret, he actually killed someone to silence them? It wasn't you. The radiant golden dragon, and the others were shocked once again. They suddenly felt the pressure increase. This hidden expert might not be too terrifying. If he came to kill them, they would all die. Don't worry. That person isn't here. I think it's not a person but a kind of will, a kind of void energy. As if he had guessed the radiant golden dragon and the others' fear, Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's good. The radiant golden dragon and the others stood up, relieved. Then they looked at Lin Ling and their expressions became interesting again. Lin Ling, you actually broke through. You're sick. Not long ago, your strength was on par with mine. Now you're one of the 4 great gods. I haven't even surpassed you, but your strength has increased again. Comparisons are odious. Xiao Er and the others said helplessly. Even the giant Shadow, a god from the era of gods, was speechless at this moment. He suspected that Lin Ling was a god from the era of gods. After all, they all knew that after becoming a god, it was the hardest to increase one's realm. Some people couldn't cross it in their entire lives. For example, the giant Shadow was a late-stage lower god in the era of gods. However, he couldn't cross that barrier even until his death. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Then he asked, "Where is this place? What's so special about the annex?" "We don't know either. However, speaking of the annex, there's a huge ancient tablet in the east. It's so tall that it reaches the clouds. There are 2 big words on it. East Memorial." The radiant golden dragon said immediately. East Memorial. Lin Ling recalled for a moment and smiled. According to the map left by Saint Guy, the treasure that Lin Ling needed was in West Memorial. This meant that if he followed the other direction of the ancient tablet, he would be able to reach West Memorial. Right, what's in East Memorial? Then Lin Ling asked again. Have you seen the people from the Lei Gong Hall? There's nothing in East Memorial. Although there are a few cave dwellings, most of them are abandoned. Other than the bones on the ground, there are only bones. Luoshan said immediately. I haven't seen the people from the Lei Gong Hall. Instead, I saw Eugene and the others. They are also in East Memorial. However, Eugene and Titanic Crescent God have separated. It seems that Titanic Crescent God and the others have gone to other places, Xiao'er said. Lin Ling nodded and picked up the treasures on the ground. Although he gave them to the Radiant Golden Dragon and the others, including the One Dao Cauldron, he still didn't give them to them. That's not good. The Radiant Golden Dragon immediately waved his hand. You saved us. These treasures should belong to you. We all know this. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died long ago. No amount of treasures would be of any use. Although we once had a grudge, we can be considered to have walked through 72 caves together. Therefore you can take it. Otherwise, you won't treat us as friends. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao'er and the others were a little embarrassed. In the past, they hated Lin Ling to death. However, after interacting with him, they felt that Lin Ling wasn't difficult to interact with. As long as you didn't provoke him, he was still very easy to talk to. Alright, I recognize you as a friend. The Radiant Golden Dragon immediately laughed. He was the same. He had heard of Lin Ling's name before, but his face was full of disdain. He also wanted to defeat Lin Ling. However, after interacting with him, this thought disappeared. Firstly, Lin Ling was a good person. Secondly, he couldn't beat Lin Ling. Where are you going next? Luoshan asked. West Memorial. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. This was because the graveyard of the gods was very dangerous. It was good to have a few more helpers. His purpose in going to West Memorial, other than obtaining the Sword Demon's head, was to find the next host body of the world will. According to St. Guiyi's records, the information about the host body of the world will was in West Memorial. Then everyone moved forward together. Lin Ling accompanied the girl from time to time. At the same time, he was thinking about the primal chaos realm. Where did this come from? Could it also belong to the spirit nation? Chapter 44:38. And now, the secret of the chaos realm could not be exposed. Therefore, the primogenitor from before had become cannon fodder. Little White, don't run around. Uncle, let's stop and eat grilled fish. We've been walking for a long time. As the group walked, the girl spoke from time to time. At the mention of grilled fish, the white tiger that was running around also ran back. It looked at Lin Ling with its mouth wide open, saliva dripping from its mouth. This strange combination undoubtedly opened the eyes of the light golden dragon and the others. It was a miracle that such a guy could survive until now and enter the celestial mountain. You guys just ate grilled fish 2 hours ago. Lin Ling slapped his forehead helplessly. If he had known, he would not have grilled fish for them. They were already addicted to it. 2 hours ago. Why do I feel like it's been a few days? The girl was obviously pretending to be confused. Just like that, the group continued on their way. However, with the girl and the white tiger, the journey was not so boring. Of course, the graveyard of the gods was also very scary. Many times Lin Ling sensed fatal danger, so he could only lead the group to take a detour in advance. This was because the divine beasts that appeared here were all very scary. Not only were they powerful, but they also had hidden moves that could kill gods in one blow. Just like the realm scorpion last time. Along the way, what surprised Lin Ling was that he did not meet anyone. The surroundings were desolate and very quiet. We're here. Not long after, a huge stone tablet finally appeared in front of them. It towered into the clouds, mottled and ancient, with the words West Memorial engraved on it. We're finally here. Lin Ling stopped and smiled. Memories appeared in his mind. Then he said to the group, this way. In the map left behind by St. Guiyi, many treasures in the graveyard of the gods were recorded. However, Lin Ling was now in West Memorial, so he knew that there was a good treasure not far from the ancient tablet. It was the divine bamboo spring. The divine bamboo spring could produce divine spring, so as long as it was not taken away by others, there must be a lot of divine spring after so many years. Lin Ling, is there any treasure? Looking at Lin Ling's expression, the radiant golden dragon was filled with anticipation. That's right, there should be a lot of divine springs. That's great. As long as I have this divine spring, my injuries will be mostly healed. Everyone was overjoyed and quickened their pace. Uncle, we've been walking for a long time. Sit down and eat grilled fish. An untimely voice drifted out from the girl's face mask. Roar. The white tiger also nodded. Scram. This time, everyone cursed at the same time. Damn it, it took her an hour to finish eating. Moreover, she had eaten for a full 6 hours, and this young girl still had the nerve to say that she had been gone for a long time. How much did she like to eat grilled fish? And that white tiger too. As the group rushed forward, they realized that the West Memorial Hall was completely different from the East Memorial Hall. The ground was filled with lonely tombstones. There were tattered flags and broken armors on the tombstones. The main reason was that there were too many tombstones. At a glance, there was no end to them. Is this a graveyard? What kind of people are buried here? Xiao'er frowned and said. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of loss when he came to this chaotic graveyard. The deities of the past. Lin Ling also nodded. He knew that under these tombstones, there were countless powerful deities from ancient times. However, in the great battle with the world's will, they had all fallen. Even if they were deities after they fell, they became a pile of yellow soil. Their former glory had disappeared with the wind. No one could even remember anything about them, including their names. The great Tao is merciless. The light golden dragon sighed and said. He knew that if he fell one day, he would be like these deities. No one would remember him, as if he had never appeared in this world. Is this delicious? While everyone was sighing, the young girl rode on White Tiger and wanted to dig up a grave. Fuck Lin Ling, where did you get this little girl from? The huge shadow was tongue-tied. Come back quickly. Lin Ling was also speechless. He ran forward and came back with 2 little monsters. In order to prevent them from causing trouble, he carried one in each hand and ran forward. Uncle, we want to eat grilled fish. However, the young girl did not have the slightest awareness of self-reflection. We're here. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. There was a large hole in front of him that was half the size of a person, and surrounded by lone graves. Such a large hole was very ordinary. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Even if they saw it, they would not think that there would be any treasures. In fact, the light golden dragon and the others were already looking at Lin Ling, their faces full of suspicion. It's here. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Wait, look. Suddenly, Xiao'er pointed to the ground and said. When everyone saw it, their faces changed instantly. Not good, this hole is probably filled with human-faced ghost crows. The light golden dragon immediately said. His words made Lin Ling frown and he asked, what's a human-faced ghost crow? Back in East Memorial, we encountered one. It's a terrifying ghost crow. Its strength surpasses that of most mid-level lesser gods, and it has the ability to attack using sound waves. It's very powerful. Our divine energy and other means of attack couldn't stand up to it. Back then, there was only one ghost crow. We only barely managed to drive it away after all of us joined hands. The light golden dragon stared at the ground and said, looking at the footprints at the entrance, I'm afraid there are 2 of them. Look, those footprints are one big and one small. They are obviously different. Hearing that, Lin Ling quickly looked at the ground and discovered that there were indeed footprints on the ground. What was surprising was that these footprints looked like human footprints, but there were 6 fingers. It is said that human-faced ghost crows are born from the unyielding spirit of a god. They are very difficult to deal with. Now that there are 2 human-faced ghost crows in this hole, and it is underground, I'm afraid the divine spring here will not be easy to get. Luoshan said. How about this? All of you stay outside the hole, and I will go in to check it out. Lin Ling said after pondering for a moment. After all, the human-faced ghost crows were not gods. Having more people might not be of help, but would instead become a burden. Lin Ling would be more at ease if he was alone. If something went wrong, he could escape unscathed. That won't do. How can we let you take the risk alone? Everyone immediately refused. I am going to steal the divine spring. It would be best if I can steal the divine spring without alerting the ghost crows. Even if I am discovered, the more people there are, the slower I will escape, Lin Ling said. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Lin Ling also entered the hole. As soon as he entered, a fishy smell wafted over. It was as if the human-faced ghost crows liked to eat rotten meat. However, Lin Ling also sensed a dense spiritual energy quietly permeating the air. Chapter 4439. Now Lin Ling didn't know if it was because of the increase in his strength or the ease with which he used the tyrannical song sword, but every time he used the blood sea, the effect of killing everything was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, although Lin Ling had killed Emperor God Golden Python and the others, he wasn't affected by the tyrannical song sword, and the blood sea didn't fade away. Luotian and the others have encountered these human-faced ghost crows before. Even if they worked together, they could only chase them away. This means that these beasts are very strong. Now that there are two of them here, I have to be careful. The cave went all the way down. Not long after, a huge cave appeared. This cave was very big with a radius of 100 miles, and it was pitch black. However, this kind of darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. With a glance, he saw a large number of holy springs on the ground. Upon closer inspection, there were probably close to 1,000 of them. Although these holy springs weren't as many as the ones he saw when he broke through not long ago, it was still a huge sum. Then Lin Ling immediately wanted to collect the holy springs. However, he stopped because he didn't see the two human-faced ghost crows. In order to avoid being attacked, he decided to find the human-faced ghost crows first. However, as he continued to move forward, it was still quiet. I heard from the radiant golden dragon that these human-faced ghost crows are the most violent. Are they still violent now? Or did they not notice me? Lin Ling was puzzled and continued to move forward. However, it was still quiet. This made Lin Ling almost want to go back and collect the holy springs. However, at this time, a strange sound was heard. Then Lin Ling saw a large group of black shadows in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was 3 human-faced ghost crows. Moreover, the 3 human-faced ghost crows were entangled together and making some sounds of joy. It was a joyful sound. What are they doing? Lin Ling frowned. Then his face turned red. He knew what they were doing. It turned out that they were doing something improper. Moreover, he didn't know whether the 3 human-faced ghost crows were male or female. The 3 of them were actually doing it together. As expected of evil. Of course, this was also an opportunity for Lin Ling. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The 3rd stage of talent fusion, he slashed out fiercely. While you're sick, I'll take your life. At that moment, the 3 human-faced ghost crows were crying out happily as they intertwined with each other. At that moment, Bloodsea's sword came slashing over with a sharp edge. Boom. The human-faced ghost crow in the middle was immediately split into 2. All right. Lin Ling was also overjoyed. In this way, the pressure he faced was also reduced by a bit. Lulu. The remaining 2 human-faced ghost crows glared at Lin Ling furiously. They pointed their wings at Lin Ling, as if they were 2 old men cursing Lin Ling. Even saw strange things sticking out of their crotches. Lulu my ass. Lin Ling slashed out again, cutting off the strange object of one of the human-faced ghost crows. Gua. The human-faced ghost crow let out an angry cry and actually pounced towards Lin Ling. Its speed was so fast that it actually reached the speed of 500,000 worlds in a breath. This speed was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Because this speed was the same as White Tiger. If Lin Ling had not broken through and not fused with his 3rd stage talent, he would not have been able to dodge it. Lin Ling's speed after breaking through was 400,000 worlds. After fusing with his 3rd stage talent, it was 500,000 worlds. Lin Ling instantly disappeared. At the same time, a claw swept across the ground, bringing with it close to 20,000 units of divine power. No wonder the light golden dragon and the others attacked together. This human-faced ghost crow's attack was already comparable to a Saint generation primogenitor's. Die for me. After dodging, Lin Ling immediately slashed out. However, at that moment, a sound wave came from behind, causing Lin Ling to feel dizzy. Illusions also appeared in his eyes. It was actually a large number of strange human-faced ghost crows. Moreover, they were riding each other and doing some indecent actions. Seduction? But why were there not humans but human-faced ghost crows? Could it be that the human-faced ghost crows thought that these illusions could attract Lin Ling? Lin Ling was not affected at all. Moreover, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. The human-faced ghost crow in front of him could not react in time, and was struck. However, its feathers were incomparably tough. When the tyrant Song's sword landed on it, it only produced a few golden stars. It was unable to cut through at all. And the human-faced ghost crow slowly turned around. Its ugly head revealed a smiling face. It was clearly mocking Lin Ling. It seemed to be saying, "With your strength, you can't hurt me at all, Xiao." But at this moment, Lin Ling's hand sword ruthlessly stabbed in. "I don't believe that your place is also so tough." The human-faced ghost crow was still laughing. However, it quickly lowered its head and discovered that the place where Lin Ling had cut off before was now pierced by a sword. And between its legs there were not many tough feathers. Of course, it did not expect that Lin Ling would attack it here. Gua! It let out a sound of disbelief. Whoosh! Lin Ling's sword twisted and crushed it from within its body. The pitch-black feathers scattered all over the ground. It looked like an extremely extraordinary treasure. Of course, Lin Ling found it dirty and did not want it in the end. Gua! At this moment, the last human-faced ghost crow's attack arrived. Moreover, it saw that its two companions were dead, so it was enraged. Then an extremely terrifying sound wave attack arrived. In Lin Ling's eyes, countless rays of light appeared. The entire world seemed to have disappeared, and only countless shooting stars could be seen. These shooting stars had a mystical trajectory, as if they were traversing through the river of time and space. Lin Ling was stunned. And when Lin Ling looked carefully, he realized that the shooting stars were actually human-faced ghost crows. Their flight had a mysterious melody that made one's eyes dazzle and lose themselves in it. Speed, speed, the speed of light of the great Tao. A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. However, he also knew that he could not lose himself in this speed. Otherwise he would be killed by the last human-faced ghost crow. Step of wisdom. Lin Ling roared and his soul force exploded, shattering the meteors like they were made of glass. As soon as the illusion disappeared, Lin Ling looked up and immediately saw a human-faced ghost crow standing in front of him. It was looking down at him proudly, and its two claws were already in a slashing position. Obviously, it also knew that Lin Ling's sword could not hurt it at all. The death of its companions was just an accident. And now this human had nowhere to run. He was dead for sure. Sky-splitting slash. At this critical moment, Lin Ling used his trump card. Pengu had arrived. He raised his palm high, as if he was going to split the sky and the earth. His seemingly slow movement was accompanied by the most ancient melody. It locked onto the human-faced ghost crow, causing all of its feathers to stand up. How would it dare to attack Lin Ling? It could not wait to escape. However, sky-splitting slash had already locked onto it, so it could not escape. Rumble. Chapter 4440. Boom. The huge human-faced ghost crow exploded. Its feathers and smelly blood splattered all over the ground. The entire cave seemed to have collapsed. Rocks kept falling down, and a large number of bones fell down. It was the ancient tomb above the cave. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed and quickly left the cave. His body was stained with the blood of the ghost crows, which made him extremely depressed. Soon he arrived at the cave from before. Then he quickly collected the divine spring. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he immediately left the cave. As soon as he left, the cave continued to collapse. However, Lin Ling had already collected the divine spring. He sped up and finally rushed out of the cave. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling encountered the human-faced ghost crows? Should we go and help him? Look, the ground behind the cave has completely caved in. I'm most afraid that we won't be able to help and will instead become Lin Ling's burden. You have to know that we're all seriously injured now. The bright golden dragon and the others discussed animatedly, their faces filled with anxiety. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling finally rushed out. When they saw Lin Ling covered in blood, they became even more anxious. Lin Ling, you're injured. Are you alright? Let's leave here first. We'll talk later. Did those human-faced ghost crows chase us out? Let's go. They didn't think too much and quickly left. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, Lin Ling finally stopped and changed into clean clothes. When they saw Lin Ling stop, the bright golden dragon and the others looked behind them in fear. They were deeply afraid that the human-faced ghost crows would chase after them. However, after a moment of silence, they finally let out a light sigh of relief. Lin Ling, did you kill those 2 human-faced ghost crows? Xiao Er immediately asked subconsciously. Hearing this, Lin Ling was still changing into clean clothes. At the same time he smiled and shook his head. Xiao Er, are you an idiot? That's 2 human-faced ghost crows. How could they be killed? We're already very lucky to be able to escape. The radiant golden dragon immediately reprimanded. Then he comforted Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, don't worry. The divine mountain should have a lot of divine springs. We don't need the divine spring from before. Not bad. The others echoed his sentiments. Actually, there are more than 2 human-faced ghost crows in the cave. There are 3 of them. At this time, Lin Ling finished changing and finally raised his head to look at the crowd. 3. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and secretly rejoiced for Lin Ling. After all, 1 human-faced ghost crow was enough to give them a hard time. Now there were 3 of them. Lin Ling was lucky to be able to escape. However, even though we escaped, those beasts are the most vengeful. I'm afraid they're still chasing after us. Let's leave immediately. Then, the radiant golden dragon said with lingering fear. 3 human-faced ghost crows. Just the thought of it was troublesome. They won't come out anymore. At this time Lin Ling said with a smile. Why? Everyone frowned. Lin Ling smiled again and said calmly, because I killed them all. Silence. The surroundings suddenly became eerily quiet. The radiant golden dragon and the others looked at Lin Ling in shock. There were 3 human-faced ghost crows, and Lin Ling had killed them all by himself? Oh my god. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't use his full strength when he defeated the primogenitor? If they didn't know Lin Ling's character, they would have thought that Lin Ling was lying. Alright, I just had some enlightenment. So, I need to comprehend it. How about you protect me? 1 day should be enough. At this time Lin Ling said again. He recalled the illusion that the human-faced ghost crows had left for him. Those light meteors. This was because he had a feeling that if he didn't comprehend it soon, that feeling would disappear. Alright, we need to heal ourselves too. Everyone nodded immediately. Lin Ling took out a large amount of divine spring water and handed it to the radiant golden dragon and the others. Then he sat down cross-legged. The illusion that was left in his mind also appeared quietly at this time. Lin Ling was constantly observing it. However, these illusions were like a painting, disappearing at lightning speed. Therefore, Lin Ling had to comprehend some of the great Tao of light before it disappeared. 9 crows in the sky, chase the sun and die. An ancient voice rang out quietly. After the creation of heaven and earth, there were 9 crows in heaven and earth. They loved to chase the sun, and were eventually burned to death by the sun. The sun seemed to be hanging in the sky, but it was very far away. Therefore, the 9 crows not only had to have strong resistance to fire, but they also had to have incredible speed. This speed was what Lin Ling was trying to comprehend. Of course, there wasn't much time left for him because the illusion was also disappearing quickly. While Lin Ling was comprehending, the radiant golden dragon and the others were also recovering with the help of the divine spring water. The hole in the ground is very conspicuous in the silent graveyard. I'm afraid someone will come. Yeah, we haven't recovered from our injuries yet. If some strong person comes, we'll be in trouble. How can there be such a coincidence? We'd better protect Lin Ling. Everyone was whispering to each other. However, at this time, God Luo exclaimed, "Oh no, that idiotic tiger and one-track-minded girl is missing." What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They looked around and didn't see that strange combination. The girl was obviously close to Lin Ling. If she was lost, they didn't know how to explain it to Lin Ling. That detestable girl. She's a troublemaker. She's been making us worry all this time. Stop complaining. Find her immediately. God Luo and the others stood up and wanted to search for her. However, voices came from afar. Brat, where is that Lei Gong from last time? Tell me immediately. I won't tell you. I won't betray him unless I'm dead. Stop dreaming. Then they saw a girl riding a white tiger. She was running towards God Luo and the others. Behind the white tiger, a large number of demons were chasing after her. The one leading them was the young master of the Ox Demon tribe. Fuck. Everyone was speechless. She wouldn't betray Lin Ling unless she was dead. Now that she was running towards them, wouldn't Lin Ling be exposed? She was indeed a one-track-minded girl. Young master, look. That's Lin Ling. Indeed, a demon with the head of a wild boar shouted excitedly. Haha, it's really Lin Ling. It's really Lin Ling. Moreover, he seems to be breaking through. Even the heavens are helping me. The young master of the Ox Demon tribe looked around. When he saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged on the ground, he immediately laughed excitedly. What a cunning scoundrel. He actually used tricks to get the secret out of me. Chapter 44-41. It's you guys. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Scram. The young patriarch ignored the young lady and stared at the radiant golden dragon and the others. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon and the others became even more solemn. With their heavy injuries, they could not stop the young patriarch. In fact, the young patriarch at his peak was probably stronger than the radiant golden dragon by a notch. Those who could defeat him back then, other than Lin Ling, probably not even the primogenitor and the others. We just killed a primogenitor, and now a young patriarch has appeared. Scram. The radiant golden dragon cursed inwardly. These people were the experts closest to the sacred mountain a year ago, second only to the gods. Young patriarch, this Lei Gong is indeed breaking through. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some demons stared at Yi Han and licked their lips crazily. Kaka, this is great. Lei Gong is at his weakest after breaking through. This is our chance. The boar-headed demon also laughed loudly. Hee, do I need to sneak attack Lei Gong like this? What a joke. Although he defeated me last time, my strength has been greatly enhanced thanks to the treasures my father obtained from the Divine Mountain. There are very few mid-stage low gods who can defeat me. Of course, I won't miss such a good opportunity. Kill Lei. If I kill Lei Gong, my peerless beauty will like me even more. The young patriarch laughed coldly, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. He had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time. His previous defeat had left him with great humiliation. Today, he wanted to wash away that humiliation with his own hands. Then he walked towards Lin Ling step by step. Young patriarch, kill him, kill him. The demons also let out excited cries. They were so excited that they were already drooling. The worst thing to do when breaking through is to break through. Hee Lei Gong, your luck is really bad. The young patriarch walked forward step by step. 2 blood-red scimitars appeared in his hands. Ripples spread out from the scimitars. It was actually another rare treasure. Behind him, black fog spread out, and a huge bull demon head appeared. A pair of cold eyes emitted a majestic, baleful aura. It could be seen that his talent had increased by a lot. He had probably reached the mid-stage god level. This was the treasure his father found in the sacred mountain. This was a drop of Kuei's divine blood. Kuei in the East Sea, there was Mount Liubo, 7,000 miles into the sea. There was a beast, Kuei. And with the help of this drop of divine blood, the talent of the young chief's divine embryo greatly increased, and he stepped into the ranks of mid-level deities. Die for me. Although Lin Ling seemed to be comprehending, he could feel everything that was happening outside. After all, he was only comprehending speed, not breaking through. He was anxious because the images in his mind were disappearing quickly. Lin Ling did not want to miss this opportunity. If he backed out, his previous efforts would be wasted. Clang. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Golden light shone brightly. The young patriarch's attack was blocked by a pair of golden dragon claws. The one standing in front of Lin Ling was the bright golden dragon. Although he seemed to have blocked the young patriarch's attack, he did not gain any advantage. The dragon scales on his back were broken and fell out. Young patriarch, I know you have a grudge against Lei Gong. But it's not good to sneak attack like this. Why don't you give the dragon race some face and postpone your battle with him? Anyway, you are not afraid of Lei Gong now. It's better to defeat him openly. After blocking the young patriarch's attack, the bright golden dragon said indifferently, "Hee, although I want to defeat him openly, I don't have so much time to waste here." The young patriarch raised his head and said disdainfully, "Also, what face does the dragon race have? You dragons are just the dragon vein of a small lake. Do you really think you represent the entire dragon race?" The dragon race had endless prestige in the void of the 9 continents. But to the Ox Demon clan, they were nothing more than this. Scram! Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. After that, the young family head snorted coldly as he raised the divine sabers in his hands, suppressing the radiant golden dragon to the point that its entire body trembled. Xiao Er and the others' faces turned black. This young patriarch of the Ox Demon clan was even more difficult to deal with than the saint progenitor. Hee, if we don't kill this Lei Gong, I'm afraid he will stir up trouble in the future. At this time, a large number of deities arrived. These deities had powerful auras. Ordinary people would not recognize them. But the bright golden dragon and the others were chased a year ago. Therefore, they immediately knew where they came from. Immortal Spirit Nation. The one leading them was the great master Ling Bao. They looked at Lin Ling, who was comprehending, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Not good. Xiao Er and the others felt that a great disaster was coming. A young patriarch was already very difficult to deal with. Now that there was an immortal spirit nation, how could they protect Lin Ling? Xiao Er and the others looked at the bright golden dragon. In the end, they did not leave. Instead, they continued to block in front of Lin Ling. They were already indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of them several times. In addition, Lin Ling also treated them as friends. Therefore, they were too embarrassed to run away. If they were to die, they would die together. In any case, if not for Lin Ling's help, they would have died long ago. Now that they were still alive, they had profited. "You bunch of trash, are you really going to stop me?" Seeing the bright golden dragon and the others blocking his path, the young patriarch's face turned even colder. "Forget it, if you want to die, then all of you can die." He suddenly slashed out with his dual sabers. The huge ox demon behind him suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying hurricane. The moment the ox demon appeared, the bright golden dragon and the others trembled. They actually felt the majesty of an ancient great god. Even if they were proud dragons, they felt that they were insignificant at this moment. At this moment, they knew that they were dead for sure. Even if they were not injured, they might not be able to stop the young patriarch. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart froze. He planned to give up everything and withdraw from his state of comprehension. However, at this moment, a huge bone fist came from behind. Rumble. After the two blades collided, an earth-shattering rumbling sound was immediately heard. Everyone looked over and saw a pure white skeleton appear. It was using its terrifying fists to collide with the young patriarch's two blades. However, the skeleton was clearly not a match for it. It was obvious that it could not block it. However, at this moment, another powerful attack came. A demon king that was formed from the fusion of 10,000 demons appeared and swept out with its claws. Chapter 44-42. If you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to ask us first. Neat voices floated out at the same time. With the help of several people and the light golden dragon, they finally managed to block the horn-like blades. Even the hurricane spat out by the giant bull demon was barely blocked. Of course, it was just barely. However, at this moment, another expert arrived. A black chain, mixed with the power of the steps of God, swept over violently. And within the chains, there was a huge golden skeleton king roaring. Swoosh. As soon as the chains appeared, the twin sabers finally began to tremble a little. Bang. Boom. Unfortunately, this was not the end. A giant stone tablet came crashing down from the sky, sweeping everything in its path. Crack. Finally, one of the blood-red sabers that looked like a bull's horn was finally broken. Although this saber was only broken by the combined efforts of everyone, it was still enough to shock everyone. This was because this was the young clan leader. A year ago, under the sacred mountain, There was only one existence like the gods. Its thumb. The demons behind the young clan leader stared at the people who suddenly arrived and exclaimed, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" A group of people appeared in front of Lin Ling. They were Yu Little South Sister Tsuehua, Emperor God Zhonggang, and the giant ghost. Among them, everyone knew how strong Emperor God Zhonggang and giant ghosts were back then because these two experts were the closest to the sacred mountain. Whoever dares to touch our Lei Gong will be killed without mercy, Emperor God Zhonggang said coldly. He looked around and the faces of the experts from the immortal spirit hegemony nation changed immediately. They knew that these were the people from the Lei Gong Palace. However, when Great Master Numinous Treasure saw the young clan leader, his previous fear disappeared instantly. The young clan leader was determined to kill Lin Ling. With him around, there was no need to fear those two. It's time for the immortal spirit hegemony nation to make a move. After that, Great Master Numinous Treasure led the few remaining divine marshals and walked out step by step. Of the 7 great divine generals of the immortal spirit hegemony nation, only 4 were left. They were all mid-stage lower deities and were very powerful. However, they weren't Lin Ling's match. However, they felt that it wouldn't be difficult for them to face Emperor God Zhonggang. Is your great Hall Lei Gong really going to act willfully? Just nice, I'll satisfy you and wipe you all out. The great Taoist master of Numinous Treasure said as he walked. There was a sneer on his face, and he could see that the young clan leader did not intend to make the first move. That was because he felt that the game was getting more and more fun. Therefore, he took a step back and let the cave master behind him attack. In that case, you Great Master Bao, and the other cave masters should attack together. That should be enough to wipe out this group of people. What's going on? There was a rumbling sound here before, and I thought that some treasure had been unearthed. What kind of treasure is there? Other than the tombs nearby, there's nothing else. There are experts fighting, and one of them is actually Lei Gong. Lei Gong? Didn't he leave the ear-holding ox cave? Why is he here? Many people heard the news and came from afar. After landing on the ground, they looked at the scene in front of them in shock. That looks like the bright golden dragon from the Dragon Clan. His strength is monstrous, but he seems to be injured now. The rest of the people are from Lei Gong's Great Hall. And that's indeed Lei Gong. Moreover, he seems to be injured too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting cross-legged and unable to get up. No wonder these experts dared to attack. This is an excellent opportunity. The people who appeared in the distance came from all over the world. There were people from the void of the 9 continents, spirit nations, and many unknown experts. However, there was no doubt that they all had the strength of deities. Seeing that so many deities had appeared, the great Taoist master of Numinous Treasure sneered. In the void of the 9 continents, people only remembered the Dragon Valley. They didn't know about the immortal spirit hegemony nation. Today, they could use the opportunity to kill Lin Ling to make the immortal spirit hegemony nation famous in the void of the 9 continents. Great Hall Lei Gong, do you still remember our million torrents? Now that they're all dead, the immortal spirit hegemony nation will have to settle this grudge. Thinking of this, the great Taoist master of Numinous Treasure gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Back then, he had carried the order of the king of the immortal spirit hegemony nation to search for treasures in the Ji, or Ox Cave. He had also brought along 1,000,000 steel torrents. Originally, he wanted to make a name for himself. However, who knew that before he could even enter the sacred mountain, his 1,000,000-strong army would be annihilated. This was the greatest loss for the immortal spirit hegemony nation, and the great Taoist master of Numinous Treasure. Humiliation. With just you guys? Since you're all dead, why don't a few more die? At this moment, Emperor God Zhonggang smiled faintly. With just you injured soldiers? You must be joking. The great Taoist master of Numinous Treasure obviously didn't care about Emperor God Zhonggang. In his opinion, with the young clan leader around, even if Lin Ling woke up, he would definitely be defeated this time. Giant Ghost, protect Lin Ling Yu. Be careful. At this moment, Emperor God Zhonggang carried a huge stone tablet on his back and held a chain in his hand. He walked out step by step. Beside him was the Golden Skeleton King. All right, Yu Yu and the rest nodded and came to Lin Ling's side. Then they looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Half a year ago, they saw that Lin Ling hadn't returned. Hence, they didn't want to miss out on the treasures of the sacred mountain. In the end, they entered the sacred mountain. In the following days, they gained a lot. However, they didn't expect to meet Lin Ling. Brother Ling, are you all right? Yu Yu looked at Lin Ling, who had his eyes slightly closed, and asked worriedly. He should be fine. He probably had an epiphany. Hence, he didn't want to miss out on this opportunity and comprehended it on the spot. Beside them, Giant Ghost looked at Lin Ling with a ferocious face and suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the rest finally relaxed. At this moment, Emperor God Zhonggang walked out step by step. He looked at the great master numinous treasure indifferently and said, "Originally, you didn't have to be wiped out. Previously, Lin Ling also promised to write off the grudge with the immortal spirit nation. Who knew that you would still dare to come and seek death? This is a mistake. Go to hell." Great Master Numinous Treasure didn't bother to say more. He released his aura and his divine embryo rolled like a god. Swoosh. However, Emperor God Zhonggang also made his move. With a wave of his right hand, the golden skeleton king pounced forward. A bone blade appeared in his hand. With a majestic aura, he slashed towards a cave master who looked like a wild boar. You want to kill him? Dream on. Great Master Numinous Treasure roared. Although he didn't get along with the young clan leader of the Ox Demon clan, their common enemy was Lin Ling. Hence, how could he let Emperor God Zhonggang have his way? Kill me? You think you can? The Wild Boar's cave master was also very powerful. He was one of the 72 cave masters. His entire body shook, and he turned into a wild boar that looked like a hedgehog. Moreover, he was as huge as a mountain. With a single move of his leg, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. However, the golden skeleton king's bone blade didn't stop. He ruthlessly slashed out. 10,000 rays of divine power exploded. What? The wild boar king roared. This skeleton king was actually so strong. Chapter 44-43. He chanted silently, and a golden book appeared in front of him. It slowly opened, and a light enveloped the wild boar king. He obviously wanted to protect the cave master in front of everyone, to prove that the immortal spirits were not as strong as the overlord nation. Once the absolute golden scripture was released, it also exploded with 10,000 strands of divine power. Together with the wild boar king's own strength, it was enough to fight against the skeleton king's bone blade. 10,000 strands of divine power, so strong. The people in the distance were shouting, "Kill the boar to establish our might." At this time, Emperor God Zhonggang also roared. With a wave of his chain, it actually coiled around Golden Skeleton King's body, causing it to display even more divine might. Under that bone blade, the divine power had reached more than 20,000 units. Help him. Seeing this, Great Master Numinous Treasure shouted angrily. The divine marshals under the curtain rushed forward and resisted with all their strength. Rumble. The nearby ground instantly exploded, and countless graves collapsed. With the help of a few divine marshals, the pressure on the wild boar king instantly decreased. Great Master Numinous Treasure laughed and wanted to say something. However, this smile obviously did not last long. Emperor God Zhonggang snorted coldly, and the chains became even darker. A wave of firm god power burst forth and formed countless mysterious runes that floated in the surroundings. His power of divinity instantly increased to 15,000. Together with the Golden Skeleton King's 10,000 power of divinity, he now had 20,000 power of divinity. 3-plate scripture, absolute golden scripture. Great Master Numinous Treasure's expression changed drastically. Who was this guy carrying the pillar? Why was he so strong? Wasn't the strongest in Leigong an old man and a young Qilin? Once his absolute golden scripture was released, his divine power also increased greatly. Then, in a spurt of energy, he also activated the absolute golden scripture. Too weak. However, Emperor God Zhonggang snorted in disdain, and the power of steel surged. His divine power had finally increased to 20,000. Together with the Golden Skeleton King's divine power, it was now more than 30,000. 30,000. Even the Saint Ancestor back then did not have this kind of strength. This undoubtedly shocked the light golden dragon and the others. Lin Ling was actually so strong under the curtain? Boom. 30,000 godly energy slashed out, cutting the wild boar king in half. It was simply unstoppable. Even the ferocious power swept out and cut a few of the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure's divine generals in half. The entire process seemed slow, but in truth it happened in the blink of an eye. Lei Gong's display of power in the main hall was indeed impressive. So strong? What realm is he in? The Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master's face was extremely pale, but at that moment, a chain swept over. After killing the pig, I'll kill you to show my might. Emperor God Zhongang's majestic voice drifted over, and it was mixed with thick murderous intent. Right now, it was as if he had regained his former majesty. Young Patriarch, help me. When the Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master sensed the terrifying power of God surging towards him, he finally panicked. Roar. Almost at the same time, the deafening sound of a cow's cry rang out. The young patriarch laughed coldly. He finally made his move. Just a little more. However, Emperor God Zhongang's expression did not change. The chain that was originally as thick as an arm suddenly became huge. It was as though it was locking down the heavens and the earth, sealing the heaven and earth. Then it was strangled. Not good, late-stage lower god. His power of God has reached 40,000. Seeing this, the young patriarch who seemed to be watching a good show panicked. Because he did not expect Emperor God Zhonggang to reach late-stage lower god strength. And at this realm, he was qualified to become a god. Late-stage lower god. The Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master finally knew how powerful Emperor God Zhonggang was. He thought that in Lei Gong's main hall, only Treasure God Namwufengyu was a late-stage lower god, but now, there was one more. Wait, the Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master shouted. But the huge chain wrapped around him, and in the next moment, he was strangled into powder. At this moment, the Immortal Spirit Empire's army of millions of steel flooded into the Ji Air Ox Cave. And now, they were completely annihilated. Not a single one was left alive. Kill the pig, kill the country, kill the cow. 3 kills to show my might. After strangling the Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master, Emperor God Zhonggang looked at the young patriarch and waved his hand again. And all the chains swept over. Soaring Bull Aura. At this moment, the young patriarch finally panicked because the opponent's realm was higher than his, and he was not an ordinary late-stage lower god. Although he had the innate divine fetus of a middle god, he was confident that he could not defeat the opponent. He roared angrily, and his body exploded, turning into a one-legged giant with the body of a cow. This was the Kuei cow. A terrifying aura of desolation gushed out from its body, causing the world to be covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. Moreover, when people looked carefully, they discovered that this giant only had 1 horn and 1 leg. However, upon closer inspection, the horn was clearly different. It was blood red in color. When Lei Gong defeated the young patriarch outside the sacred mountain, he broke the young patriarch's cow horn. Now the young patriarch has changed to this cow horn. It seems to be the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kuei cow. The people were discussing and they were all shocked. He has some ability, but his realm is still too weak. Also, that bloodline does not exist. A bastard cow is still a bastard cow, and he is not qualified to become an ancient divine beast. However, Emperor God Zhonggang snorted in disdain, and a complicated mark appeared in between his eyebrows. The chains in the surroundings began to spin crazily, sealing the world. Inside the chains, the world became pitch black, and everything turned into black steel. Then, the chains began to shrink, as if they were binding a cow. Bang bang bang. Sensing the changes in the world, the young patriarch's heart trembled, and he tried to escape. But no matter where he jumped, the world seemed to be frozen. He even felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. When he looked carefully, his soul leg was sealed by a powerful force, and it began to turn into steel. God steps. He let out a strange cry, extremely shocked. Ka ka ka. As soon as his voice rang out, countless chains bound him, and he turned into a completely black steel Kuei. He was completely sealed. A late-stage lower god with the power of the god steps. Even if the young patriarch had the divine fetus of a middle god, it was difficult for him to resist. In the end, it was still because his foundation was too weak. God Emperor Zhonggang had been cultivating since the age of gods. If it wasn't for the fact that he was heavily injured during the dusk of the gods, his current strength wouldn't be much weaker than treasure god Namwufingyu. Bang bang bang. Looking at the struggling Kuei cow, who was gradually losing strength, the people in the distance gasped. Leigong's hall has countless experts. From afar, there is Sheng Yi, who controls the Eastern Emperor Bell. Nearby, there is this god, a young Qilin, an old man, and Leigong. TSK amazing. Damn it, this Leigong's hall is rapidly rising. Chapter 44-44. 3 kills to establish dominance. Now they finally had a deep understanding. Whoever dares to come, don't blame me for being merciless. At this time, Emperor God Zhonggang looked at the crowd and said. His calm words carried a domineering aura. And wherever he looked, no matter where they came from, they all quietly lowered their heads. Haha, Leigong of Leigong Hall can't even be considered a god, but he was very lucky to obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell. Moreover, there are countless experts in Leigong Hall. Other than treasure god Namwufingyu, there is also an expert like you. What a pity, such an expert is following the weak Lin Ling. How disgusting. Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out, followed by countless echoes. At some point, plum blossom petals began to sprinkle down from the sky. It was a beautiful scene. So cold. Looking at the falling plum blossom petals, everyone's body trembled. They didn't know why, but they felt cold all over. At this time, under the rain of petals, 5 figures were strolling in the snow. They wore thick raincoats as if they were driving passers-by. However, when they got closer, Emperor God Zhonggang recognized them. He frowned and said, Supreme Divinity Wu Mei. In truth, these 5 people weren't famous in the beginning. When people couldn't underestimate them, it was at Sacred Mountain. At that time, Luli Empress obtained the God Bell. Titanic Crescent God and Kirishin both went to stop her, but they were stopped by these 5. These 5 were invited by Lord Ning and were from Spirit Nation. That battle made people remember them. These 5 were very strong, and when they worked together, they could suppress gods. Legend has it that they were formed from the roots of a plum blossom tree in 5 Peak Mountain. 5 roots grew together, so when they worked together, they were incomparably strong. Supreme Divinity Wu Mei, this has nothing to do with you. Emperor God Zhonggang, who was arrogant before, said lightly. His words shocked many people because Emperor God Zhonggang was so strong before, but now he was clearly lowering his attitude. Haha, you're Emperor God Zhonggang, right? The 5 of them finally stopped in their tracks. They took off their straw raincoats and revealed their aged faces. Surprisingly, these 5 people actually looked exactly the same. Even their expressions and actions were similar, causing others to be unable to distinguish who was the eldest brother and who was the second brother. I heard that you are one of the best generals in Leigong's palace. Are you afraid of us now? The 5 of them spoke again, and their expressions carried a mocking smile. Hearing this, Emperor God Zhonggang's expression changed. He suddenly understood that Supreme God Wu Mei was mocking him. If it were any other time, this would be nothing but a dream. Although Supreme God Wu Mei was a god left behind from the era of gods, he had also killed a god emperor. It was impossible for him to lower his voice. However, Emperor God Zhonggang quietly turned his head to look at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling's expression was peaceful, as though he had reached the final moment. Therefore he smiled and nodded. That's right, I am indeed afraid of you. Seniors, please be magnanimous and let us go. For the sake of Lin Ling, he was willing to lower his noble head. Because these 5 people could suppress the Titanic Crescent God, it meant that their combined strength was stronger than Emperor God Zhonggang. What did you say? We can't hear you. Louder. The 5 old men laughed at the same time. Bastards. Emperor God Zhonggang cursed. Yu and the others did the same. These 5 despicable old men. I, Emperor God Zhonggang, am afraid of the 5 seniors. Please be magnanimous and spare our lives. We will remember this favor and repay it in the future. Emperor God Zhonggang said with a polite smile, and cupped his hands. Ha. Seeing this, the 5 old men laughed even louder, as though they were very pleased. You were captured by the great god of the Spirit Nation back then. according to the spirit nation, you are also a god left behind from the era of gods. Now that you are begging us for mercy, it is truly satisfying. The 5 of them said at the same time. However, you are really a piece of trash. Back then, a god actually listened to a brat. You are a disgrace to the era of gods. Why don't you call yourself a piece of trash and let us hear it? I am a piece of trash. Emperor God Zhonggang felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. His pride had been trampled and he had lost all face. However, he still smiled and said, "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, the experts from the spirit nation laughed as well. They looked at Emperor God Zhonggang as though he was a rat. On the other side, the experts from the 9 prefectures all had ashen faces. They looked as though they had been humiliated. 5 seniors, please be magnanimous. Why don't we do it now? Emperor God Zhonggang said again. I'm sorry, but we have no intention of letting Lei Gong go. Therefore, all of you still have to die. After the 5 people laughed, they suddenly said coldly, "Ha ha ha. I heard that it's easy to kill a person, but it's extremely difficult to make that person smile humbly. Now that we've killed our people, we've satisfied that feeling of satisfaction. It's great." You. Hearing this, Emperor God Zhonggang's eyes narrowed. Although he guessed that the 5 of them might not let them go, he still had some hope. After all, Supreme God Wu Mei was also a figure from the era of the gods. They still cared about their reputation. It was impossible that they would not do what they said. However, they were indeed shameless. Trash has already said it, and we have seen your humble face. Now die. Long swords appeared in the hands of the 5 of them. With a slight movement, plum blossoms filled the sky. Cold Mountain Louis. The moment the sword appeared, 50,000 divine powers were instantly released. Each of them had 10,000 divine powers. The scary thing was that these divine powers could be fused together. Behind them, an ancient plum tree appeared. It did not fall in the wind and snow. This was the talent of their divine bodies. 50,000 divine powers? The current Emperor God Zhonggang only had 40,000 divine powers. Whoosh. However, the other party did not allow Emperor God Zhonggang to hesitate, and had already attacked. Therefore, Emperor God Zhonggang also released his full strength and asked King Golden Skeleton to help. Cold Mountain Louis. 5 voices suddenly sounded. Emperor God Zhonggang sensed that the world in front of him had disappeared. He appeared beside a lake in a world of ice and snow. Plum blossoms bloomed on both sides of the lake, and green leaves were everywhere. However, in the distant mountains, snow was falling continuously. Almost at the same time, countless swords appeared around Emperor God Zhonggang, wanting to kill him. Steel will. Emperor God Zhonggang roared. The chains were like snakes, stirring up a world. The god's steps also erupted. The world within the chains turned into steel, snow, and plum blossoms turned pitch black. Hee hee. A cold laugh came. Supreme God Wu Mei was able to fight against Titanic Crescent God. How could her strength be so simple? 5 layers of plum blossoms. 5 swords came from the void. The swords flashed and 5 rays of white light appeared in Emperor God Zhonggang's world of steel. Not good. Emperor God Zhonggang's expression changed. He had turned into endless black steel, but these swords could still hurt his steel. One had to know that he was using the god's steps, and so were his opponents. Chapter 44-45. Kacha. The world that Emperor God Zhonggang was in shattered and returned to normal. Thank you. Emperor God Zhonggang immediately said to the person beside him. Unknowingly, the giant ghost had appeared beside him. It's fine. These 5 old men are bullying us with numbers. Let's join forces. The giant ghost carried the record of the 8 gods and said, another impressive existence. However, even if all of you join forces, you're still no match for us. On the opposite side, the 5 old men smiled faintly. The swords in their hands quietly changed. They were no longer cold but scorching hot. Moreover, the swords began to twist. They no longer looked like swords but 5 plum blossom roots. Lightning across the sky, thunder ridges. Whirling storm, fire net, raging tsunami. The power of thunder and lightning bloomed as the 5 swords pierced over. Every sword strike was different, but they could perfectly fuse together. Lightning, thunder, wind, fire, sea. In fact, they were transformed from the roots of a wild plum tree in the prehistoric times. At that time, the universe had just opened, and there was tyrannical power everywhere. The 5 roots had absorbed different kinds of power, and finally awakened in the age of the gods. Block it! Emperor God Zhonggang roared and swept out the chain world. The giant ghost waved the record of the 8 gods, and the stone tablet tyrannically. We'll help you too. At this moment, the light golden dragon and the rest also joined in. Although it wasn't much help, it was better than nothing. We'll help too. Yu and An'Yuer joined in as well. Rumble. The 2 forces were like the collapse of heaven and earth, stirring up the graveyard. Countless gods' bones soared into the sky and tumbled in the sky. Lord Supreme God, we'll help you too. At this moment, the people from Spirit Nation also shouted. Scram. However, the 5 of them said in unison. Gods had their pride. How could they ask for the help of some mortal ants? It seems like Lord Supreme God doesn't care about them at all. Hearing that, many people from Spirit Nation laughed excitedly. Some of them stared at Lin Ling with evil intentions. Now that Lin Ling had no one to protect him, it was a great opportunity. Go. As if sensing their thoughts, the 5 old men spoke at the same time. Lei Gong will be killed by you. As for these ants, the 5 of us will take care of them. Is this all you've got? After that, the 5 elders looked at Emperor God Zhonggang and the others in disdain. Their words were filled with disdain. I'll let you see something even more powerful. Next, their swords began to emit light that illuminated the surroundings. 5 suns opened high. Following their furious roars, their power of divinity reached over 60,000. Behind them, 5 rays of light shot into the sky. The ancient plum tree was lush and verdant, like an ancient god. Hold on. Emperor God Zhonggang and the others all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were pale as the pressure on them increased greatly. The 5 of them truly had the strength of gods. Too strong. Yu and the others were also sweating profusely. They knew that they were fighting against the gods of the Age of Pantheon. In the past, they could only look up to such a legendary figure. But now they were fighting against them head-on. Although the fight didn't last long, they could be killed in the next moment. But it was enough to prove their pride. Hee, Lei Gong has been killed by me. While the 5 Mei Supreme Gods were suppressing them with all their might, someone quietly approached Lin Ling. A long spear appeared in this person's hand. The tip of the spear was emitting green light. It seemed to be poisonous. This was the poison dragon spear. It was obtained from the sacred mountain. Although its attack power was ordinary, its poison couldn't be underestimated. Legend had it that it had killed 9,999 dragons with its poison. Although my spear is powerful, it won't be able to hurt an expert of Lei Gong's level. However, it's a different story when he's just waiting to be captured. As long as I kill him, I'll become a celebrity in the 9 prefectures void. The Spirit Nation will reward me greatly. Holding the poison dragon spear, this person trembled with excitement. Not good. Emperor God Zhonggang and the others also noticed this scene. Their expressions changed drastically, but they couldn't free themselves. Xiao. The ordinary-looking poison dragon spear was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. It was so close that it was less than a centimeter away from Lin Ling's eyebrows. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. At this moment, it was as though the heavens and earth were frozen. Time stopped and even the wind stopped. Lin Ling's eyes looked calmly at the person in front of him. Although his eyes looked calm, there was an unparalleled murderous aura. It was as though he had the eyes of a god. With just a glance, the person who attacked with the spear trembled. Even his arms were trembling. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to attack again. This feeling seemed to come from the depths of his heart. It was innate. Yu. He let out a trembling voice. Die. Lin Ling roared in his heart. His eyes emitted a terrifying soul power. It was as though he was furious. Boom. The person's body exploded. He couldn't be more dead. The poison dragon spear was stuck in the ground. It was still a centimeter away from killing Lin Ling. It was unknown if that person knew that the poison dragon spear wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling, or if he was shocked by Lin Ling. His fatal attack ended in failure. Then Lin Ling stood up coldly. The fury in his eyes was like a volcano. Previously, he almost comprehended the speed of 200,000 worlds. However, he was interrupted by this person. No, it should be said that he was interrupted by Supreme God Wu Mei. As a result, he only increased his speed by 100,000 worlds. One had to know that speed was the hardest to increase. Other than innate talent, the rest depended on treasures and divine abilities. Even so, the speed of increase wasn't very fast. Increasing his speed by 100,000 worlds was already an incomparably terrifying speed. However, compared to 200,000 worlds, it was still half of it. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that such a rare opportunity wouldn't come again if he missed it. This was because the scene of 9 crows chasing the sun had disappeared. No matter how hard Lin Ling tried to recall it, it was useless. Lin Ling has woken up. At this moment, the people in the distance exclaimed in surprise. What a pity. He was so close. I can only say that Lin Ling is lucky. However, it doesn't matter. He can't escape from Supreme God Wu Mei. That's right. Today, let us witness the fall of one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. Lin Ling is the most wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation. Today he is finally dead. The experts of the Spirit Nation were extremely excited. Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhonggang, and the others were delighted. However, Lin Ling ignored them as he was boiling with anger. Instead, he looked coldly at Supreme God Wu Mei. He Lei Gong. The 5 old men were also looking at Lin Ling, the corners of their mouths curling up. The next one to die is you. Although Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, it was obvious that he was still a distance away from Eugene and the others. Supreme God Wu Mei was already a god. Chapter 44-46. Primordial Yang in seclusion, shift Yang to Yin. They roared angrily and used the god's stairway again. This time, the pressure on Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest increased greatly. However, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally made his move. He saw that the 5 of them were mid-stage lower gods, but because of their talents, they could combine Yin and Yang, increasing their combat power by more than 5 times. No wonder Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest could not win. However, Lin Ling could see that their combination of Yin and Yang was because of the ancient desolate plum behind them. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling activated the Stairs of Wisdom and sealed the desolate plum. Something strange happened. People could see that the 5 Plum Supreme Gods' auras were rapidly weakening. Their combined strength was disintegrated at this moment. My sword. The 5 people's faces also changed in an instant. They were shocked and stunned. In the end, they were even more stunned. Their divine energy is weakening rapidly. Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest were overjoyed. The strength that was suppressed previously was unleashed. Zhonggang broke my comprehension. Looking at Lin Ling, they were enraged. 3rd stage talent fusion, blood sword in hand. He slashed out. Brat, I don't know what method you used, but you dare to fight us? The 5 old men sneered and raised their swords to resist. Gotcha. In the next moment, a crisp sound could be heard. One of the old men's swords broke. You are not an early stage lower god. The old man was tongue-tied and his nose was running. This was because Lin Ling's sword contained more divine power than his. Break me. Lin Ling roared furiously. He raised his sword with one hand and swung it like a club. Gotcha. Another sword was broken. Without the desolate plum as a foundation, the 5 of them could not combine their strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Gotcha. Another sword was broken by Lin Ling. What plum tree roots? I will break your roots today. Gotcha. Another sword broke. 5 swords broke. The previously insufferably arrogant Supreme God Wu Mei was now like a dog being abused by Lin Ling. This caused Emperor God Zhonggang and the others to be extremely shocked. It was only then that they realized that Lin Ling was actually twice as strong as before. You're calling yourself trash. Lin Ling's sword continued to slash at the 5 gods, causing their hair to be disheveled and their clothes to be torn apart. Are you going to tell me or not? Lin Ling slashed out with his sword again, and the 5 of them retreated at the same time. Moreover, after they had calmed down, their hearts were in turmoil. Only now did they remember that after Lin Ling came out of seclusion, the method they relied on to survive suddenly and strangely disappeared. Of course, if it was someone else, this wouldn't be a big deal. However, their opponent was Lin Ling. Without the innate divine fetus, how could they be a match for him? We are trash. The situation was out of their control. The 5 of them had no time to be surprised as they lowered their heads and spoke. Too soft, louder. Lin Ling raised his sword and threatened them domineeringly. Supreme God Wu Mei looked into the distance. When they saw the experts from the Spirit Nation and the experts from the 9 prefectures void, their old faces instantly turned red. Damn it. Lin Ling was deliberately humiliating them. If you don't speak, die. Seeing that they were hesitating, Lin Ling's killing intent surged. We are trash, lulu la 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 la. The 5 old men were so frightened that they shouted at the same time, and even started to sing. However, it had to be said that the song they sang was quite good. It was very melodious. Ha ha. Emperor God Zhang Gang suddenly laughed heartily. Yu Yu and the others laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. This was because the 5 old men's beards and clothes were in a sorry state. When they sang such a song, it was very amusing. Die. After they finished singing, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sea of blood surged and instantly drowned one of the old men. Lei Gongyu. That old man disappeared into the sea of blood. However, he still shouted angrily. He thought that after calling himself trash, Lei Gong would let them go. Remember, this is called an eye for an eye. Lin Ling raised his sword and killed another god. With another sword strike, another old man fell. When he was about to die, he even cried out. Lin Ling still held his sword. However, he stretched out his left hand and used heaven-splitting slash. I'll let you die a quick death. This move was terrifying. How could the supreme god Wu Mei block it? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Rumble. With another slash, another old man was cut in half. Lin Ling, don't kill all of them. Leave one for me. I want to cut him alive. At this moment, Emperor God Zhang Gang roared and flew over with the giant ghost. If the supreme gods of the 5 may join forces, they could even suppress a god. However, after being defeated one by one, their strength was only at the middle stage of the lower god realm. Emperor God Zhang Gang alone would be able to kill him cleanly. Even a god is dead. Lin Ling can kill a god. The people in the distance trembled at this scene. Some even fell to the ground, their legs weak. It was very difficult for a god to fall. Take the battle at Sacred Mountain as an example. Other than one god who was killed by the Eastern Emperor Bel, the rest of the gods survived. However, Lin Ling was the first to kill a god. Terrifying. Run. In a short moment, the people of Spirit Kingdom fled in all directions. Dream on. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He killed all of them and erupted with 600,000 world speed. This was the speed of the 3rd stage talent fusion. It was incomparably terrifying. Shwa. With one slash, one person fell. Fortunately, it's not in my direction. On the other side, several gods of Spirit Kingdom were also fleeing. However, when they saw Lin Ling chasing in another direction, they finally let out a sigh of relief. You can't escape either. However, at this moment, a figure mysteriously appeared in front of them. It was Lin Ling. What welcomed them was a blood sword that killed decisively. How did you catch up so quickly? These people were shocked before they died. They could not believe it. This was because Lin Ling was chasing in the east. Their speed was not slow either. Therefore, it would take a lot of time to catch up with them. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had arrived. This was too strange. Go to the underworld and ask Emperor Ming. One slash told them the answer. Following that, the whole world exploded with bloody light. Rumbling sounds continued as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Lin Ling single-handedly killed all the gods who were fleeing in all directions. People could only see fireworks blooming in the sky. They were fireworks made of blood. Following that, the experts of Spirit Kingdom were all killed. So strong. This is a true god. Lei Gong is going to kill his way to the era of gods. The experts of the 9 prefectures void were solemn. Because the Great Hall of Lei Gong had Saint Guyi. They knew that the Great Hall of Lei Gong was not to be underestimated. However, Lin Ling was also telling them that as the head of the Great Hall of Lei Gong, he was not weak. Lin Ling. Seeing that all the enemies were killed, Emperor Gojonggang and the others were delighted. They then rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling also returned in the sky. He was still in a bad mood. He had missed the 200,000 world speed. However, after seeing Yu Yu and the others, Lin Ling finally smiled. Chapter 44-47. Brother Ling. Brother. Looking at Lin Ling, Yu Yu and Anue rushed over and were embraced by Lin Ling. After not seeing each other for a year, they missed Lin Ling very much. However, they knew that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had left to settle some matters. Hence, they did not disturb Lin Ling and chose to wait quietly. I'm back. Hugging Yu Yu and the rest, Lin Ling felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. A warm feeling also surrounded his body. Emperor Gojonggang and the rest smiled and looked around. They then realized that the young clan leader who had been sealed into steel had unknowingly escaped. Previously, they were all fighting against Supreme God Wu Mei and did not have time to care about the young clan leader. The young clan leader took this opportunity to escape. How cunning! Emperor Gojonggang, congratulations on your breakthrough. After a long time, Lin Ling held Yu Yu and the rest's hands and walked over. Haha. With regards to this breakthrough, Emperor Gojonggang was obviously very happy and he laughed heartily. After that, he stared at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "You have also made a breakthrough. Moreover, I have been suppressed in the middle stage of the lower god realm for 100,000 years. It is not strange for me to make a breakthrough now. Breaking through is really scary. I was just lucky." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. However, what he said was also true. If the young lady had not brought him to the divine pond, Lin Ling might not have broken through so smoothly. Lin Ling, thank you. After that, the light golden dragon and the rest came over and greeted him politely. I'm the one who should thank you. Lin Ling smiled at them. He was very clear that when the young clan leader came, the light golden dragon and the rest did their best to protect him. Hence, after this incident, Lin Ling treated them as his own. At least this group of people were people with principles. Uncle, is this your wife? At this time, the young lady who was riding on the white tiger ran over with a smile. It was so dangerous just now. Fortunately, your wife came. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. You brat. Lin Ling was speechless. As for the radiant golden dragon and the others, they had a look of helplessness on their faces. If this young lady had not lured the young clan leader here, they might not have gotten into such trouble. Oh right, where's Grandpa Treasure God? After that, Lin Ling looked at Emperor Gojonggang and said, he left, but he's inside Shidian. That's right, and many gods are at West Memorial Hall. Oh right, I don't know why, but many gods have come to the sacred mountain. And I've never seen them before. Lin Ling, are we going to West Memorial Hall? Emperor Gojonggang and the others looked at Lin Ling and said, looks like these gods all know about the treasures hidden in Shiji. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. West Memorial Hall was the tomb of the gods with the most treasures, and the most danger out of the 4 memorial halls. Most importantly, a world will host was recorded here. Gods from all over the world had probably come for this. Now, there are many more deities in the void of the 9 prefectures, and the broken world of the gods. Maybe it has something to do with the chaotic world. Lin Ling, what's the chaotic world? I'm not too sure, but I have a feeling that the gods who are still alive from the primordial age and the age of the gods are all in the chaos realm. Perhaps the strongest world is also in the chaos realm. Of course, this is just my guess. Lin Ling, in fact, I also have a feeling that there are many more deities in the void of the 9 prefectures. They might be sealed there and can't easily enter the void of the 9 prefectures. No matter what, let's go to West Memorial Hall first. Everyone follow me. After some discussion, Lin Ling led the way, and the others followed him into the depths of the void of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling's purpose for this trip was to obtain the head of the Sword Devil. This had always been his wish. As for the head of the Sword Devil, it was recorded on the map of the Sacred Returning Sect. It was buried in a place called the Hall of Hidden Spirits. As they walked forward, the ground was filled with lonely graves, and there were even more of them than before. At a glance, there was an endless number of graves. When one walked among them, a strange feeling arose in one's heart. It was as if they had reached the end of the world. These graves should be the corpses left behind from the ancient era's Great War of the Gods. However, I'm curious as to who buried them, Emperor God Zhonggang said as he looked into the distance. This was also the question that everyone was most curious about. Could it be that there was someone in the sacred mountain? This way. Linling did not say much. Not long after, a rumbling sound came from the front, causing Linling to frown. After instructing everyone, he immediately increased his speed. After passing through a large graveyard, an open space finally appeared in front of them. On the open space, a terrifying battle was erupting, causing the nearby ancient tombs to explode. Corpses and bones were scattered all over the ground, and then turned into powder. Rumble. On the other hand, the deafening rumbling grew louder and louder in the ears of Linling and the others, and a strand of ferocious divine energy surged out from all directions. However, even though the divine energy was being released, it clearly didn't affect the surroundings much, otherwise Linling and the others wouldn't have been able to approach it. Titanic Crescent God, Kirishin? Linling swept his gaze around, and saw that the two deities were both on the empty ground in the distance. Other than that, there was also the black dragon who fought Linling's group in the sacred mountain, the ox demon patriarch, and an old man with a fly whisk in his hand. The five of them were incomparably powerful and were true gods. As for the other gods around them, although their strength was not weak, there was still a gap between them and the five of them. They stood quietly on the ground as if they were resisting something. Looking into the distance, there was a purple coffin lying on the ground. The coffin was ancient and probably had been there for many years. However, it still emitted a soul-stirring divine pressure. The lid of the coffin had been partially removed, revealing a small hole the size of an arm. However, because of this small hole, an incomparably terrifying suction force was born that wanted to suck Kirishin and the others into the coffin. Isn't that coffin a little too terrifying? Seeing this, God Emperor Zhonggang cried out in alarm. It was only a small opening, but it was already hard for the five gods to resist. If the coffin lid was completely opened, the five gods would most likely meet with a mishap. Grandpa Kirishin, Little South and the others wanted to rush over to help Linling, but Linling stopped them. It's useless even if you go over. You won't be able to help at all. It's better for you to stay where you are. The Kirishin and the others also saw Linling's group in the distance. The Kirishin kept shaking his head at Linling's group, indicating that Linling's group should not come over. They must have taken a liking to that coffin and wanted to take it for themselves. But as soon as they opened the lid, danger came. Chapter 44-48. You guys stay here. God Emperor Zhonggang, Giant Ghost, come and help me. Linling said to God Emperor Zhonggang as he pointed into the distance. Close the coffin. God Emperor Zhonggang suddenly understood, but he was still a little unhappy. Although it seems possible, it's too risky. In my opinion, we should just ignore him and leave. Lord God Emperor Zhonggang, our Grandpa Kirishin is over there. Please help us. Little South and the others also begged. They knew that if they wanted to save their Grandpa Kirishin, only Linling and the other two strongest experts could do it. I know the Kirishin is there, but there are still a few enemies there. God Emperor Zhonggang was still unhappy. He wasn't familiar with the Kirishin, and if he saved the Kirishin, he would have to save the Ox Devil Patriarch and the other gods as well. This made him feel like he was at a disadvantage. Let's go. Linling also had the same thought, but he was indebted to the Kirishin, so Linling couldn't just stand by and watch. The three of them went around in a different direction, only to find that there was no suction force at all. Soon, they appeared behind the purple coffin. Obviously, Black Deity and the others had also noticed their appearance. All of them were shocked and tongue-tied. Linling looked at them and said, "Next, I will try to close the coffin and save you. However, the three of us took a risk to come here, so you will have to pay a reward. If you agree, then nod." Hearing Linling's words, the Kirishin and Giant Crescent God immediately nodded. However, the Ox Devil Patriarch and the other two gods frowned. They were unhappy. Although Linling was one of the four gods, in their hearts, Linling still lacked the strength to become a god. He still had to rely on Lei Gong and his subordinates. Therefore, it was impossible for them to listen to Linling and give him a treasure. In fact, the Ox Devil Patriarch couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Feel free to refuse. Lin Ling sneered, then tried to close the coffin with God Emperor Zhonggang and the others. However, the coffin was extremely heavy, and the three of them could barely move it. This shocked Lin Ling and the others, and they were curious as to what kind of god was hidden in the purple coffin. Of course, the coffin's lid moved slightly reduced the pressure on the Kirishin and the others. Although they still couldn't escape, they were at least temporarily out of danger. The Ox Devil Patriarch and the others were envious. Their gazes were all fixed of their eyes on the other side. Have you considered it? Lin Ling said indifferently. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. You have guts. Deal. Finally someone spoke. It was the old man with the fly whisk in his hand. Damn it, forget it, deal. Black Dragon said through gritted teeth. Back in the Divine Mountain, he had single-handedly fought Lin Ling and the others. But now his life was in Lin Ling's hands. This earth-shattering change made him very unhappy. Of course, although he was unhappy, his life was still more important. The last one was the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan. Last time, Lin Ling had injured his son. Now not only was he unable to take revenge, he had to lower his voice. This was a great humiliation to him. However, his life was still more important than this humiliation. I agree. Finally, the Ox Devil Patriarch nodded. God Emperor Zhonggang, Giant Ghost, full force. After the three of them agreed, Lin Ling smiled and closed the coffin lid with all his strength. Rumble. The coffin lid moved slowly. It didn't look big, but it was as heavy as the void. Moreover, as the hole became smaller, the coffin lid also became heavier. You guys should help too. What are you standing there for? Use your methods to resist the suction. It's best if you attract more of it. Otherwise, it'll be hard to close the coffin lid. Lin Ling had already used all his strength, but in the end he still couldn't close the gap. Therefore he scolded everyone. You must have damaged your brain from cultivating. You need me to remind you of such a simple thing. When this voice floated out, the Ox Devil Patriarch and the other gods were furious. That despicable Lei Gong actually dared to scold them. I'll endure. However, they were about to escape, so they all endured and erupted with all their strength to resist the suction. With their help, the pressure on Lin Ling's side lessened a lot. With the three of them working together, they finally closed the purple coffin completely. However, just as they closed it, they felt a terrifying divine pressure enveloping them, which scared them out of their wits. Fortunately, this divine pressure disappeared quickly, and the purple coffin became quiet again. It's gone. When they looked at the Kirishin and the others, they all let out sighs of relief. Black Dragon, it was you. Afterward, the Kirishin and the Titanic Crescent God looked at an old man. Earlier, they saw the purple coffin and wanted to take it for themselves. However, Black Dragon acted first and rashly opened the purple coffin, which led to this unforeseen event. Haha, even if I didn't do it, you guys would have done it anyway. So stop pretending. Black Dragon coldly snorted. Naturally, he wouldn't admit it. However, his words made sense. Earlier, Black Dragon acted quickly, but that didn't mean that the other gods wouldn't have opened the purple coffin. As gods, they were omnipotent in the 9 continents. Therefore, they subconsciously believed that they could do anything under the sacred mountain. They completely forgot that there were many existences in this place that were beyond their control. Stop arguing. The purple coffin is right here. Whoever wants it can have it. At this time, Lin Ling coldly laughed. His words silenced everyone. After experiencing the danger from before, they couldn't wait to avoid the purple coffin. How would they dare to interfere? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling continued. According to our agreement, I helped you guys escape, so you have to give me a treasure. Of course, I don't ask for anything good. Just give me something. However, I think that as gods, you guys wouldn't be willing to give me something so casually. I'll give you some trash. Unless you think that your lives are only worth that little bit of money. This guy is really greedy. Black Dragon and the Ox Demon Patriarch's faces darkened. They didn't want to give it up, but they felt that they couldn't put down their faces. After all, there were others watching. They wanted to kill Lin Ling, But Lin Ling had the Kirishin and the Titanic Crescent God on his side. Furthermore, Emperor God Zhonggang wasn't weak either. Even if they worked together, they might not be able to kill him. I have 800 Divine Dao Springs here. Take it as a reward for helping me earlier. In the end, Black Dragon unhappily said. It's really cheap. Lin Ling faintly smiled. A dragon god's bloodline isn't even worth 1,000 Divine Dao Springs. Interesting. Of course, it's not that I think it's too little. I just didn't think that you would humiliate yourself like this. Chapter 44-49. As expected of the ancient dragon god bloodline, the price is high. Lin Ling smiled as he accepted it. Wind of Terror, a specialty of the west of the celestial realm. As for its use, you can figure it out yourself. Nebula Armor, a treasure left behind by the celestial realm. You can imagine how strong its defense is. It's yours. The next two gods also handed over their treasures. Although they were not top-tier treasures, they were still quite valuable, and Lin Ling accepted them with a smile. On the other hand, Black God and Titanic Crescent God were grinning from ear to ear. This was because they were pleased to see the three gods boasting about their losses. Titanic Crescent God, it's your turn. However, Lin Ling soon turned to Titanic Crescent God. What? Me too? Titanic Crescent God's eyes widened. Of course. Lin Ling nodded as if it was only natural. You. Titanic Crescent God's face twisted in anger. He thought that since Lin Ling was one of the four gods, they should be on the same side. I'll give it to you. However, Titanic Crescent God was too embarrassed to refuse, so he handed over 1,000 Divine Dao Springs. Lin Ling, I'll give it to you. The Kirishin laughed as he prepared to take out his treasures, but Lin Ling refused with a smile. We're on the same side. Bastard. Titanic Crescent God cursed when he heard that. Motherfucker, am I not on the same side? As expected, Lin Ling was still holding a grudge against him for forcing Lei Gong to his death. He almost wanted to tell Lin Ling that half a year ago, he saw a familiar figure that looked like Lei Gong. Perhaps Lei Gong was still alive. However, he was not sure, so he did not say anything. Lin Ling, what do you plan to do next? The Kirishin asked. The eyes of the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others flickered. After what had happened, they also felt that this place was very dangerous. They had to act cautiously. Therefore, they didn't leave for the time being. I don't have any plans to go anywhere yet. Kirishin, what about you? Lin Ling asked, hiding his goal. We want to go to a place called the Hidden Spirit Hall. It is said that there are many ancient treasures there. Kirishin did not hide anything and explained. Hearing this, the others fell silent. However, this also meant that they were also going for this place, including Lin Ling. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that these people actually knew about the Hidden Spirit Hall. But that was also good. If everyone moved together, they could avoid some danger. Since I have nowhere to go, I might as well go to the Hidden Spirit Hall with the Kirishin, Lin Ling said. Sure. Kirishin immediately nodded happily. Although the others didn't say anything, they obviously agreed with Lin Ling's decision to move together. This place was full of ancient tombs. Once something appeared, it was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the addition of an expert was undoubtedly one more helper. Although Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as theirs, he was mysterious and could always catch them off guard. In addition, he had many experts under him, so he would definitely be of help. Some people were busy. What happened before was a living example. Then let's move on. Then the Kirishin led Lin Ling and the others forward. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others also followed. Regarding this, the Kirishin and the others didn't say anything. Everyone had a tacit understanding. I didn't expect that there would be tombs under the sacred mountain. The four foundations are all ancient tombs. However, only the Western Foundation has the most treasures. It is said that in the depths, there are even stronger experts. I once saw the dragon god of the dragon clan. What? Dragon god? Everyone talked as they walked. When they mentioned the dragon god, the black dragon's expression changed obviously. As for the bright golden dragon and the others who were following behind, they already knew about this news. Their reactions were calm. The dragon god on the other side of the Kaiyuan River has moved out. The gods in the depths are indeed terrifying. I'm most afraid that the great gods of the spirit kingdom will also come. Then this place will be lively. The old man with the whisk in his hand said with a smile. Even if he comes, he might not be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Because I have a feeling that a group of unknown experts have also appeared in the depths. For example, outside the sacred mountain, there was that ancient god called Chongliang, and there was also someone called the Saint Ancestor, the demon sealer of the underworld. Their origins are not simple. Not good. The people behind us are also coming. The black dragon suddenly said solemnly. The other gods smiled, but their smiles were somewhat complicated because they all felt that the waters in the depths of the Western Foundation were too deep. The ancient heaven and earth were silent and gloomy, making people feel very depressed. Only a few people's voices could be heard from time to time, which made people feel even more depressed. After a long time, an ancient manor quietly appeared in the endless graveyard. The manor was dilapidated, and the ground was scattered with paper money. A white cloth hung at the door, and a nameless wind blew, adding a sense of eeriness. The most conspicuous thing about the manor was an ancient locust tree planted beside the manor's door. This also made everyone's expression change. To prevent any accidents, everyone stopped and used their prideful methods to quietly investigate. Even Lin Ling spread out his soul force and enveloped the entire manor. However, the manor was very ordinary, and he could not detect anything strange. It was very strange. Moreover, behind the manor it was a mess, and they could not find anything. After a moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at everyone. Without a doubt, everyone's expression was the same, full of astonishment, because they could not find anything either. This time, not only were they not excited, but their hearts were even more solemn. Since we can't find anything, we can only go and investigate. Because I guess that's the hidden spirit hall. Kirishin pondered for a moment, and then said. Everyone nodded. Although the front was strange, they had many gods here. Including Lin Ling, there were a total of 7 gods here, and their courage had increased by a lot. You're the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan? I thought a demon from the age of the gods would be incomparably bold, but it turns out that you're also so afraid of death. Suddenly, the black dragon sneered. Aren't you from the dragon clan? I don't think you're that bold, coward dragon. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan immediately snorted and replied. They walked as the manor in front of them was still quiet. Only a nameless wind blew quietly, causing the locust trees to rustle. This manor seemed as if no one had been here for millions of years. After Lin Ling and the others got closer, their expressions became more solemn. They were fully focused on guarding against any sudden danger. Creak. However, at this moment, the sound of a wooden door being pushed open was heard. Then an old man with a hunchback and a walking stick staggered out. Someone's here. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed greatly. This was because they had used their magical powers to investigate before, but they could not find anyone at all. Now someone had walked out. Who was this person? How could he avoid their prying? Chapter 4450. On the other hand, Kirishin and the others were silent as they secretly investigated the old man. However, no matter how they looked at him, he seemed like an ordinary person. Old man, is this the hidden mourning hall? The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan asked casually after he was certain that it was the hidden mourning hall. Yes, this is the hidden mourning hall. The old man nodded. Are there many treasures here? The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan asked again. I don't know if there are any treasures here. However, when my old friends passed away, their memorial tablets were left here. Their belongings were also left in the hidden mourning hall for the future generations to worship. The old man said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. All of their belongings were left in the mourning hall. These were gods from the primordial era, so their belongings must be extraordinary. All right, move aside. We are going in. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan said immediately. Sir, the hidden mourning hall cannot be entered unless you are a friend of an old friend. However, the old man also refused. What nonsense are you spouting? We are going in. If you dare to stop us, we will kill you. The black dragon said fiercely. After some discussion, They did not find anything strange about the old man. Therefore, they were not afraid of him. In their opinion, they might have been overthinking things. Sigh. The old man sighed softly, and did not dare to speak again. Scram. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan walked forward, intending to be the first to enter the manor. Seeing this, the black dragon and the old man with the whisk did not want to be taken advantage of and quickly followed. You all stay here. Wait until we see if there is any danger inside before you all enter. Kirishin ordered Suehua and the others to enter with Titanic Crescent God. Lin Ling also asked Yu and the others to stay behind while he entered with Emperor God Zhonggang and the giant ghost. Outside the door, the old man squinted his eyes. His wrinkled face was as calm as an ancient well as he slowly followed the group. However, the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others were not fools. Although they were not afraid of the old man, they were still on guard against him. After entering the manor, the interior was still as ordinary as before. However, as they continued to walk forward, the 7 of them immediately felt a change, as if they had stepped into another world. Looking up, he saw layers upon layers of memorial tablets piled up into the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was so wide that it stretched as far as the eye could see. It was extremely terrifying. These memorial tablets were old and mottled, and the names written on them were hard to read. However, because there were too many of them, standing in front of these endless memorial tablets, a sense of insignificance immediately rose in one's heart. Old man, why are there so many memorial tablets? The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan frowned, and turned around to look at the old man, but immediately discovered to his surprise that the old man who had been following them all this time had actually disappeared. It had to be said that although he seemed to be moving forward casually, he had actually been secretly keeping an eye on the old man. When the endless memorial tablets suddenly appeared, he was shocked, and in that short moment, the old man disappeared. When did you leave? The expressions of Kirishin and the others changed dramatically. Apparently, they had only just realized that the old man had disappeared. Among them, only Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flickering. Suddenly, he did not stay any longer, and rushed in the direction of the endless memorial tablets. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. What happened, Lei Gong? Don't scare me. The sudden change shocked everyone. First, the endless memorial tablets appeared, then the old man disappeared, and now Lin Ling suddenly ran away, which made them feel pressured. I told you this Lei Gong is completely unreliable. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and chase after him. Everyone had no time to be surprised, and they hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Although they did not know what Lin Ling was going to do, in such a strange place, they were obviously a little panicked. As soon as they rushed out, they immediately discovered that there was actually a gap in the neatly arranged memorial tablets. Looking through the gap, they saw an ancient house in front of them. The house was dark and covered in dust, as if no one had been here. Lin Ling's figure dashed past the side of the house. Chase after him. No one dared to stay any longer, and they hurriedly rushed after him. Rumble. However, just as they rushed to the front of the house, a deafening sound came from behind the house. A destructive force that surpassed the power of a god erupted, and the entire world shook. Kirishin and the others all stopped in their tracks, and their expressions changed drastically. They could sense how terrifying that power was. It was as if it didn't come from a god, but from the great Tao of the void. Lei Gong, you're dead, Black Dragon said with a frown. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They did not know whether Lin Ling could survive under that force, and this made them stand there stupidly for a moment, not daring to act rashly. This manner is too strange. After a moment of silence, Titanic Crescent God said with a frown. He was as powerful as a god, but in this manner, he felt powerless. Let's leave this place first. The old man with the whisk said, but his words made everyone nod. If they did not investigate this strange place thoroughly, it would be easy to encounter danger. Kiki, it's too late to leave now. However, at this moment, a sharp laugh suddenly rang out, and then the world shook. Mountains glided along the ground from all directions, and they were surrounded. Taking a closer look, this wasn't a mountain at all. It was a mountain made up of spirit tablets. Whoosh. Then, the countless memorial tablets seemed to tilt, and with an earth-shattering force, they flooded toward the crowd. Oh no! Such a terrifying scene made everyone's expression change drastically. This was because they also realized that when the memorial tablets were submerged, there was a fierce force mixed with it, as if it was the power of the void Tao. Block it! We've been fooled. Who are you? Everyone cried out in alarm. This old man is the great ruler of heaven burial. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally entered this place. After refining all of you, I can leave this place. A cold voice rang out, and the wind howled. It was very terrifying. Could it be that locust tree in front of the door? Suddenly, the old man with the whisk thought of something and guessed. It seems that there are some people with extraordinary knowledge. That's right, I'm that locust tree. I don't know how many years it has been since I was planted, but I grew up here, guarding the hidden spirit hall. A long, long time ago, there was a guardian spirit here, but after he left, he never returned. He came, so I became the guardian spirit. The voice floated out again. Chapter 44:51. So what if you know? Now you're all going to become my nourishment. A gust of wind blew around them, and the memorial tablets swept over them like an overturning sea. In an instant, the area around the Kirishin and the others was filled with memorial tablets, leaving them nowhere to run. They unleashed all their strength, trying to open a gap, but they found that all their attacks were useless. Oh no, it's a boundary array. Everyone quickly reacted. You guys aren't that stupid. However, that brat from before is the smartest among all of you. He actually escaped early. However, he went to the forbidden area. Even I don't dare to enter that place. I'm afraid he'll die there. The voice drifted out again, making everyone's scalp tingle. The kid he was talking about was naturally Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually reacted one step ahead of us. This kid is really sharp. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say that Lin Ling went to the forbidden area and might be dead? We'd better take care of ourselves. Who knows how to break the array? I can't do it. Let me try. Oh no, this array is extraordinary. I can't break it. It's a combination of a killing array and a trapping array. It's powerful at trapping and killing people. And you're still calling yourself a god? You're just trash. If Lin Ling is still alive, he might be able to attack that locust tree from outside. But if Lin Ling is dead, then we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Among the countless memorial tablets, the Kirishin and the others were also rapidly discussing. Of course, they weren't very confident that Lin Ling was still alive. However, no one saw that at this moment, in a tomb passage behind the manor, a figure was running along the tomb passage, and he was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling hadn't seen through the locust tree's origins, he had sensed that something was wrong. Therefore, in order to avoid being kicked out, he had left early to search for the sword demon's head. As for the Kirishin and the other gods, Lin Ling could only pray that they were on their own. Because Lin Ling had a feeling that he might not be a match for eccentric locust tree in a head-on collision with him. The tomb was pitch black, as if it had no end. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling felt that he had stepped into some enchantment restriction. These restrictions were very ancient. They were left behind by the gods of ancient times. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. According to the map that Saint Guyi had given him, the sword demon was in the depths of the tomb, but there was no way to break the seal. Once you step into the ancient tomb, life and death are just passers-by. Lin Ling looked at the words beside the tomb. Then he gritted his teeth and stepped in. Rumble. As soon as he entered, the world behind him changed. It became pitch black, as if it was a world of chaos. Moreover, this pitch-black darkness was constantly wriggling, as if it wanted to devour everything. What a terrifying aura of death. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the chaotic world behind him contained an incomparably terrifying power, led by the deathly aura. It was all negative energy. Rumble. At this moment, the chaotic world began to slowly engulf him. Although it was not fast, everything that was engulfed by it was turned into nothingness. I have to leave now. Lin Ling knew that if he did not leave now, he would soon be engulfed. Therefore, he immediately took a step forward. However, something strange happened. He seemed to have taken a step forward, But when the step ended, his body was still in the same place. He had clearly taken a step forward, but the result was that he was still in the same place. This was too terrifying. It's an enchantment restriction. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Rumble. At this moment, the chaotic world behind him was getting closer and closer. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ling's forehead. His soul power spread out, and he immediately discovered that countless threads had appeared in front of him. They intertwined with each other, and were as complex as a heavenly book. Among the threads, there was a red one. It was like an earthworm hidden among the threads, twisting and turning. Could it be that I can only take the right step by following the direction of the red thread? Lin Ling instantly guessed and hurriedly chased after the red thread. However, the red thread was hidden among the threads and formed numerous ancient enchantments. If he wanted to pursue it, he had to break these enchantments. Fortunately, the enchantments hidden in the first step were not complicated. Many of them were enchantments that Lin Ling had come into contact with, so Lin Ling was confident that he could break them. Break it. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced as if he was pulling apart the threads and looking for the red thread. He broke the enchantments one by one. After a moment, the red thread finally moved forward. The direction it was pointing at was actually the leftmost brick in front of Lin Ling. When he looked behind Lin Ling, the pitch-black chaotic world was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. There it is. At this critical moment, Lin Ling took a step forward. This time he was finally not beaten back to the same place. However, Lin Ling did not have the time to rejoice. He broke the enchantments again. Damn, who is so abnormal? In less than a meter, there are actually 1 billion enchantments. I don't know how long it will take to break them one by one. And this is me. If it was someone else, even if it was a purple mark supreme rogue boundary god, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time to break them. If there was no chaotic world behind, I could slowly break them. However, now I can't slow down at all. Break it. After a long time, Lin Ling took another step forward. At the same time, he looked back and realized that the chaotic world had not been pulled away. It was still a meter away. However, from the third step onwards, the enchantments within a meter had increased to 2 billion enchantments. Lin Ling crazily urged his soul power to break the enchantments. He finally succeeded in taking the third step. However, the chaotic world behind him was less than a meter away. This meant that Lin Ling's speed was too slow. I have to be faster. Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy as he quickly broke the enchantments. Fourth step. Fifth step. When he reached the fifth step, there were already 4 billion enchantments within a meter. The red line was hidden within and could not be seen at all. Not good. At this time, Lin Ling failed to break the enchantments and took the wrong step. He retreated and actually returned to the place where he took the third step. The chaotic world was behind him. It was as if there were countless hands pulling him, and then it began to drown him. Lin Ling felt as if he had sunk into water. He also felt that everything in his body began to turn into nothingness, into chaos. However, at the crucial moment, a huge force was born in Lin Ling's body. It was actually crazily devouring that force. It was the chaotic body and the evil ghost jellyfish. The chaotic world behind him had countless death aura and underworld aura. It was also the nourishment of the chaotic body. Of course, this force was too huge. The chaotic body and the evil ghost jellyfish could not devour it for long. However, it was enough for Lin Ling. Sky-splitting slash. The powerful Pangu struck out, and the darkness in front of him was split apart. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Light began to appear in front of him. Lin Ling's body also appeared in the darkness. It was as if he had emerged from the water. In front of him was the tomb path again. Run.